change of range.
Welcome everyone to week number 4 here at the DPC Upper Division for SEA, presented by PGL. If you weren't here last week, first question, what are you even doing with your life? Second question, not really a question, more of an answer. I've got a recap for you in case you missed it, so go ahead and enjoy the next 5 minutes.
Lane's cooldown just feels a bit underwhelming, and the shard, because evasion is really good against Luna.
Hide again, blown up via the finger. And they're in onto the Timber. FBZ taking a lot of damage. He's hexed with the Lucent Beam. They'll get the kill. They've got the Dream Cool on
no
the floor.
follow-up. This fight's already gone. Yep. Sven now has a Blank Dagger. Seems like they still want to take this fight.
God Strength, the damage, and the Snowball.
Oh, he actually speared them closer to the Snowball, so he made a Snowball straight away. Good ulti from Brim.
Soulbind as well as the Venom's Embrace. They have the damage to get the kill to Jeff. They'll look over at this Centaur. DJ comes in with Call Down being used, but he has enough with the Cleave. The Cleave kills DJ. Try and make a move here onto the Centaur for a second. Burrow Strike on cooldown for the Morphling. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They'll pop the Moonlight Shadow.
That's a big kill.
The smoke screen down. They'll get the kill on the Jebs. They'll look over at the Centaur.
And another one.
Last fight, so they've got themselves 2. Dream of Cell getting a double kill. They'll look over at DJ. For a second, FBZ turns the stone. They've got themselves a Sentry down, so even the Moonlight Shadow is not going to be enough to put them under the guise of the Shadows. But they look over at DJ, whose borrowed time will be pop. Moon comes back in. A Sentry placed down, so they have the vision on a Moon once again, who pops the BKB. DJ dies. Dream of Cell with the triple kill. Avalanche looking for it. Tino walks over the damage. Look at the damage. Abyssal gets used, and now he's going to go to the Vortex. That's going to be on 3 once again. Yowie with the BKB as well as Power.
There's too much damage
To get the kill here onto the Tiny, but they can't get RR or BDZ out. They end up losing 3. Nico bought back in the last fight, so he's going to be dead for 100 seconds. The Mana Boy gets used back, and Tino, God! Double kill, godlike buyback used by Tino. They have Storm. He's got a buyback. He can buy back and come back into the fight. They'll look over at Palace. Counter spell. Now Dissimulate. They've got the kill on the CML. Pop the Infest. Ooh, Yowie blinks forward, pops the BKB, goes to the Primal Roar on a Mac. Now they've got the blink as well as the call. They'll get the Cohen Blade and get the kill on a Mac. He'll buy back immediately, vacuum, but the wall is already down and the Gust is going to miss. So they'll take out Shanks. They've got the damage there. They look over at Tino, who's surged up by this Darkseer, but they got the call and they will kill off Mac for the second time. Sight-searing chains, stun on it too, but they've got the Snowball as well as the Walrus Punch. They'll look over at Whiteman. The shards are off the mark, but it's not going to matter. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill. Carl just getting ignored for a second. Burrow Strike, Overgrowth, and it's on a 3. They're going to try and make this happen. They'll go after Hyde, who doesn't have the Supernova. Got the kill on the Phoenix. They look over at Carl.
Oh, good Burrow.
Stun coming through. Carl, he'll die, but that lets them get Kescued as well. Forces them back with the BKB pop by 23. They've got the Spear Vessel on a Whitemon. Illusory Orb over, and 23 trying to turn this around on a Dream of Cell.
Low on mana.
He already used that Stone Gaze. Right clicks, not needed when the Fire Snap Cookie lands. And there's the Dream Coil, the damage on Makoto. And they get the kill out of this Tiny. The right clicks really are hurting 23, who's saved via the Snowball. But is he out far enough? He jumps right on top of the Tusk, and he still ends up dead. So 23 gone. Zephyr next to follow. Avalanche as well as the toss out on a Cuckoo. They'll take out 4.
Oh, this is a big kill. They need to take him down.
Warlock, they'll get the kill in the shot, but they end up losing RR. Now the Burrow Strike as well as the epicenter right on top of Yowie. Yowie pops the BKB. Spirit Siphon Overgrowth coming through. Yule's up into the air. Meteor Hammer trying to drop it down. Can it hit multiple heroes? It's going to land on a BDZ. They get the kill on the Earth Spirit. He's going to be dead for 78 seconds with no buyback. Yowie now no BKB.
Spectre just going ham.
And yeah, with the right clicks coming out from Natsumi, there's no chance he survives.
Like the burst potential coming up from these two heroes are extremely high.
They've got the Mystic Flare. It's down with the silence and the Ancient Seal, but they're going to use that Viscous Nasal. You can see coming out on all these heroes. They've got this with the wall down. BDC is dead. Snowball over to the side with the BKB being popped by Execration. They'll look over at Yopaj, who no longer has the BKB. He gets sucked up. They'll get the kill on the Yopaj.
Oh, he just one-shots people at this point.
On Yopaj, but they look over. There's the call. It's not enough to save Natsumi, who did buy out. So he's dead for 2 minutes. The roll over, the magnetize, the dust all catches CTM. He'll fall. The final tier 3, they've got themselves the ball lightning as well as the vortex to follow that up with an Earth Spike. The Primal Roar comes out onto White on. They get the kill on the Lion. Stone Gaze used, right clicks in. OG low, killed off by Cuckoo, buys back into the game, and they would try and run the Mirana out, but he dies to Zephyr. The right click damage from the Impetus. The BKB is not going to do enough here. They've got Carl locking down Armel. He's got buyback. Question is, will he even use it? The answer to that is yes, but they've already lost the Bloodseeker, who doesn't have buyback.
That was week 3, the halfway point. But now I hope you're ready for week number 4 here at the Southeast Asia Upper Division, brought to you by HyperX and the premium comfort of Secret Lab chairs, all done here at the PGL studio in Bucharest, Romania. And brought to you also by my panelists, Black, Lizard, showing me up today. I should have dressed a little bit nicer. I feel out of place.
No, you're completely fine. You two are completely fine. I think I dressed up a little bit too much.
You overdressed.
Maybe we'll lose the jacket a little bit.
You dress for the job that you want, not the job that you have.
Exactly.
And my man's trying to become a CEO right here.
Exactly. Or a teacher. One or the other.
I've never seen a teacher like that.
He's like a philosophy kind of teacher.
It's every single
An
one.
arts teacher.
Yeah. Like my principal looked like that, but not my English teacher.
No, but he's got the denim pants that kind of dresses it down a little bit. If you had the full suit, then I'm with you, principal.
He doesn't really understand the intricacies of the getup.
What's the most fashionable thing you've ever worn?
A 3-piece suit for a wedding.
Oh, okay.
But
was it tailored? Like made to measure?
Tailored, yeah.
Why don't you ever wear it on camera?
Because that was when I wasn't as muscular of a beast yet.
That's chunky.
So it actually doesn't fit anymore.
Does make sense.
Because you're so yoked now, right? It's not because of anything
else. It was
else.
actually like 1.5 years ago or so.
That's more recent than I was expecting.
Yeah, it was. But you keep growing, keep shrinking because of certain things. But then you grow more.
Shrinking.
Yeah. I mean,
there's
shrinkage. Had my arm injury, and
I see.
But my left arm didn't shrink, and then my left arm didn't fit, but my right did. So I was like,
sounds like you're describing the top and a bottom of a group stage standing.
Wow.
Because some teams are growing, some teams are shrinking. Maybe we can take a look at all of them. TNC, they were growing strong, and then they lost to T1, a little bit of shrinkage. Lilgun at the bottom, they have only been shrunken down.
Maximum shrinkage.
They're Lil. They're Lil guns. They care. If they were a big gun, maybe they'd have more wins.
Yeah. The name does play into account a lot.
It's true. And Fnatic only with 2 series to their name. We need to fix that. And we're going to start fixing it today. Meanwhile, lower division, Motivate Trust Gaming, crushing it now that they have Masros back in his rightful position.
And Jackie.
And Jackie, that's right. So 4-0 currently. SMG 4-1. And Southbuild, they were topping it last time we looked at them. Yeah. I guess they
dropped a couple of games.
Probably against SMG and
Motivate Trust.
Yeah, I guess so.
Trust is a beast of a team.
Meanwhile, Signal Ultra at the bottom. Things not looking good for them. I don't know if we can formally eliminate them. I know in China there were 2 teams in lower division that were no longer in contention.
I think if you're 3-4, there's
still
potential for tiebreaker.
Yeah. So they can still.
No, there's no potential for tiebreaker. I mean not to get relegated at least, but you can't get promoted anymore.
Yeah, but like a elimination.
Maybe some tiebreaker situations or something like that with 3-4 is possible.
Yep. You can still stay in the league.
With 3-4, yeah, for sure.
no promotion.
In upper division, it's equally cutthroat, as we saw Fnatic kind of at the bottom, but not really. They've only played 2 series total, that's what I'm hoping to fix, Black. Not a win or a loss. They just need to play more Dota, because I need to see more of them. I don't know how good they are. I saw them in Singapore. I was like, this team is not good right now. 2 series, 1-1 split.
So the first series, definitely not good right now. Second series, getting there slowly. Baby steps.
Smart O'mega, however, their opponent in this first BO3 of the day, has been impressing, exceeding expectations for me.
This is a team that came from pretty much the lower division, Division 2, and I actually didn't expect them to do as much as they are, but when you go through the team, when you look at the names, you shouldn't really be surprised. When you look at the names and the players, they actually have more experience than many of the teams that were in Division 1 in Season 1. Definitely more than the 2 teams that were relegated. Plus, they are playing completely their own style, and I am a big fan of this team. Like, when you look at the snipers, safe lane, the tiny cores, it's just enjoyable Dota to watch.
A lot of creativity from them. Second series of the day, as you saw, it's going to be TNC versus Boom, which again, TNC undefeated up until they met up against T1, who was fully defeated.
That was a win that they had to get. And I think that really mattered a lot for T1. They needed something to spark the fire again, to ignite the flames, to get back into the game, because they were pretty much out of it. They had 2 or 3 losses? How many? 2, I believe, right?
2.
And if you get a third loss that early on in the season, it's not looking great even to be in those, for your chances even to get to the tiebreaker of possibly getting to the wild card. So obviously, it's good for the whole season and for the whole region to have some more competitiveness over there.
Which is why we're hoping that Fnatic may be able to remain competitive here. I don't know. Even though we only saw 2 series of them consistently, I don't want to harp on it because I know we were railing against them in the previous series, but Moon has just been consistently underwhelming.
Yeah, even in the last series as well. And I mean, for me, it's him and still Chuan, or I am not quite sure how you pronounce his name. Chaiyuan.
If they ever win, we could try to ask one of their players.
Yeah, but the 2 of them are definitely pretty below their standard right now. I think it's safe to say.
They're in a place in which we did not expect Fnatic to be in. They did change the offlaner, but is that truly so life-altering that you go from a team that was completely dominating in Season 1 to what they are right now?
I mean, it is because he is not originally
offlaner.
An offlane player.
That's
right?
definitely true.
We've had an interview with one of the players, and we're like,
it didn't sound
everything
great,
had to go fast. Like, we didn't have so much time.
Correct.
Which didn't,
Clock was ticking.
One thing, though, I believe they transferred some of perhaps cockiness from Season 1 because of the way they did in the league. And they started this season with, let's say, the 2-0 versus Execration, not banning out that Beastmaster, playing against it, and trying to counter it with Rubik mid, with Enchantress, even though Beastmaster wasn't even played on offlane anymore. And I don't believe we've seen a single team across region, maybe one team that actually made use of that Rubik mid lane.
Yeah.
It definitely didn't work for them.
It's a thing of the past now. We're in the 7.29C patch, which is also means that we haven't seen enough of Smart O'mega in this patch because the majority of their games were played during Week 1 and Week 2, which was the B patch. But still, for a lower division promotion team, I think that I really only expected it out of China with RNG to be like, yeah, this is the lower division team that really, they should have been here the whole time. I get the same feeling with Smart O'mega after seeing enough of them.
Yeah, they're definitely a decent team. We have seen some weaknesses in their gameplay, especially in the last series. They have been exploited quite a bit. Execration, I believe there was.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, they had like 8-9K gold lead, but they just had like 2-3 fights where they just go in really uncoordinated and just threw it away, and then they lost the whole series because of it. It's not something you can allow yourself to do against the top teams in the world, at least. Like the region right now looks very scrappy, but against the top teams in the world, you can't allow yourself to do these mistakes.
Yeah, it's something that we've kind of noticed with all of these teams that are on the cusp of Tier 1 is that either like half of their game is good. Sometimes they have always consistently good laning stages, and then come mid game and late game they just kind of fall apart. And then there are other teams that like never win the laning phase, but somehow kind of manage a comeback in the mid to late game. But to be tier 1, you need to have a consistency throughout the entire 40 minutes of a match.
I kind of always value that comeback mechanism a little bit more than the laning stage and the mechanics that come off of it, because it proves that you as a team understand what you're doing and what's supposed to be done post-laning stage. You give any 5 top-ranked pubbers some good draft, and they will win the laning stage.
That's just off of mechanics.
That's off of mechanics and just understanding the meta. But later on, when it takes a little bit of brains and a little bit of strategizing, is
and
where
a little bit of trust.
And a little bit of trust
in your teammates.
Is where some teams fall short.
I mean, comeback mechanics are still real, right? They always have been for a long time. It's kind of not what I like too much. I always compare it with, like, imagine playing football, you're up 5 goals, but the enemy's goal is just way bigger suddenly. And like it's just easier to score, because every time you trade 2 kills, it's way better for you.
But in a traditional sport, everything resets after a point.
Sure, it does.
No team
Yeah, and
keeps
Dota
an
it does,
advantage.
of course, but
right.
I just don't like it that you have like.
Yeah, but imagine every time you
whatever.
score.
I'm not a comeback guy.
Okay, counter argument. Every time you score a goal, your legs grow bigger and you shoot faster and stronger.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You know, like
that's what Dota's like.
So what's happening actually is they're trying to keep the even field by making the team have a possibility of making the comeback. If they didn't, then you're just playing versus 5 giants, and
there's no way to
there's no way to ever
Look,
do
I'm a
anything
guy
there.
that plays for lane domination, you know.
Yeah.
And I go into the mid game with a good, decent lead, and then you make one mistake, it's like, damn.
Yeah,
I'm back to 50-50.
That's where the strategy part comes into play.
Who's that guy that's in the shadows? Who was eaten by the shadows? Is that Jabs?
I think that was Jabs. Last time we
Eaten
had
by
his camera, it
darkness.
was Jabs.
That is.
He's a nocturnal creature.
He does not light. No.
Oh,
No light for
Fnatic
him.
with Io first phase.
That makes no sense considering his camera. But
Well,
If he was
they're trying.
Coddle.
They're trying to bring some light into his life. So
4 position Night Stalker, let's go.
Jabs, are you here? We picked Io. Like, woo.
okay, instant enchanters by Smart O'Mega. We've seen quite a bit of Ench on position 5, sometimes even 4 recently. Lane dominator. Overall, just a decent support to have. If I had to pick between Io and Ench, at the moment, I think I'd rather have Ench on the support position, but this might be a core Io.
I keep hoping that it would be, because that's what gave Fnatic success in Season 1, was Raven Io and like a DJ Elder Titan. But they never have done it in Season 2. They keep turning it into a support and pairing it with Gyrocopter.
With Gyro, yeah.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it as their opening here.
This Bristleback is such an SEA meta hero, by the way. You can see TNC.
And North America. It's trying to pop off
NA
in North
as well?
America, yeah.
Oh, interesting. The hero is strong, but there are ways of dealing with him. And Fnatic, they go with the
Gyrocopter is
Gyro.
not one of them.
Gyro is definitely not one of them, yeah.
Imagine burning yourself and then, like, maybe this time it's not as hot. Oh,
What's the definition of insanity, Black? It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Which, I don't know if the Fnatic actually lost the last time that they ran this IO Gyro. Let me
No,
check.
they won.
They won?
They won
They
with
won.
it,
Okay.
yeah. So there is definitely potential in it. I don't necessarily enjoy playing this duo versus Gyro versus Bristleback that much. But as long as they find an answer to the Bristle to turn his back around, maybe a Mars, maybe a Axe, maybe Void Spirit. Exactly, these 3 heroes work pretty damn well against
or
him.
Legion.
Or Legion. Yeah.
A lot of
They
it comes from the
pop off quite a
offlane.
bit.
And last time Fnatic ran the IO Gyro, their offlaner was Centaur.
Yep.
But Centaur's first phase banned out. And so,
Because
yeah,
it's
I'm
the
down
only
for...
hero they offlaner played ever, I feel like. And the Prophet, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate, actually.
It's
Yeah.
So they did have like a week or so, you know, to test things out.
Sure.
Maybe get a new hero
Play
for
some more
John.
pups. Oh yeah, this time I can play some Legion Commander too.
I mean,
Legion Commander, we've seen how high the skill ceiling can get on Legion Commander in the China region with XXS.
I just love Legion. Like if I'm forced to play offline, I either pick Legion or Doom, because they're just super easy to play. Doom, you just do nothing, just eat creeps.
Doom
And
is just
don't build
Doom
Midas.
Don't build
is
Midas.
Don't
the
build Midas.
easiest hero to play on offlane.
Yeah.
100%.
And then Legion Commander, you just don't die. You have
Yeah.
a heal, you have another pseudo heal.
A move speed
Move
increase.
speed, you hit like a truck,
And you have
and
to
it
double
heals
deny
you
hit.
and double deny.
I love that. Like you're just gonna ching.
I hate that.
Yeah, of course you do.
And as a support, I'm like trying to harass, and then she's just like killing every single creep and life stealing off of it at the same time. Like, what's the point, man?
Yeah.
Why am I even bothering?
I mean, you're helping him last hit, basically.
That's what happened with Centaur when he had retaliate stacks. I was just like, why am I even bothering right-clicking you?
Yep.
You want me to right-click you, don't you?
Yeah, he does.
So
what do you do in that situation, Tsunami?
I go pull.
Put a
I
lot
go
of
pull,
I pull a little bit more, but I also put a lot of money into like mangoes and clarities and just spam spells instead.
If you're a good hero to do that,
Yeah.
then it definitely does make sense.
Like Enchantress, you just slow him.
Exactly.
For
And
fun.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
And he's like, ah.
In Enchantress, you can also spam impetus on them, so
A little bit
that's-
of pure damage is always nice.
a creep can come in handy too. It's definitely a lane dominator, and Smart Omega are setting up for that. You now have Elder Titan, Enchantress, and Bristleback.
Dominatrix. Is there a female version for a Dominator?
Dominatrix.
Tricks, not tress. You're trying to
Yeah.
go for
Dominatrix?
Enchantress?
Dominatrix?
Dominatress?
Enchantrix?
I don't... Enchantrix?
Enchantrix.
Now that's a piece of fan art that I would like to see.
I'm pretty sure there are Reddits out there that can
Enchantress Arcana.
help you out.
Yeah, with the whip.
Suddenly looks like Quap, but
She is controlling the
Yeah.
creeps, let's be fair.
That's a
but
good point, actually. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
She has like some lore with Chen also, where like Chen persuades and she enchants.
Yeah,
and
she
it's
makes
like,
them fall in love with her,
Right.
follow her
what's
around.
the difference between Quap, who's a succubus, and Enchantress? They do the same thing, right? They make you like them.
That's true. But Enchantress is for animals, and
Oh.
Quap is for like
Just animals?
heroes,
But
humans.
she's taken like demons and stuff too. Like the little necro creep.
That's true. Or
And
illusions.
she actually enchants you a little bit as well. If you try to right-click her, she's
That's true.
untouchable.
You
She's
don't
like,
wanna touch her.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if that's a good sign. Like, ew.
Fnatic with some answers to the Bristleback now with the Shadow Demon at least later on in the game. And overall, he's a tank breaker throughout the game, even from level 1, Soul Catcher.
So from what I know, Soul Catcher does not trigger quill sprays, right?
Correct. It's HP removal.
That's lame. Imagine just remove 40% health.
10 stacks of quills instantly. We saw Shadow Demon be picked in. Oh, wow.
Maza.
Yeah, it's a matter of time. Last night I was listening to Neta's it wasn't a podcast, interview, 3-3, and they asked him like, why did you first face Brood? And he's like, maybe you should watch some China.
That's exactly what he said, yeah.
They're
Because
first
Shiva
picking
was
it.
very skeptical, because
Yeah,
European
yeah.
broodmothers are not doing well
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
I was baffled when I heard the cast in Europe. They were like, yeah, this item build on Brood Greaves Pipe is so unusual. They always go BKB diffusable. I was like,
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah. I think they're stuck in some meta 1 year ago.
Punish them in the Singapore Major, Europe being a little too insular. Need to pay attention to the world around you, my friends.
but look at
but-
NA and China.
They're absorbing everying from all other regions.
Then again, it's like 9 in the morning for the guys from
Oh yeah, no.
Stockholm.
I don't care. I don't care about the casters. It's not their responsibility. They're echoing the sentiment of the viewers. They're like, I'm not waking up at 9 a.m. to watch this Dota. But the players, they should know. They need to know the gospel of the offlane broodmother, which is pipe Greaves, and you're very, very still a lane dominator because insatiable hunger is very difficult to deal with. The mischance from Silk and Bola is difficult to deal with. And I don't know even if a lane like Io Gyro would be able to put up with it.
No, I don't think so. I think this is a really good Brood game already. There is not a lot of things like Swashbuckle is nice. Later on, Gyro is nice, but overall it looks like a free Brood game. You don't have that one Tidehunter or Centaur
Which
we've
is
seen or
begs
Sven.
the question why they picked Pango, because they could have had one of those Tidehunter type heroes in
Right.
that exact same position.
Pango is good against Broodmother for sure. Like every time you Swashbuckle, all the spiders will die, especially if you item it into the Maelstrom. And just the dynamic of Broodmother is very weird now. Like heroes that could not deal with her at all, like a Razor, is actually now a hard counter to her until level
Look,
6.
would you rather have a Pango with the swashbuckle or a Tide that just runs in there and anchor smashes once?
Which is why
Plus he
Smart
cannot
O'Mega
die.
ban it out anyway,
Yeah.
even
Plus
after.
he can, they ban it out because this might be Pango mid for them or something
Yeah.
like that.
But Tidehunter does not like running into like Bristleback, Titan, and Enge, right? Like that is a little bit scary.
That's true.
Because
Yeah.
they have so much physical damage that you can't
Does
reduce. or crank enough.
anyone like running into them?
No, Medusa does. She's fine.
Banned out.
Banned out
Yeah, by themselves.
by themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Also-
can't have a Medusa and IO Gyro. Like you need a full playmaker from mid and off lane.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Medusa Juggernaut draft from Nigma, and they crushed.
Yeah, but IO Gyro. It's a bit maybe with the BKB Gyro or something like that.
Yeah, of course,
early
you
on.
don't go like super like
Green
axe
farm.
first. Yeah, like, no.
They ban out the Axe as well, so they're literally just banning out some more heroes for Brood.
Yeah.
I understand your sentiment when you say Pango, one swashbuckle, but I've played versus a lot of Brood recently. I've seen a lot of Brood, and the only thing that seemingly works is when you have a hero that can defend the tower and stand there at the same time to do that. Or if a team just doesn't play around the Brood, that
I
also.
mean, that could potentially still be Gyrocopter though.
Yeah.
Like
Later on, right?
Yeah,
when
once
he
you're like
gets-
level 9, 8, 10, you don't really care too much about Brood anymore.
Yeah.
At least about the spiders. I'm still waiting to see a Broodmother nuke build. Like E-Blade
E-Blade
Dagon.
Dagon, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone was mentioning that.
That was also me.
Oh, it was you. Oh, wow.
Okay.
So it is a mid Pango.
Or mid-Mars.
Or a
Or
mid-Mars.
mid-Mars.
Yeah.
Mid-Mars is
The thing
pretty
is-
potent.
What's more difficult for a new offlaner to play? Mars with landing spears or Pango controlling the Rolling Thunder? Because Trion, like we said, we've been putting him on Centaur duty, so he doesn't have to do anything complicated.
But I think Mars makes more sense for him because it was also a mid-hero previously. So I'm sure he has some experience
Yeah.
in it.
Same goes for Pango, right?
True, but
Oops, it was played
it's not as commonly seen.
Yeah. Mars was definitely meta mid for a longer period of time. And
Now Smart Omega needs to decide, is Brood offlane? Are they going to put it mid? They have this Bristle and Brood. It's very versatile.
I would put mid-Bristol
Yeah.
and pick another carry.
Fnatic's draft looks very solid.
It
like
does.
All things aside that we're talking about this Brood, they have team fight, they have control, they have late game potential. It looks like a very nice thought out draft, but
How about some Ricky Maru or something like that?
what are you trying to accomplish with the last pick for Smart Omega?
you could counter one of these, like Pango or Mars.
I feel Ricky counters both of them. It's pretty good against SD as well. It's pretty good against the whole lineup, and they have tower damage from Brood as well as Bristol.
So you want backline jumping, kind of?
Yeah, like, because right now they can't really reach the backline. Like Broodmother, kind of, but
Great versus
Not
IO
really.
as well. I like the Ricky idea.
Okay.
I've seen it yesterday, but Smart Omega, they're very happy to
a tiny again. Okay,
flex things up. and
It's their stuff.
Yeah.
They've done it many times. Not as convinced with Tiny against these heroes necessarily though. Like SD should be pretty good. Pangolier is pretty good.
They
Even
had
Mars.
pretty good Tiny carry games though.
He did,
In
he
which he
did.
gets a blink early on and just dominates the map.
But for what I saw last time when they played against this AM, with an early game lineup like this, they did have a lot of problems closing it out. And
They
then
do have
ultimately
Brood
they
this
lost.
time though.
Yeah, they
Brood
do,
helps
they
you
do.
close at least a little bit, right?
Up until like 40 minutes or so, but then it gets a little bit complicated. Maybe B-Cup and Lacoste can help soothe some of our, I don't know, outlook on these heroes. How do you feel about mid-Pango these days, Lacoste?
Good.
Good.
Thumbs up.
I think this hero has a lot of potential. I've seen it across the other regions. Also, I want to see a bit of a different build. I've seen mid-Pangoliers going for like at least 2 points in shield crash early on. Like what was damage reduction before as level 1 shield, level 2 shield crash is now level 1. So a lot of value. Like you can tank up so much damage. You gank the side lane. You get so much out of it. Like this hero is so tanky with just 2 points in it. This is what I want to see. I'm heavily favoring TNC's draft here. Like
You mean
kind of
Fnatic?
no stun
Fanatics?
draft from Omega.
Fnatic had the Pango.
You mean Fnatic?
Fnatic, what did I say?
TNC.
Fnatic, yeah.
Okay, good.
I am going to go Smart Omega because Muna's been shaky for me. And I want to be, if he wins, I will start to get on the Fnatic train, but I think Pango's a little too hard execution. Black?
I'm gonna go Fnatic because of the last time where they just couldn't close out the game.
Lizard?
I'll go with O'mega just for the fun. They have a very interesting draft.
And Beak Up, I'll give a platform all to you. I'll give the
nice.
screen all to you as you cast game number 1 and tell me that prediction.
Sure. I'll take that screen a little bit. There it is. Look at that. Full outline, all of us. I think we're going to go with Smart O'mega. I agree with Tsunami with the whole got to be able to see Moon win and trust him kind of thing, because we've seen him perform well in the past, but there's some things here, and it's not just Moon, that I find a little bit shaky from Fnatic at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's performance has not been amazing, no doubt about it. So what I want to see is you know, some aggression coming out from this mid Pango, and I think that's what we're gonna get. Also, Broodmother as the offlane, we've seen it win, we've seen it lose. The more I see from this Broodmother, I feel like the hero is very annoying, but they have the tools to deal with. They have Flat Cannon, they have Mars, they have Pangolier with the Disarm, with the Swashbuckle. So I don't think that should be the problem.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they handle the Brood, what the Brood build's going to be, if they favor that more utility build on the Brood, if they've been watching some of the Chinese DPC.
He has 2 raid bans queued up, so he might go for a different kind of build, maybe more right-click oriented. Usually what I see is Soul Ring, just to have that mana sustain, because you have enough life sustain with just Hunger, a new ability. It's a lot of damage. It's bonus 35 damage, 70% life steal, 8-second duration.
At level 1. It's actually kind of disgusting. They'll throw some damage on a Raven, force him to TP to the top tier 1. All right, put him at half health, force some regen out if they can. I'm interested to see what the Brood build is, because we've just been talking about, just you see 2 different builds, and the abilities on Brood are really good. It doesn't feel like a cheese pick anymore. It feels more like a staple now. You're not just like, oh, it's a Brood game. Now it feels like, yeah, Brood's in the game. It's not just a Brood game. Silken Bola is really disgustingly strong, with the mischance being 40% at all levels.
Yeah.
With the shard, it's 80%. I don't know if that's like a pickup.
I like what O'mega try to do here. Will they get the courier? No, because they saw Raven TPing top, so they're like, if we kill him, we kind of ruin his game. So we're just going to keep the 3 heroes at the top. Tiny as a safe lane, we've seen it so much. We've seen some mid-Tinies. For me, you know, as long as it's not a position for Tiny, I'm good. It can work also in some of the games, but I think it's more suitable to play him mid and to play him safe lane. He's going for the Soul Ring. How's mid doing? I talked about the shield crash. There's already 1 point on the mid lane. A lot of damage with this type of a build. Like, you're not going to be able to deal damage with the Lucky Shot, but you get the bottle. You have a lot of mana sustain, and then you can get both abilities. Minute 6, if you get a good rune, let's say a haste rune, you can easily gank the side lane.
So, going back to Tiny 4, I just got to ask the question. Are you the president of
not
liking the Tiny 4 as well?
You know, I'm a bit, you know, a liar. I don't like Tiny 4, but because I don't like it, I tested it out in a pub. Worked out a couple of times, but just doesn't feel as strong. Like, the biggest point was nerf to his combo, so you don't deal as much damage. And when you play that position for Tiny, you have 2 abilities. You're basically, you know, you just get some armor, some damage, which you don't utilize. It's all about that combo.
Right. We see Mac on this Bristle, and, you know, we've been seeing a lot of Bristles as well. Just kind of frontline feels so strong, especially it's at that point where you get Hairball, even get the Ags. Like, Ags and Shard on this hero feels almost unbeatable.
Axe plus Shard on any hero feels good. I like what they're doing. This is something that Bristleback is really good at. He can drag the creep wave, and first he killed a small camp, now came back for a big camp as well, and Pangolier tried to do the same thing. Like, he pulled it to the small camp, but Bristleback is gonna do it faster. And he also picked up the rune.
Yeah.
Gets a Ring of Health.
Silken Bola on the Raven. Chase on top, the Insatiable Hunger doing a lot of damage, even with DJ tethered to him.
You just can't trade with this Broodmother. It's too much damage. Like, there's too much lifesteal.
Man, It's, yeah, only level 1. 35 extra damage, 70% lifesteal. We talked about it. 8-second duration feels disgustingly strong. And you've also got Shanks who right-clicks for over 100 already. So Shanks gets first blood on DJ.
Both of these heroes have over 100 damage. It's just not possible for them to trade. They might need to be, playing a bit more defensive, playing under the tower. But yeah, maybe start doing some stacks, because the top lane, it's not going to go well. This Gyrocopter is sitting at 9-7 at the moment. Broodmother doesn't have that much CS, but it's still very tough. Like, Gyrocopter will need, especially when Broodmother gets level 6, you need to be in the jungle. Like, this tower is going to fall no matter who you bring.
Yeah.
The tower's just going to drop.
And that's the thing with the new Brood. You're not so reliant on Spiderlings. You're not just, especially in lane, you're not just trying to get those Spiderlings. You can hit really hard.
And look at Pango. He's using Shield Crash and a Swashbuckle on a small camp, already level 6. The same goes for Bristleback. Both of the heroes farming really well. If Bristleback wasn't doing that, then Pango also would not be doing what he's doing right now. Just dragging the creep wave and farming both the small camp and the lane. Didn't talk too much about the bottom lane. There's a lot of damage. Good setup for Spear. Like, one disruption. Also, disruption got a buff. I think this is the thing that I say the most every single time there's a Shadow Demon. Those illusions last for 11 seconds now. So quite a lot of time to be able to be annoying, deal damage. Tiny, a lot of strength gain. Like, you get this Soul Ring, you get a Magic Wand. Once he gets the Power Treads, I don't think he's going to be able to... They're not going to be able to burst him down. Mars needs level 6 if they want to kill this Tiny.
Right. Get that arena, have the spear ready to go. Setup's there, like you said. So we'll see if that comes around. They've got Jabs actually moving over towards mid. CML is already here with this Enchantress, just putting some damage onto the tier 1. They've left the Tiny all alone for the moment. So Tino trying to get to that 6. We'll see what his build is. We've seen a lot of Tinies just max out Avalanche Toss before even going into the grow.
Tino playing Tini. Kind of suits him. Are there any stacks? There are no stacks for Bristleback. There are some. There are a couple of stacks for Bristleback, but no one is stacking for Mars. No one is stacking for Gyrocopter. Triangle for O'Mega. It looks good. Like, Bristleback Quell Sprays are maxed out, so like, you want to farm that. Let's see if he decides to farm that right now, because if you farm that after 7-minute mark, then you get all the neutral items from it, pretty much.
Oh. So let's see where the efficiency is. As he's starting to farm it, but he may have timed it right where these creeps start to die. At least the Ancients at the 7-minute mark.
It's all about that efficiency. 15 seconds. Picks up another rune, refills the bottle. He's not even taking any damage. Vanguard has 2 points in Bristleback. Let's see if he can stack it. He can. Nah, he is not able to do it.
Down bottom. TP out. Tino. Just gets away. Another stack of poison, I think, would have been a killing blow onto this Tiny. Not getting a lot of gold out of that. 78-1. Top of the CS, top of the net worth by quite a margin already. He's doing really well. TJ losing out on that stick. Sam H about to hit that level 6, so now I'm interested to see, is he as good as old 11 with stacking the spiders?
It's really not that hard. Let's see who's rotating. Moon is rotating. That's a good rotation, because Brood wants to play aggressor right now. Not the easiest role to connect, especially against the Broodmother, who's very speedy, can go through terrain.
Finally gets it. Swashbuckle the damage. They're going to kill the Sam H. So the rotation does work out.
This is what I talked about. Like, Broodmother, she gets level 6, and she starts playing aggressively immediately. Very nice read there from Moon. Instantly TP stop. They get a kill. It's very important that they keep this tier 1 tower alive, because this is where Broodmother shines. Like, get that level 6 and get a kill, maybe even a double kill. Take the tower, take their portion of the jungle. Mid lane also a lot of damage dealt to this tier 1 tower. It's actually going to drop. Let's see if they can get a deny.
Nope.
Didn't time it correctly.
One hit off on that. Faded Brooch picked up for Fnatic. Ocean Heart. And a Faded Brooch. So we'll see probably the Brooch go to Mac, right? A little extra movement speed, a little extra mana.
Tiny right now holding a broom handle, which is a really nice item. Like, you get the extra attack range, you get some extra armor, even though like your armor is not a problem, and a bit of a damage. So
Arena again, Spear. This is onto the Bristle. They're doing a lot of damage having him face them. Rolling Thunder, he's trying to juke around and throw out some more quills, but it's just not going to be enough. He's all alone.
you might be able to juke the Rolling Thunder, but the Rocket Barrage is still gonna eat you alive. Hood, Vanguard available. He is tanky, but against 4 heroes, constant spam. Shadow Demon has 1 point in the Soul Catcher. Current HP is 20%, not that big, but I like what I see. Jabs going straight into Ags. Like, you're gonna be able to break this Bristleback, break Enchantress, possibly break Elder Titan's Aura. So a lot of good stuff.
I think the only thing that is a problem right now for Fnatic is they've lost their mid-tier 1, they've lost the top tier 1, and even just this sliver of space for Sam H is enough to build up these spiders and now potentially be a problem if you go up towards top. They're going to go for the Enchantress, easy kill on the CML.
What if you can break Tiny and he just shrinks?
Turns into a little pebble.
Yeah. You're like, nah, you don't have ulti anymore.
He just shrinks by 2 sizes. I'd love that, actually. Ice Frog, you know what to do. Put that in the game.
I just dispel it. Imagine if it's dispelled. So, top lane, same H, causing some issues. Took a tier 1 tower. There's a spear, but no one around to actually play with him. Broodmother is going to be a bit of a problem. Just they don't have enough stuns. Like, they need to set up possibly Arena, maybe Shadow Demon with the disruption, but it's going to be very annoying. They also lost the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, so map is really open for O'Mega right now.
DJ getting tossed, but he's able to tether all the way back, and now they're going to go to the tier 1 bottom. Smart O'Mega with a 3K lead right now. You go look at where Raven is at in terms of net worth, and he is struggling.
He really is. I said that they don't have any stacks for him, while Bristleback, like, he farmed a ton of gold from those stacks, and we can see the clear difference right now. From the mid laners, he's staying 1,000 gold ahead. Safe laners, 4,000 on this Gyro. Tiny needs a Blink Dagger, and then he starts being more active on the map.
Yeah, and it comes down to what we've been seeing with the Tinies with the Blink Daggers. When you get it at a decent timing, there's supports to blow up. It's a little bit difficult, maybe, I would say, to get these supports.
They still died. Like,
but they,
1,000
yeah.
HP, they still died to combo, even though it's not maxed out yet.
It's just a question of whether or not you land the combo, if you get disrupted, and then Shadow Demon runs, or if Io is able to get the tether away. But landing it is certainly a kill, and we've seen Tinies again and again. They get that Blink Dagger, and that's their moment to snowball. And their game is very crucial on whether or not they're able to do so.
Not much happening. It's just they understand that O'Mega is taking over their jungle, so they need to farm pretty much the bottom and their triangle. They need to secure the triangle. I still see 1 Observer Ward, which is not devoted yet. So when you know that you're losing one part of the map, you need to be able to secure the other part with even multiple sentries, just like 3 sentries in the triangle. I wouldn't mind seeing that. They're 50 gold. You get one ward possibly. You get the gold back.
Yeah, it's certainly tough for Fnatic. Their map's getting shrunk or shrinked, made smaller, you know, by quite a bit. Because the pressure from Brood up top is just immense. Like you said, the only place they have to farm really feels like the triangle or the opponent's jungle, if they can even be there.
Where are you going?
So Brood, Sam H, level 9, going into the Guardian Greaves, so it's similar to the build that we've been seeing. Avalanche toss out on a Raven with the Earth Splitter, and Tino's got a kill on a Raven. A relocate.
They're going to get him as well.
Yeah, and they're also going to get this Mars. He's trying to run, swashbuckle away. If Mars isn't careful, he's dead, but Sam H gets caught by the Rolling Thunder. 3 stacks of the viscous nasal goo on him. Tino gets the double kill as he takes out the IO. The spear lands on a Sam H. Mac trying to chase and finish off this Mars. Jabs with the TP attempt away and gets it.
There's not enough damage. This Broodmother is so tanky. Magic Wand, Soul Ring, double Wraith Band. Like, she's sitting at the 1500 HP, but also a hood on. So it's very hard to bring her down. Going into Mech/Guardian Greaves, and they're going to be able to take a tier 2 tower 30 minutes in. We saw a 13-minute GG yesterday when there was a Broodmother on the enemy team, but pull down bottom.
Tino on the run. Rocket Barrage is more than enough. Shanks, he'll say goodbye.
And now O'Mega, they have the outposts. Like, this just turns into potential massive problems for Fnatic if they don't get that outpost back.
They take the outpost. It's going to be very hard. Like, you can't just go as a support and take the outpost because Broodmama will be there just going for that kill. You're not going to be able to take the outpost. You need to bring numbers. You need to bring like 3 heroes to be able to get it back.
Semich is waiting in the jungle, defending that outpost pretty damn well. DJ on the run, tethers out. It's like, hold on, DJ. Quill Spray, tether on cooldown, and there's another Quill Spray from Matt, getting the kill on a DJ.
Pardon my quills.
I was gonna say, it's similar to that scene in Lord of the Rings. Frodo has to go up against that spider, he gets...
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you want that outpost back, it's gonna be difficult.
You're gonna need, you know, they're gonna need their own Sam H.
I say that, but Moon just walks into the webs and takes it right back and cleans up the spiders. Give this man the ring. Walks in with no fear. But they still have to defend it for 5 more minutes. I think that O'Mega can definitely grab it back, because this is not a spot where Fnatic want to be. We can see them more and more playing the bottom side of the map. But they are taking a chance.
It's about those TPs, you know. Like being able to TP, backstab, protect the Roche. They have a decent Roche taking lineup. Bristleback has 2 points in goo. So that's 2 armor per stack. Mid arena.
Spear, it's all onto the Enchantress. Yes, they get the kill on a CML. Mars slept up for a second, looking for the Earth Splitter. That's coming in. Moon in trouble. Earth Splitter lands onto the Mars. Moon with a swashbuckle away. So he's out, but the Mars isn't.
Not a good trade, once again, for Fnatic. They lose a core just for the Enchantress, and Enchantress, she'll gladly die. Going into Sword Crest, no boots, just a casual Windlace on Enchantress. This hero is too speedy. Like, you don't... I've seen even Enchantresses without boots, without a Windlace. Tino, he's in.
Avalanche toss. DJ, he's blowing up. Tino now trying to TP out. Sweep lands, but there's the disruption. They have Mac coming. I don't know if they really wanted to stop the TP on Tino. Although Moon coming around the back, landing that Rolling
Buyback
Thunder.
from DJ.
And now they've got the buyback coming in from DJ. So they're right on top of this Tiny. They should be able to get the kill on Tino. They look over at the rest. Raven, though, tethered for a moment. Slept up onto the Zio. Look for the relocate. Won't be able to do it. Now Raven needs the TP, but the damage is too much. Shanks is dead in return, but you lose Raven, you lose DJ. And that is not a great feeling. Oh, Brood up top. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine, but God's Rebuke, when it's in cooldown, like Broodmother can start to play a bit more aggressively. A bit of a mistake there. I think Raven should have just possibly TP'd out to tier 2 tower because they had no stuns left. Their lineup is very limited on the stuns. The only 2 TP canceling abilities that they got is Tiny and the Stomp from ET. So DJ uses a buyback on IO, comes back, dies again. So his game is gonna be rough.
Yeah, sitting at the bottom of the net worth by a lot. And Gyro was starting to make his way back. Raven's got that Ags. He's crawling up.
Oh, look what he has queued up. My man, he knows. He knows exactly what he needs. Ring of Aquila. He wants to get it. Just upgrade that Wraith Band. The old school one. You want Ring of Aquila? Best I can do is Dragon Scale, says Ice Frog.
This isn't what I wanted at all. In a Roche, O'Mega. CML has that Solar Crest, they've got the minus armor, they have the damage. There's no way that Fnatic want to
cannot
fight
contest this. It's just a bit too risky. They can lose so much, potentially even lose the game. Also, this is a bit problematic. This top lane that they lost the tier 2 tower, they can't take the outpost back, but they find it. They find what they need. They finally find Philosopher's Stone and Shadow Demon. He's like, I'm good, dude. This is all I wanted. This is their way to come back into the game. If you think I'm being sarcastic, usually I am, but this time I'm 100% serious because this is how you come back. You get that Aghanim, Scepter, and Shadow Demon. He's skipping the Ether Lens, which I really like. Already talked about it because there's so many abilities that, so many heroes that he can break in this game. So already 2 components done. It's just the excitement about
yeah,
the
I was watching
failing.
You were so excited about the Philosopher's Stone. Man. Oh, I was enjoying that. You guys don't get to see Lilgun's face when he talks about Philosopher's Stone. It's one of the best things. Avalanche toss on a DJ quite low and killed off by CML. Man, Sam H's heat map has just been the top of this map the entire time.
Yeah, he doesn't have to move. Also, I want to see that upgraded hood, because you want to be more annoying. There's a ton of damage, magical damage coming out from the Maelstroms, coming out from the cooldown, Rocket Barrage, Mars. So tank up the spiders, be annoying on the top lane. You can actually, I think in this game, it's very viable to just have 4 heroes on a mid and Broodmother being annoying on the top. They're going in. Shadow Demon needs to be careful.
Yeah, going after Mac. Now they've got the spear landing. He's connected to the tower, but not caring really at all.
They don't have enough damage to bring down the Bristleback. With Hood has also Lotus Orb to remove the Soul Catcher, which is a big issue in this game. It's maxed out, so good way to itemize, and also great against Rocket. He used that Lotus Orb, bonk, Rocket going back.
Could set something up if they don't kill it. They tried. They did it. Oh, Blink looking for the spear, not going to land. Again, looking for the attempt to try and open something up as they're sieging the high ground.
I would love Broodmother, that's why I said it. I would love Broodmother to be top, because right now she's just sitting, not dealing any tower damage. Instead, she could put pressure on the top tower, and it was a catapult wave.
Now they've got the arena as well as the spear. They'll look over at the Bristle, and he gets low, but he's not dead. A 3-man stun with the sweep, and they're going to go to the Earth Splitter as well as the rocket that will land on a Raven. The Rolling Thunder comes out from Moon, but it's juked by Mac. Bouncing off the side, hitting Sam H for a moment. This Rolling Thunder really not doing a lot.
They
Black
see me
kinda
rolling, they don't care. Like, disconnected only once. Unfortunately, I think what he needed to do is wait 1 extra creep, and he would be level 15. Then you get 3 extra seconds on the Rolling Thunder, so kind of a missed opportunity.
Missile hits.
They're defending the melee barracks. That's what matters, but I feel like they're going to collapse. And Broodmother, she finally realizes, I need to go top. Like, I could have already taken this tower because I did no damage whatsoever with Spear back.
Yeah, they got the lockdown on Tino. Do they have the damage to get the kill? The right clicks are in, and now it's not looking good for Fnatic, who will lose this Mars, and it looks like the rest might join him in the grave. They go after Moon. He's low. He slept. He's taking a little nap, dreaming about a game in which the Dire have the 11K lead.
So, Aegis reclaim. There was still some time left on it. How's my boy Shadow Demon doing? He's trying his best. He's giving his best to kill the Rocket, but just not enough attack speed. 2,000 gold, getting very close.
I just got to turn more of this air into gold. I can get the 3K I need for Ag. So he's getting close.
He is. All he needs is 900 gold. Like, I think they should give him one lane that gets close. Usually Raven would love to take it. The Raven's thinking about his itemization like real hard. What do I need? Like, he had Divine Rapier queued up, Satanic, you know, and now he understands I need some cheap damage going into Crystallis, which is okay.
Jabs. Just trying to farm. Oh, spiders. Trying to make sure he can't farm. Sam H actually also coming over. Look at all these spiders. I'm still looking to see if Sam H is able to just stack them into one. Go to the surprise spider round. Did he upgrade into the pipe? Yes, he did.
He did. It makes a lot of sense. It's just these spiders are being really annoying. Unfortunately, he didn't go top.
Oh,
that tower should have died. Moon.
Avalanche toss, the damage out, the swashbuckle through, going to the Rolling Thunder. And he'll TP away. An easy TP with the roll, but now he doesn't have it for another 60 seconds, and Mac's already pretty far forward. You can see Smart O'Mega want to make a move.
This is the build that I've seen on mid Pango, and I think it suits Pango really well, especially in this game. Get that Aghanim Scepter, more procs from a shield crash possible, more minus armor, more disarms. Like, even if you get the Ags, you still don't want to get the level 15 talent, the 2.5 second shield crash in a ball, because Rolling Thunder is just too good. It's like what can make a difference in a team fight.
So 12k lead for Smart O'Mega. Stacking these spiders on the cliff. That's
there it is.
Scary. And there's the axe.
Done. That means 3 charges, which apply break.
Does he pass off the Philly Stone?
No. No, you keep that
He worked
whole
hard
game.
for it.
He worked hard to get it.
Ooh, and Ags on onto the Pangolier of Moon.
Yeah, now it's time to fight. They know that there's no Aegis.
Stan comes out, though, and connects from the Dire. So they knew that Smart O'Mega was there. Blink, Arena, looking for the spear, trying to land something. Gets the spear, the call down,
There's the break.
Orb. Now they've got the break. They look after the Brisback. Do they have the damage with the Rocket Barrage? He's getting quite low. He's still on the run. And with the break, oh gosh, Shabik almost pushed him to the low ground. That would have been interesting. Mac and CML go down on the side of O'Mega. They get the
Meanwhile,
jabs,
top lane.
and now Tino's been caught. This is all to distract them as they TP away right in front of Tino. He gave up on the Tiny. Toss Avalanche, now the sleep.
The sleep.
Oh, homing missile.
Rocket, he's going to be able to get away. Blink Dagger is ready, but they needed to address the top issue.
And then Shanks just TPs right in front of Raven and DJ.
No stuns. Like, both of these lineups kind of lacking stuns, lacking control. So Broodmother managed to take the tier 3 tower on the top. We seen the power of Shadow Demon. Like, it's super strong. Unfortunately for him, he died after. Tiny managed to focus him down, but I like how aggressive Fnatic started to play once those 2 Aghanim Scepters were done. It's just a bit problematic that they don't have 2 tier 3 towers.
So, 11-9, 12k lead. You try to fight, but all of a sudden there's a brood in your base. You've got a spider infestation. Normally the answer to that is burn it all down.
Fire, yeah, just take it down with fire, burn the whole house down.
But you can't do
You
that.
see one Spidey, you know, where are those matches at?
Ben, what are you doing with that match? I saw a spider. I'm going to burn the whole house down. What? I don't own this house.
It's Spider's house, you know. It's also his
it's
house.
always Spider's house.
Well, my problem with the Spiders is because they're like acting that they don't have to pay for the rent. Like, you see him in the corner, he's like, yeah, I'm not paying for it. And then he just runs away from you. Can't see him anymore.
That's why I swat at them with the rent check.
Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
So Mac also done on Io. Jabs, his positioning needs to be good. Like, they need to be able to protect him. Not sure what they can protect him with, because that's a problem. They don't have. He is the protection with the disruption, so could be a bit problematic as well if they get a good jump on him. Like, Tiny's job is to kill Shadow Demon first, pretty much.
I want to kill that Shadow Demon. The Roche, though, coming up in a minute and 24. Shard, if it's for Smart O'Mega, do you give it to Bristle with the fact now that Shadow Demon
I think you give it to Tiny. Tiny Shard is just so good.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, if Tiny just buys out on his Shard, I would love it to be
there's
on.
no need to buy items when you can get the free ones.
True, but what if Brood got the free Shard? 80% mischance.
She's not. She's like third probably in the line.
True.
She's like the youngest brother out of 3.
That's me. Get the hand-me-downs of the hand-me-downs.
I've seen this build on Tiny. Instead of getting like AC, you get Moon Shard. just for some. That's really good combined with Shard.
Right.
And you don't want to buy Shard, so it's definitely going to go to him, just judging by the items that he's buying.
Unless, no, I'm kidding. He's probably, yeah, you're right. Unless Psychic Headband, Cloak of Flames.
All right. Now Shadow Demon can use that Psychic Headband. Still keep the Philly. Never get rid of Philly. You just keep that while you're sitting in base. When there's a fight, you swap things in.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Get
under
that
attack.
optimized farm, as he's doing right now, trying to get that Shadow Amulet. Very close to it.
I don't want to brag about it, but I'm kind of Philosopher's Stone specialist. You know, how to get the most out of the item, just never get rid of it.
Right. Is this like your most used item? If I checked like your data buff or something like that?
For sure. And now that you have a cast range, he goes into Refresher, which I really like. So this game drags for another, let's say, 15-ish minutes. He doesn't die. He gets involved in a couple of kills. Like, this item is going to be online.
Just Philosopher's Stone saving the team. Single-handedly.
Pretty much like that, yes.
Where were you when Philosopher's Stone dropped for Shadow Demon?
Sometimes having a Philosopher's Stone dropped is better than having a 5th player.
Oh, man. But it's still 16K lead.
This game's still winnable. Like, 16K gold lead is a lot, but I like what I see on Raven. Daedalus done, casual board with Mask, going into Satanic, then he can dispel the Goose, he can dispel the Bola with it, and just have that sustain. Like, be tanky enough, and also Divine Rapier queued up after. So they're gonna need some time, but if they manage to get these 2 items, I think they're in a decent spot. Like, if they don't just straight up lose the game. So let's see who picked up the shard. It's Tiny. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, he's got that shard ready to go. And
Plus
just
the
blow
Solar
up
Crest.
towers.
Yeah, you just have unlimited 3 charges.
Dire's bottom tower is under
So
attack.
forced to use a glyph.
Have that unlimited power. Sam H, while they're sieging bottom, he's just kind of checking out mid. What's Matt going for? That Ag. He's got cheese this time, so if he gets in a little bit of trouble because of that break, he can eat the cheese. Heal up. Get some of that Swiss in him.
Still holding the high ground. That's what's important. Like, they forced him to use a glyph. Let's see if Tiny decides to go in one more time. Disarm, not there.
Avalanche on a 2, and now the BKB's been popped by the Mars. They've got the sleep on Moon. But nothing more. Ooh, Homie Missile coming back.
Chuan also used his BKB. So now they're in a bit of their trouble because they are split pushing.
Oh,
Broodmother's being on the top lane.
Just getting destroyed here. Avalanche toss in from Tino. They'll go for the racks. They've taken the tier 3. And these buildings are starting to fall apart. The full set of racks is already gone bottom.
They lost the top range barracks as well, Broodmother, because this is how you split push. Like, they could have potentially go in on the mid lane, but they decided to go bottom and split the map even more. Moon.
Arena down, and now Moon trying to do what he can with the BKB pop by Mac. They've got Tino getting the kill there onto Jabs, who will buy back immediately. He still has that ult to work with. BKB, Mac running in, gets the kill on a DJ. No IO for 45 seconds. Raven trying to fight back some way, and he does get the kill on a Mac, but they've lost the Mars. They'll lose Shanks on the side of Smart O'Mega, and CML will join them.
All right, I think it's time for Gyrocopter to skip this Satanic, go into Divine Rapier. They're playing against the Mega Creeps with the Flat Cannon, like with the Side Gunner. I think it's time. Okay, he decides to go for Satanic first, and now needs to farm another 5,000 gold. These Mega Creeps don't give much.
Blade Mail picked up for CML. And we'll see how quickly he can get the Divine Rapier. Maybe he needs
Philly.
yeah, his own Philosopher's Stone. Although I don't think Shadow Demon's given that.
Nah, Shadow Demon is not. It's like part of my body right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a surgeon to remove it for me.
Refused at the hip.
Double Divine Rapier queued up.
Yeah, trying for it. Put a Divine Rapier in each blaster.
I don't know if they have enough time to farm Rapier.
Yeah, let alone one, maybe two. Tino's had a really good game on this Tiny, 6-2 and 5. Had a lot of space opened up for him thanks to Sam H on the Brood, who basically just took over the entire top part of the map.
Thanks to Shanks.
Thank you very much.
His aura is maxed out. He also has Aghanim Scepter on ET, so there's going to be magic immunity on him as well. I love that Enchantress build Blade Mail as like third item after finishing the Holy Locket. Has a shard as well, so there's always going to be these wisps around her healing herself and the teammates. But Blade Mail against the Gyro. What did he buy? He bought something. He bought a Demon Edge, I believe. Yeah, it's a Demon Edge.
Also, this Elder Titan has Ags. He's quite strong. Gets that spell immunity.
What I just said. But it's okay not to pay attention. Yeah, sometimes it's very important to repeat for also chat.
You know,
if chat is
if they're
not
listening like me, then they need to hear it a second time.
Yeah, I got you.
Just making sure everybody knows spell immunity is there for Shanks. He just needs to know. Satanic picked up for the Tiny.
Yep. Tiny picked up Satanic.
Ags for the Elder Titan.
Aghanim Scepter upgraded by ET.
I'm very beat red right now. Embarrassed. I'm so glad there's not a camera on me.
Production, can I put a beak up on camera? No need. He's very red in the face. Can they farm the Divine Rapier? That's the question here.
Ags on the bristleback. I've been waiting for this Ags on Mac the entire time.
Next Roche may respawn in a minute and 30 seconds. Like, you see that Gyro has this Demon Edge. I don't think they should wait. They should just go in and try to close the game. Like, they should have already tried to do it. Like, you do not want to give them an opportunity to win.
Yeah, that could come.
Because even if you lose one fight, like, Roshan's still not going to spawn.
Right.
And there they go.
They want to go in before Roche, like you said.
Because you didn't know how much gold he has on this gyrocopter. Like, Divine Rapier could be delivered mid-fight, and things can turn around.
Yeah, they'd be able to rip through this bristle, potentially, especially with the help of jabs. Question becomes, will Roche drop Ag's Blessing or Refresher Shard if we get there? They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss, the land the suit. They've got the spear onto the bristleback. Swashbuckle away from Moon with BKB being popped by this Pangolier as well. Goes into the Rolling Thunder, rolls up for a second. Raven shooting some shots out with Black Cannon. Earth Splitter comes through. And Mars, BKB walking back. They've got the tether as well as the mech. They're trying to relocate out. But Raven, is he going to survive? No, he won't. So now he'll probably be forced to use that buyback, which slows down the Divine Rapier. They go after this Mars, who's slept up with not a lot of health left. Silken Bull on him as well as the disruption, so they do get the save onto the Mars, the relocate from DJ. Now they will go over Raven frontlining up against Tino. They've broken the Tiny. The Satanic is used, but they've got the sleep. They'll get the kill on a Raven. They'll take him out for a minute and a half, and they'll dive the base, take out the rest, get game one. Smart O'Mega with a 1-0 lead over Fnatic.
Smart O'Mega with a very aggressive draft. They are playing the safe lane Tiny that becomes much more active than the other carries compared to, like, let's say Trolls, Sven, Spectres. Like, they're not involved early on. Like, you get that 12, 13-minute Blink Dagger, you start being active on the map, get those kills. Bristleback was having a good time, you know, getting that Hood, getting that Vanguard, so he becomes very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And most importantly, this Broodmother pick. Like,
Nobody stopped it.
You can't stop the Broodmother. Like, she takes the tower, tier 1 tower, and then proceeds to put the pressure. They took the tier 2 tower early on as well. Take the outpost. some good stuff coming up from O'mega in game number 1.
Yeah, Smart Omega looked really good. Elder Titan with Axe was big in that last fight, and you know, it just seemed like everything really clicked for them all over the map, especially Sam H, who took over the entire top side, and there was no answers from Fnatic. So to break it down a little bit further for you, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Fnatic's only potential for an answer was probably after they lost Mega Creeps, and it was, will Gyro manage to farm a Divine Rapier? But Smart Omega make the executive decision to, we're not going to wait for the third Roche. We're going to just put a nail in the coffin of Fnatic, pick up a 1-0, and they do so.
Yep, right call. Giving him the chance to farm that Rapier gives him, albeit slim chance, it's still a chance to come back. So good call there, as you said, just end the game right there because had the best opportunity.
And we've seen a lot of Brood Mothers not really have the best game ever. They didn't really make a lot of mistakes with the Brood. They played around her, they took the tier 1 top very early on, they forced Pango rotations, a lot of pressure was done on the Dire jungle, and they also played around the Dire jungle. Meanwhile, I want to mention what you asked me yesterday. Have we seen any Radiant Brood Mothers? This is one of the first ones that we've seen.
Good point.
And it feels so much more natural to play Brood on Radiant because you're playing around Rosh Pit. You're playing around the Dire jungle and Rosh Pit, which makes everything easier. All your movements are so natural to you. I think this is maybe a big point that teams might have to look into. And Fnatic might have to look into, you know, contesting ancient stacks, not letting Bristle be level, what was it, 9, minute 7?
9 and minute 7,
I mean,
that's correct.
anything really. Like, either you block those stacks, which you know ET is going to be making, or you have to like, kind of contest them like the Pangolier maybe. But can you even do that because Bristle was full health throughout?
You bring Io Gyro with you.
Yeah, like you got to do something, but they lost their mid tower like minute 8, I think, when the level 9 Bristle came and Pango TP'd away. Like everything just went wrong again for Fnatic.
When Bristle is minute 9, minute 7, level 9, you're losing that tower. You're not defending it,
I
right?
mean, nah, you can just disarm him. Like he will never be able to get a tower if Pangolier is there.
Yeah, but it's not even about him. It's about him in a way that he's tanking the tower hits, and then you can bring Enchantress, just hit it from behind with some creeps.
Which is what they did.
Which is exactly what they did, yeah. How do you stop that?
And there's definitely counterplays you have to make. Like you can't just lose a tower minute 8.
Like,
sure, it's hard, but you gotta defend it. Like
no,
any
I
other
agree, but what I'm saying is you already put yourself in that situation by having a Bristle level 9 minute 7. You know, like you should have played your hand.
Effect
exactly, you should have played your hand earlier. When it happens, it's like, yeah, bring 5 heroes. Bring 5 heroes minute 9, minute 8 on the tier 1 tower.
You gotta do it, because otherwise...
Especially when you have a Gyro team. This hero, I don't think he ever went to his own jungle after like 12 minutes into the game.
Your supports are level 4 at that point. Level 3.5, 4.
Especially because they didn't have the outpost either.
Yeah, and Bristle is level 9.
Nothing. It was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, they were just 5k gold behind. We were minute 10 already.
You know, I went with O'mega like 50% to spite Black and Lacoste a little bit, but 50% because I feel like this chaotic playstyle, when you have Brood, can definitely work versus teams that have this solid, just team fight-oriented lineup with the Mars. We're going to have everything pretty and beautiful, and we're going to execute perfectly. But if you play a little bit faster, a little bit better, if your lanes go well, that perfect team fight never comes, and you just play around your cooldowns, which they did pretty well.
I agree with all of that, but I don't think I agree with the adjective of chaotic. I think that was very structured from Sam H. I think that...
Structure chaos.
Structure, sure, organized chaos.
Exactly.
I can agree with that, which is why we'll also give the MVP to Sam H on that Broodmother. Minimal hero damage, but that was not his responsibility this game. His responsibility was to keep Fnatic busy, keep Fnatic out of their jungle, out of their outposts, and out of Roche contention.
And keep himself out of mana, which he was for 90% of the game.
I honestly think that he wasn't activating Greaves for the Arcane Boots because he was like, maybe I might get into a fight and I might need to heal my team. And so he just
never
activated Greaves.
He was always full mana when he had mana boots.
Yeah.
And when he upgraded to Greaves.
Constantly out of mana.
Yeah.
I understand that. You want to save those Greaves for a potential team fight happening, but... if you're out of mana and you can't even use your spells...
or activate the pipe even.
Yep. Yeah, he actually had no mana for a pipe in one fight, so...
In fact, did we ever see any spiderlings covered in pipe? Because I know your game has lagged many a time after seeing a giant ball of green with spiderlings. I don't think that happened this game.
No.
But
it also lagged when Pangolin swashbuckled them.
that was brutal.
So either way, you have a Brood, it's going to lag.
Yep.
Unless you have a high-end machine.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for some high-end dotes, and Fnatic in Game 1 wasn't really able to deliver it, but Smart O'Mega was. Let's see if we can change that dynamic in Game number 2. We will hop over to a quick break, and when we return, we will continue the series.
Change of range.
Back, everybody, to more of the Southeast Asia Upper Division. Fnatic versus Smart O'Mega, and they're bringing their brains here to this series. Do you have to ban out the Broodmother now? Was something on the minds of Fnatic, probably on the minds of their coach, because it was a second phase pick, and their answer was the Pango. I think that was the most obvious. That was the and the Mars, I guess. But I don't really think the Mars was there to really deal with the Brood. It seemed more like a Bristleback Brood kind of hybrid answer. Because like, oh, we can
And it rounded up their draft well. You have something with the gyro as well.
But then they had two offlaners, basically.
Yeah.
Because Moon didn't really feel like a mid laner.
No,
he
they
wasn't
didn't
really
have two.
plays.
They had two mid laners.
Yeah, that's well, that's what they're trying to go in the opposite direction now. They're like, oh, here's the problem. Our players are two mid laners, but what if we draft two offlaners?
I think they had to adjust the item build quite a bit.
To make the problem even bigger.
Two wrongs can make a right, right?
Why not pick just two mid laners? That would actually make
Sure, yeah. Actually, why
makes
aren't
some
they
sense.
playing more Trion? What are the mid
off
laners?
lanes, right?
Mid off laners, is Quap still viable? as the
nothing
offlane?
is viable anymore, I would say. Like Pango and Mars, right?
Because they're all bad.
Puck offlane?
That's pretty.
It's pretty meh.
Pretty bad.
In some
Visage?
games, maybe. Yeah, it could work.
Profit?
They're just not meta.
They
let's
tried
say.
Profit, didn't work at all.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, if anything, they just need to change the item builds. Like, the Pango needs to go for travel, so he can just sit at the Brood lane and be able to join fights. And then the Mars needs to itemize into, like... I mean, he went Blink because they have no initiation, but, like, Hood on him would have been really good if he wants to be the one standing against the Brood. But the way they itemized, nobody could stand against the Brood. And then they just gave up the entire area, which is, like... you're giving up a third of the map
I mean, I don't want to stand against the Brood. I'd much rather sit with the Brood,
on the Brood.
on the Brood, with our secret lab chairs. Top quality comfort.
It's as OP as Brood in the gaming
Except you
chair
can't even
world.
counter it.
You can't counter it.
Can't
It's,
counter
it's
it.
the strongest thing out there.
You can put it under your counter, though. With this 4D armrests.
It also has spider repellent on it. There was
It's true.
a spider was about to walk under my chair, but suddenly it just stopped. I was like, why?
It's because the cold cure foam, my friend.
Yep. And then it walked away. I was like, see you later, buddy.
Will they see you later, the Brood? Because they're not first phase banning it yet. Only the Bristleback seems to be the problem.
Yeah, will they ban it out now? We'll see. There's a lot of teams that are trying to play against Brood in many regions, and Fnatic. Okay, so Smart Ωmega, they have to draft completely different style now. Maybe we'll still see that tiny safe lane,
Sure.
and we'll still see Enchantress as a support. But
Maybe ET as well.
yeah, but Brood and Bristle, it's very difficult to recreate the same playstyle that
Sure.
these two heroes bring to the table.
But that felt more like a game one kind of draft anyway, where it's like, let's see if we can get away with this.
Sure, yeah,
It's
I
a
agree.
3-game series.
We've seen a lot of creativity from Smart Ωmega. Black has been talking about it all the time, how he enjoys their drafts. So, what do you enjoy Mirana for?
No.
It's,
Not very much. Also, I don't like. I feel like these two Fnatic bans, they give me like the wrong vibe, you know? Like, we couldn't deal with anything you threw at us. You
Yeah.
just ban it.
I
Like,
feel like they
instead of
should've done one or
trying
the
to
other.
solve something, anything, they're just like, okay, let's get rid of everything. And we'll see if the approach works. It's just kind of...
The first phase bans from Fnatic previously were Mirana and Ancient Apparition. And
So
AA
they
sort of
value
sort-
Mirana quite a bit.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
maybe AA ban because they want to pick Morphling or something?
Which never happened.
Which never happened, but Mirana also...
Probably because of IO. But, yeah.
Mirana is also pretty solid versus Enchantress, right? You
Yeah.
just kill the hard camp before she can enchant it.
true.
You block the other one, so... It's a nice pick against her. And now you have Tide Mirana. This is a pretty solid lane versus Eng 5.
They look a little defeated on Fnatic.
No one likes having to play after a Brood game. Brood games do something to you, you know?
You can rise up. I think it's easier to lose to Brood and then win the next game than to lose to a normal draft. Because Brood is, you know...
But think about how Raven felt. He didn't get to hit a jungle creep for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, he feels angry now.
Right.
That's the thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The
It's like
comeback.
ignited the passion.
Yeah, when you lose to
in
Cheese,
game two.
actually, you have more power in game 2.
Or not.
Or not.
Because
What would happen to you typically? Would you get more fired up after a game 1 loss?
I mean, I just hate losing in general. So every time I lose, I definitely just get... You
emo?
know, not emo, no.
Oh, you get...
I'm more in the mindset of, I gotta do everything I can now to win.
Okay.
But it's still, it's only an individual,
Makes an
right?
impact on you.
Like the team as a whole always gets affected very differently. Like
true.
maybe every individual themselves will be like, yeah, we're gonna do this, but it can lead to like more selfish gameplay and stuff like that, you know.
That's
You
very
don't
interesting.
shit.
When these cheese picks were drafted for me, I would always ask them to be in the decisive game, not in the first one.
No.
Because I liked it more later on than in the
I mean,
first
of course,
game.
because also because they can't do anything about it.
If it goes through. Because after the first game, I feel like you're giving them even an edge because I feel like I don't feel good about myself, you know? Like
Yeah, but in the deciding game, then...
But if it's a deciding game, at least I can go take a shower afterwards.
because of how dirty you feel?
Exactly, rinse the filth from playing Meepo and whatever Brood.
Let me tell you what happened. Okay, TI7 qualifier. I played with like a pretty unknown SEA team.
Okay.
And then we made it all the way through the closed, which nobody thought we would anyway. And then we're like in the last match, which would qualify us for TI. It's a 1-1. And we go with the proven and tested black anti-mage, which got us that far.
Of course.
And then they last pick a Meepo.
And you can't do anything.
And
Meepo crushes it.
And we literally just lost. Yeah. In the last match, they would have gotten us to TI. And after that, you know, no matter how you feel it's over, you're like, oh.
Damn.
But losing in that way, when you know it's all over, that is heartbreaking.
It's brutal.
Like I don't even know what I did.
What's the team that beat you?
That was...
They went to TI.
Ah, wait, sorry. It was not TNC, it was Tigers, I think.
Oh,
No,
okay.
actually, no, TNC did beat Tigers, but Tigers should have gone. They had like a 30k lead. And
Oh,
then they
yeah, I
somehow
remember
lost.
that. It
They
was
had
like
a crazy
a tiebreaker.
game.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. That was, it was heartbreaking for us and them. It was a rough qualifier. A lot of emotions. Ooh.
I bet. Roller coaster.
That's pretty much what those qualifiers did to you.
Yeah.
That's open qualifiers and
Open qualifiers are
closed
the most
ones.
brutal
Yeah.
ones.
It's a rough place to be in as a team. Medusa and Lifestealer banned out by Smart O'Mega after picking up that Tiny that they had in game 1.
Tiny against tight even.
Meanwhile, Fnatic's approach is let's ban out all the cheese.
Don't cheese me, bro.
Huskar, Brood, Visage,
I mean,
Bristleback to some extent.
Yeah.
should the bans... Did they really lose to cheese? I feel they just got outplayed. it.
No,
Yeah.
you just ban now Arc Warden, Meepo, and Techies, or Tinker. That's it.
Yeah.
Pudge.
And you've covered all bases.
Ban out the Abaddon. That's an interesting ban.
Did they ban Huskar last game?
Let's see.
Can't really remember.
They banned out Morphling, Razor, Storm Spirit
I
in their
feel like-
second phase.
Like these bans seem just kind of like defeat to me.
You seem
They're
a
not
little
normal.
tunnel vision, eh?
Yeah. Because I don't think Smart O'Mega, I've even seen them play a lot of these heroes.
Yeah, that
They-
is true, actually.
They're kind of just banning what they might think is good, but not what Omega thinks is good.
Omega played one five position Visage, so that was on CML.
Did they win a game?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Huskar was never played by them.
But they also always put Ench on 5.
That is true.
But we have seen Visage in other
they
regions
give it to
for.
Shanks sometimes.
What they do?
Yeah.
Some of them 4?
We've seen Visage on 4 as well in other
Yeah, we
regions, in
have,
other
we have.
teams, so it's definitely doable. And you can see the Smart Omega are looking at the Chinese region too.
But I liked it quite a bit from Fnatic, that they go back to the Moon DP as a hero he's probably the most comfortable on.
Yeah.
Unless they put it on 5, which I hope they won't.
I said it last time Fnatic played, just give him the heroes he really can be stable on. Give him a DK, give him a DP. This game they do it, hopefully.
Part of the reason might just because they want to enable Treon more. And so if Moon is playing like his pure comfort, then maybe it doesn't play as nicely with Treon's offlane pool.
That's also
Possibly.
possible, very possible. But so far from Fnatic, the draft looks very stable once more, once again.
And they're going to be the last pick in their carry, most likely.
Yep.
So now I hear they can flex between middle and +5 probably.
They didn't ban anything that works decently
Or
versus
just a
DP.
straight up 5.
By the way, on mid lane, they do get this save for the DP, which is really nice. But they're also saying she is mid 100%.
Yep.
And Smart Omega did play Sniper before.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
But you won't have last pick this time. Like they're still Phantom Lancer that can cause you a lot of problems. Because I think last time the last pick did, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
And it
they
was
did.
dirty. It was real
It was,
dirty.
it was really dirty and it worked. And like in this game, I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Like if you manage to pick it,
It's just always a bit risky when the carry isn't picked yet. Because there's like some Phantom Lancers run on you or some PAs.
and they don't have last pick.
Yeah.
So you can ban out like
can ban
one
out
or
two of them.
two PA and PL, but there's still. What else is there that can jump on top of him easily?
Amber is not very popular.
Yep.
Morphling.
Yeah.
But they have ET for that.
I'd still be afraid of Morphling.
If you're a sniper, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, there's just a lot of answers. The only question is how much do they believe in the hero?
Do they play tiny middle? It's mostly carry, right?
It's only Tino.
Yep, only Tino.
No real flex potential on that hero right now.
So
And
Axe offlane.
Okay, versus the Oracle, you get some dunk potential.
no battle hunger potential, though. That'll get dispelled off.
That's
0 potential for battle hunger.
And also, they picked Oracle into ET, so you can purge the spirit as
Yeah,
well.
that's true.
And now you might have to think about, if you're Smart Omega, of putting Enchantress on the offlane. I mean, position 4.
Right, which they do.
Yeah. They ban out the Slark.
I mean, they could even just put Ench the S5, just lane.
Yeah, of course. That just lane on the offlane with the axe.
Because I like that quite a bit. I just feel like a lot of teams don't do that, where, no, if you go to this lane, you need to be 4.
Yeah,
It's like,
you need to have this farm priority. That's what you were talking about, that one Witch Doctor game that you saw.
But
you were like,
yeah,
they pick the Witch Doctor, they can put him in the safe lane, but let him have 4 farm.
Yeah, but in this game, even having Enchantress 4 isn't bad. Like, even having her really be the 4 isn't that
it's
bad.
pretty scary against DP, though, because those ghosts really just eat you up.
It's same for ET. It's kind of very similar, at least. You
It
like to
is.
be a little bit closer if you're ET. If you're Ench, at least you keep your distance. Slark and TB banned out by Smart O'mega.
Banning TB when you have Elder Titan?
Yep.
Okay.
And
Slark I can understand.
I guess they're not worried about Morphling as well because of ET.
But then why are you afraid of TB then? I don't know, whatever.
Yep.
They have their reasons, I'm sure. Maybe the last pick will reveal more.
Yeah, what, they want to pick like...
TB would just be a
that's a-
solid pick for Fnatic, let's put it that way, maybe. You have this Oracle plus TB combo.
But they have ET. ET would just punch right through him, wouldn't he? The only thing I can think of is if they're afraid of reflection and they want to pick a carry that has good illusions. Or
Luna
they're
coming?
kind of go for a Manta Shard Axe build.
Oh, hell no.
They did this Dazzle middle before.
All right.
Yeah, they did.
Can't you just put Tide versus him as well on mid? I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
you
Not sure
can,
how it works.
But DP's... I mean, Tide is fine against Tiny, right? And
Yep.
DP just gets the fast levels. But didn't they carry to complement their lineup now? I think still PL looks pretty
Damn good.
good.
Yeah.
PL, I mean, even Morphling looks damn good too. Like, should have the ET. But with Oracle and with your Tide Hunter as well as DP, I feel
Spectre?
Yeah.
Spectre can work. It's just Axe will completely free farm then.
I'm not sold with this. I know Smart Omega likes flexing things up. I know they like to pick differently, but this
Yeah.
Dazzle...
I'm with you.
How about
Yeah.
that Ranger? Be pretty good against the Axe too.
Or a Season 1 throwback, Core IO, hasn't been banned out.
You don't have a 5 that kind of works with you in the lane. That's, for me, a big issue.
Tide 5, let's go.
Okay,
No,
okay, sure.
Don't do that.
mess the whole draft up just to fit the IO in. Luna.
We're not a fan of the 9th or 10th pick heroes.
I'm a bigger fan, let's say, of the Luna than I am of the Dazzle.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have we seen Dazzle really do that great?
Dazzle always wins the lane,
And
then nothing.
then nothing. That's usually my problem too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential with the Elder Titan 4, I think, plus Dazzle.
A lot of minus armor
Yeah.
hitting you in the lane as well.
So you say that you like the Luna more than Dazzle, but I know someone who has been a big critic of Core Luna, and that is Lacoste. Lacoste,
Yeah, that's me.
I'll call
I'm
on
guilty.
Guilty.
If I had to compare Luna as a core to Dazzle as a core, I don't think I've seen Dazzle core win a game. Like, he does well. Mostly he was picked against melee heroes in the lane, and then he just like completely dumpstered him. This time around he's playing into Dead Prophet, so Dead Prophet should not have issues there. Luna carry or mid Dazzle? I'll go with Luna carry this time around. I think Luna will be able to take this. They have a lot of team fight. This Dead Prophet, Tide Hunter, Oracle seems super strong.
all right, it's 2 Fnatic. Black, which way you going?
Are you going Fnatic too?
Yeah, I'm going Fnatic, 3 Fanatics.
After this game 1, really?
Yep, after the game 1.
I think I'm gonna go with
Let's go.
Tsunami's logic here. Until they win.
Moon needs to impress me, and this is the hero to do it on.
Yeah.
But until he gets the win, I'm going Smart Omega. B-Cup, what's your plan?
I feel the same way. Smart Omega. I did it last game. Worked out. I need to be impressed. I'm easily impressed, too. I have bad MMR. I get excited at good warding
Low
and stacking. Like, it's
standards.
very easy to impress me. So, you know.
And you're saying that
Let's hope-
he didn't manage to do so yet?
No, he impresses me, but I need him to up the bar
Impress
for me, too.
and
as well.
win,
Impress
and
and
hopefully Fnatic can do it in game number 2. Enjoy the cast.
Yeah, game number 2. I didn't mean to, I didn't want that to be too rude. I was just saying, I'm always easily impressed. I think all these players always impress me, but I just need it to be another level. A lot of experience needed.
Okay, they will go for the high ground. They set up a ward, so this will get devorded, like Tiny was already scouting it out.
I'm still waiting for another tier 1 0-minute push.
It will happen. It will happen in different regions, and it will happen in the next major unless something changes, unless we see the big patch. Like Mac, I see this hand of Midas Dazzle.
30
I don't think you
seconds
need
to
it.
battle.
It's, there's a synergy between Bad Juju, reducing the cooldown of it, so you get more gold, like eventually Guardian Greaves. I think Solar Crest here is a great item against the Tidehunter minus armor, Dead Prophet ulti, Luna's bounces, Greaves, and we know that Dazzles, they love their Octarine cores at the later stages, but we'll see. My problem is that this hero doesn't scale. Like, he's very good at sustain, he's very good at just casting spells from the backlines, which now that I'm seeing these heroes on Fnatic, they don't have a hero that can jump Dazzle, so this could be a huge issue. Like, they don't have that one, like mid laner, safe laner also is a ranged one. Unless Tidehunter gets like a Blank Dagger and then manages to ravage him.
Could be trouble.
I'm changing my prediction. Just kidding.
Production, that doesn't count. He's too late. The game started. He can't change his prediction.
I know. We already see less than 1k gold lead for O'Mega, so this is where I'm getting my, my info from. Quick pause from Dazzle.
I get my info from you.
Unfortunately, yeah. All the viewers also sharing the pain.
So we do get a little bit of a quick pause. We'll see how Mac can do up against Moon. I think, I don't know. Again, you brought it up before the game started that we just have not seen a core Dazzle win.
No.
I'm waiting for that moment.
And we can see the difference. Dazzles, they want to start with the Poison Touch, but he's playing into ranged hero, so can't really harass him. Like, that Prophet should have a really good lane here.
What kind of build are you thinking for Dazzle? Is it like, do you want him to try and be hitting hard, or is he more just that support?
No. I mean, he has
like,
a 50 damage talent, but as I said, like, ET can be a core in this one. Like, if he gets the farm, all the minus armor from his aura, bad juju, like, he can transition to be a core, especially if he's set up to have a good game. But maybe he's not, he's gonna have a bit of...
Tino, that arrow. That'll be first blood there up top.
Because Elder Titan is playing into Oracle. His spirit will get dispelled. Here we go. Half of the damage gone. You just don't feel like he's hitting that hard. And it's also Axe with Battle Hunger that also gets dispelled.
Yeah, right now just trying to...
So a bit of a surprise that they decided to just swap things around. Maybe if they put Enchantress on the bottom to have a bit more impact, a bit more harassment. Like, you can take the creep, put the pressure on Oracle. Oracle doesn't deal well with summons. But then you would have like ET against Tide. Doesn't sound too bad. Maybe they were thinking about this being a bit problematic, because now they have two bad matchups. They have this Mirana against the Enchantress, so you can't take the creep. Mirana will just one-shot it, and on the bottom lane you have way of dispelling things.
Right. So O'Mega not swapping, hurting them, and we'll see how they deal with this, because it's, like you said, going to be difficult. Even the Tiny just kind of being in the face of the Tide is a little bit hard to deal with as well. Like, I worry that Smart O'Mega out of the laning stage might be down the way that they were up in the first game, like 2 or 3K.
Yeah, kind of have the same feeling, because this Tidehunter, he doesn't really care about Tiny harassing him. Like, they can't kill this Tidehunter. That's why they picked it. They probably thought Tiny will be a core once again, so we're just going to park this big, beefy watermelon in front of him. Tiny, he starts with 3 grab, so that means his combo is not going to be there. He doesn't care about the Enchantress harassing him, so pretty free game for the Tidehunter. And this also means that Mirana can move around the map if necessary. Like, she can try to get a kill on the mid lane, potentially rotate to the bottom, because Tidehunter doesn't die.
Yeah, there's no fear that he's going to die here. We'll see if... where's the best lane to approach here with an arrow? Because it's not like...
They have no setup.
Yeah. You don't have a setup for this arrow. You just got to hope that they're magnets on the side of O'Mega. And they are. So there's another arrow connecting. That's 2 kills that have been made here by the arrows.
Or they can do that. Just keep playing top. Tiny, no armor hero, has 2 from Ring of Protection, 5 when he's sitting next to the tower, but Gush is -4 level 1, so quite a lot. And then Mirana didn't start with Blightstone, just going for a more right-click oriented build, double Fairy Fire, double Mangoes.
maybe coming through to try and get a kill here on the Moon. They've got the enchant, they'll have the slow, the spirit as well. The kill there for Mac. Good rotation from smart O'Mega. And yeah, that does leave the side lanes open. Right now they haven't paid for it. We'll see what happens. Oh,
Jabs
denied.
Gets a deny. Has one extra leap charge. Will lose a courier for it.
Has been killed.
So really not a bad rotation overall from these heroes. Oh, Lucid Beam, Fortune's End, trying to get the kill, Purifying Flames, and one more right click there from Raven. Shanks moves in with the extra damage.
Oh, good jukes. And now the
through the
creeps
trees
will
and has the
block him.
south.
Yeah, that was pretty much perfect. He's running low on mana on Oracle, just bringing, what is he bringing? He's bringing nothing. Okay. Has that Bassi. Bassi is one of the best items right now. If you're not buying it on your 4s and 5s, you should reconsider. Like, this item is just so much value for yourself, for your teammates.
Ooh, again,
Mid lane
Moon
again.
They've got the Hellbear, they'll have the Thunderclap, that's a lot of damage. Moon on the run, the arrow hits the Hellbear, and Moon will not survive. CML with the kill, Moon dead again.
I like what CML is doing. Like, he understands top lane is really hard. We can't kill the Time Hunter. I don't want to steal the XP from my carry, so it's just better to bail. And makes 2 good rotations. Like, this is some like top tier stuff coming out from CML.
And now you've got the bad juju already for the Dazzle. Arrow coming in. Ooh,
Arrow, he was going for the catapult,
yeah.
but missed the catapult that's standing still.
Actually hit Mac behind it. So you're already working with the cooldown reduction, which means if he gets into this Midas, the efficiency will be there.
Finds Arcane Rune. Perfect sense. The whole hero is kind of pink purplish.
Lore friendly, or outfit friendly. CML going up to the high ground, just running away here from jabs. Battle Hunger again on the DJ, just trying to harass out the Oracle where they can. Not really doing a lot to him though. See Battle Hunger just not even breaking even, it feels like. And there's the Arcane Boots for Dazzle, which only on a 20.5-second cooldown. Exorcism used by Moon going after Sam H. They've got the Fortunes and they'll catch up with him. He'll use the call. He'll try to leave, but he is very dead. Lucent Beam is there. Raven getting another kill. So that's 2 top, 2 bottom for the side of Fnatic.
This is the second time that Sam H tries the creep skip, gets heavily punished, so I think he learned his lesson. Won't be able to do that again. He needs some stacks. There are a couple of ancient stacks, but without the Vanguard, he cannot farm that. Not yet, maybe with the help of Dazzle. CML still lurking around the mid lane, but it's very hard to kill. It's a Mirana, so they can try to slow her down, but I don't think they are going to get the kill.
How's Tino doing? He's got Treads, and he's looking into that Blink Dagger. So he's been given solo experience, like you said. You can have the Enchantress leave the lane. You don't want to soak up the experience. He's level 7. He's having an okay time. Also, on top of that, CML, he's almost level 6. With his rotations, he's gotten himself a good chunk of experience.
The problem is this Tide Hunter is just getting so much. Luna also free farming. I'm not sure who they need to bring to kill this Tide Hunter. Like, I believe they need to bring 4 heroes to actually be able to kill him. Because he's not dying. He has a couple of magic wand charges. He uses a full combo on him. Just gives him some extra charges. Not sure what that's all about, but it's not even a harassment because there's no one coming close that you're going to reset. It's just making him even more tanky.
Yeah. Potentially the name of the game being minus armor for the side of Smart O'Mega, as they've got the medallion on CML again. He had gone straight into the Solar Crest the last time. Minus armor there. You'll have the bad Juju armor reduction as well. Avalanche toss again, and there's the Kraken Chill. Okay.
Even if they rotate 2 heroes, let's say to the top lane, there's a possibility of Ravage, TP rotation to the tower. Oracle could potentially save you, even though he's not level 6, but can potentially make the saving play. Smoke from Fnatic. Mirana also just hit level 6, so Moonlight Shadow will be available. For now, just keeping a point. Maybe they will need more damage, so he puts another point in the Starstorm.
Sam H might be the one who dies here. He is under the tower, but they've got the Lucent Beam. They'll chase. Moon has Exorcism if he wants to go. Arrow doesn't land on a Sam H. He's into the trees. Shanks rotates. And this smoke doesn't get them anything. This tier 1 tower mid is starting to get pretty low. Nobody here to defend it. The Wild Wing moving forward. And yeah,
at top lane,
gone.
Tiny just playing too aggressive, uses the combo. Sometimes you just see a pattern from the certain Dota players, what they're doing. So he goes in, uses it first time, second time, then like
they call
probably he's gonna use it the third time. So good read from the Moon. He TPs to the top lane, gets a kill, secures the tower, and tier 1 tower on the bottom is still pretty healthy. They have no real tower damage unless they bring like Enchantress creep, unless they bring numbers. Tiny deals some tower damage, but at this point it's really low.
So Sam H
they can still they can still defend the bottom tier 1 tower because they have Tidehunter's Ravage. He has a TP ready.
Although Raven's off the lane, so we'll see how much they'll defend it. Raven does have a TP as well.
Tower is under attack.
And this is something that O'Mega did in the last game. Take these towers early and shrink the map. The question is, can they continue to stay successful with this lineup as they were in the last game in shutting down where Fnatic are able to farm?
Dino just trying to farm his Blink Dagger, finds a really good item on Tiny. Fairy's Trinket, 5% extra spell damage means a lot. It like could potentially make a difference. Sometimes you need to get that extra burst, need that damage, and it could provide it. Tidehunter going into a Blink Dagger. How's our boy Dazzle doing? Hand of Might is done. Saving Arcane Rune. I know a lot of you who are watching this are like, why didn't he pop the Arcane Rune just, you know, to reduce the cooldown?
This guy.
But yeah, saving it for a fight, 1 point in Grave, a lot of value. It's a 26-second cooldown on Dazzle, should drop to 20 with the Arcane popped. Going into Greaves, standard stuff.
Yeah, this is a big timing right now for Smart O'Mega because they have the Blink Daggers on both the Axe as well as the Tiny. So Sam H will have his
Sam H, he farmed those big Ancient stacks and managed to get the Blink Dagger because he was struggling, and now he's at the top of the net worth. Pretty much top 3. Luna. This time around, no Manta Style, no need to get rid of anything. Oh, Raven.
They have the Blink, they've got the Avalanche as
he
well
used
as the
Mask
toss.
of Madness as well.
Earth Splitter coming in, Sleep misses, now the Dust. That is not the way that Smart O'Mega had that one drawn out. And now this is going to turn around because they've got the Blink Dagger on the Tiny. You need to be careful and retreat pretty far back if you're Smart O'Mega.
Not a well-executed combo. Like, they needed this stun to connect from ET to be able to get the kill. That Prophet is level 10. Potentially, they could run into Roche Pit once Exorcism is level 2. The Ghost double, smoke from Fnatic. They're looking for a fight. Still, not a single Ravage used, but sometimes it's better to just keep it off cooldown. Keep it on off cooldown, yeah, and keep the pressure on the map, like, because there's always going to be a threat from it.
CML. Sentry down right into the face of this Tide. Avalanche toss, Exorcism on the other side. They've got the silence as well as the kill. No shallow grave to save himself. Mac is just blown up.
Oh man, he used that illusion rune way too early. Like while mid lane, Enchantress
is fine, but this tower is not.
This tower is gonna drop. I don't think they defend. Axe. He has the Blink Dagger, trying to find an angle. So yeah, Dazzle there used the illusion rune a bit prematurely before Fortune's End connected, and there's also a silence, so he could potentially dispel the silence and then get the grave off.
Avalanche, can they toss him back? No, they got the silence. There's the blink with the call. They're pulling him under the tier 1 tower. They still just don't have the damage to kill this Tide. He's so tanky.
I don't know what they need to use to kill this Tidehunter. He's just super tanky, 1500 HP, has a chipped wet, so a bit of a return damage, block damage as well, and a hood, magic resistance. like they have a way to deal with Tidehunter, because like Axe is okay. Like he can crack that off. But where's the damage gonna come from? This ET is level 6 only, 7 now, puts another point in Astral Spirit, even though it's dispellable. Because I feel his way of thinking is, I'm playing this position for Elder Titan. I need to be able to scale. I need to give something back for my team. But then again, you do not have this Echo Stomp. It's only 2-second sleep duration.
You have learned nothing.
I wonder if he would have felt better going more into the natural order.
No, I think it's just sleep is very good, especially for controlling the backlines, trying to reset.
Could he have gone like a 2-2-2 thing? Where would that even feel
like
even better?
2-3-1, and then Max Stomp go back for the Astral Spirit.
Right. Smoke breaks. Again, the Tide, the one that breaks it.
They don't want him.
allowed to
They do
frontline.
not want this hero. They already tried to kill him once. Chuan just having too much fun. It's a free Tidehunter game, as we mentioned at the start. So Luna's itemization, Mask of Madness, Yasha, he wants to see whether I need a BKB. Maybe I need that Sanj. So finish SNY. Instead of going for Manta style, not too many stuff that he can dispel. Pretty much Battle Hunger and Poison Touch. Doesn't care too much about it Enchant. And also, if you like go for Manta style, Enchanters could potentially take one of those illusions, turn it against you. So status resistance much better. Carries love to build status resistance against the Axe, just so that call doesn't last for that long. You can hang up.
Sorry, I don't answer telemarketers. I'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. No, I don't want to.
Nah, we're good, bro. I have better stuff to do. I have some time to feed in pubs. Leave me alone. So Tidehunter going into pipe, which is okay. Gonna mitigate the damage output from Tiny. Keep his allies alive, especially Oracle, because he is sustainable to burst. I would love to see DJ maybe picking up a casual Fluffy Hat, maybe even 2. I wouldn't mind seeing that, just to be able to survive through Tiny's combo.
Mac took that 50 damage, by the way. So I'd love to see him somehow transition out, putting a lot more damage. But he's going into the Guardian Greaves right now.
Midas ready in a second. Efficiency, where's that creep wave at? So they can go inside the pit. Something that we mentioned, Exorcism level 2. If you do not want to fight, well, we'll either force you to take a fight or give us free Aegis. So Raven, SNY done. Going into BKB, because he knows that he will be the one picking up that Aegis. So no need to get a BKB. Sometimes you buy Ogre Axe and just wait to see how the game develops in the next minute or 2. Spirit Vessel also done, so healing is not going to be there. Reducing the healing from Enchantress, from Dazzle, it's going to be great. This is such a big pickup for Fnatic.
Ooh, Blink right on top of the Enchantress. And they've got the Spirit Vessel, they'll get the kill. So that's good kill after getting that Roche. Slowing down the Enchantress's Solar Crest. Greaves soon for Mac. I just don't even know if Greaves are enough. Like, the sustainability, yeah, that's great. How do you break through this Tide? How do you break through this team on Fnatic?
Good question. I don't have the answer. Even though it says 1-2K gold lead for Fnatic at the moment, I think they're in full control of this game. We talked, like, we were ripping apart Luna the other day, how carry-to-carry matchups are not good. Like, Luna doesn't win any matchups, but she wins against Tiny. Like, she's going to have an okay time. Tiny is pretty much, I use my combo, try to hit you with the 3-throw. Luna becomes super tanky later on. Also, he's not the hero that could potentially build into MKB. CML giving another kill in the enemy jungle.
And again, Solar Crest, it'll take longer. They get the tier 2 bottom. So not the worst investment of time here from Smart Ωmega. They've got Greaves now on the Dazzle, and he's going BKB 4-step. So that's one of the things that I think we've thought about with Dazzle, is he just becomes this farm support.
Yeah, he takes a lot of farm on the map, but does not give you anything back. He's just utility. This is why I personally prefer Dazzle on position 3. Yeah, you can get all these items, like you can get Greaves, skip the Midas, of course, no need to go for it, and then get a Solar Crest, because you can use Solar Crest on multiple targets. Silence. They're going to go with the Arrow setup.
Yeah, Yule's Arrow Eclipse even being committed to that.
Not sure Eclipse was needed, but they want to be sure that Dazzle dies.
And Fnatic just playing far forward on the map. They feel their strengths right now. Net worth, that number doesn't really matter, as, like you said, they're in a big control of this game.
We'll be able to take the tier 2 tower on the top lane, take the outpost, potentially, I think they're going high ground. Exorcism is up, Luna has Aegis for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
So the question becomes, what does Smart O'Mega do? You don't really have the damage output necessary to fight this team. And if Dazzle's just going to go for support items, I'm not sure Fnatic's going to care about the farm on this Dazzle.
Like this tier 3 tower falls, Luna's bounces on the barracks. It's going to be insane amount of damage. Like you lose a tier 3 tower against Luna, you pretty much lose the barracks as well. He's in, manages to blow up Moon.
They got the Death Prophet during the Exorcism. They'll dust after they've got the Moonlight Shadow out, but...
Well, what a huge mistake. Like, at this point, you know, you're playing into Tiny Axe. I think it's very viable to just use that Essence Ring, like, preemptively. Like, you need to pop it straight away. There's no need to hold it.
I wonder if Fnatic could have reacted off that still. It's definitely high risk there if they were to have maybe turned, and even though they lost the Death Prophet, jump in, Ravage, and try to fight, but they also were working without Eclipse, so they just back off after losing the Death Prophet. Avalanche toss onto this Tide once again.
Tiny just checking how much damage he actually deals to this Tide Hunter. And now he's in a bit of a trouble. They have way of resetting the Ravage.
There's the Ravage coming out, and that hits onto 4. I believe even hitting onto all 5. They get that kill on a Tino. They look over at CML. They'll take out the Enchantress. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of Smart O'Mega. It's what I wanted them to do inside the base, but they find it right in front of the tier 2, so it works out really well for Fnatic.
Yeah, so they will be able to take this tier 2 tower. Great Ravage, connects on everyone pretty much. Most importantly, it connected on Dazzle, so there was no Grave whatsoever. Axe trying to find an angle, but yeah, he looks pretty dead.
Arrow coming in, Arrow connecting, and the life will drain, and Sam H will be dead. So Luna now up 2K, now about 3K over the Dazzle.
this is where Luna shines. In this type of scenario where she is one item ahead of the enemy carry, and it's just a good carry-to-carry matchup. Level 15 going into Satanic. I really love that. Just being more tanky, and they will be able to take, I believe, both tier 1 and tier 2 in this push. No Ravage, but they have Exorcism. Exorcism not needed to pop it. They have a Catapult, but just in case they decide to take a fight, there is an Exorcism available.
Not really sure where the answers lie for Smart O'Mega, unless they, I guess, get another free kill like that from the Death Prophet on the high ground. But this is certainly looking like it's just going to become a long, potentially long, drawn-out high ground defense if O'Mega can get it to go their way.
They have
If not,
so
I
much
think it
tower
ends pretty
damage.
quick.
Like this Exorcism is level 2. Let's see if he decides to pop the Essence Ring, because they want to go.
And there's the jump, CML. You were there, and then you were gone. You blinked.
Pipe done. Like they're popping those spells and abilities, items preemptively, just in case Tiny decides to go in. They know that there's no glyph. They just used it on tier 2 tower.
And this is going to be a tier 3 opening up once again. They've got the blink and the call, but it's onto the Tide Hunter. Earth Splitter will fly through. It barely scratches through that Kraken shell.
Oh god, what is ET doing? He has 2 points in Stomp, has 20 attack speed talent on level 10. Call.
All right, they've caught this Tide again. The damage is finally there to blow him up. They'll go after Raven. The Eclipse is down. It's bouncing off of CML as well as Shanks. Is there an
I mean,
opportunity to
the
chase?
heroes are still burstable. I feel like Fnatic
Blink
is
call?
just outplaying themselves at the moment.
Caught him. Battle Hunger, Avalanche, and he leaps again. He's into the trees, but he's not out of sight. Do they have a way to stop the TP? They do, by killing him.
These are not clean executions by Fnatic. This should be a simple in and out. We take the barracks without even taking a fight, but the Tidehunter dies there. If you have ET standing on top of you, Axe calls you full combo from Tiny, like you're just going to be straight up dead, so you need to be careful. Oracle, we have not seen any saves so far from DJ, even though he has Lens, so could potentially keep a bit more distance. But to go back to Elder Titan, like there is literally no need to get that attack speed down, because like one extra point in Aura could make a difference, but the attack speed isn't really anything. Yet you still want to play him as a core that scales, but you get the talents later on.
Right.
Like the Stomp is also level 2.
And you'd like to have that maxed out. It's also going into the Axe, so we'll see.
Axe is good. Axe is a great pickup, being able to deal damage. Have that magic immunity. Gonna take him some time until he farms it. But Fnatic, they should not stop. Roche will respawn in 2 minutes, so I believe they have enough time. They don't know when the respawn time is, but
Yeah.
I love what they're doing. Smoking, trying to get a pick off, and then turning it into one set of barracks, because they know that they still have no glyph. Exorcism back online. Tidehunter, I like that. He was queuing up Shivas, but the status resistance is really good. Heaven's Halberd going to be great against Tiny, and this casual Sange makes it a bit more tanky.
Avalanche toss coming in. Ravage with the BKB timing from Tino. BKB pop. They've got the call. There's the false promise. It doesn't matter. They've got the Culling Blade to dunk him down. Moon, he's gone. Battle Hunger onto the Tidehunter, who already blew to the Ravage. They toss the Axe on top of the Tide. They've got 2. So well played by smart O'mega.
That was very smart by them. Good dodge by Dead Prophet there. Once again, like Essence Ring, it's not being used. He's also very low on mana. He might need to actually get Eon Disc. I would not mind seeing Eon Disc in this type of situation, just to be sure to be able to get your spells off in a team fight. There was a good save, but Axe's call, of course, goes through that false promise if you're low enough. Unfortunately for smart O'mega, Roche is still not up. Like, this would be pretty big, you know, getting the shard on Tiny, getting Cheese plus Aegis. Now, Tiny, he starts to hurt. He has the Imclaw, has a BKB, so has a way of protecting himself. Other than Exorcism, there are no abilities that go through magic immunity.
And they've got this money in the bank that was the towers. They'll grab them. ET, 1,000 gold away from the Ags. You talked about how Tiny wants that shard if they can get that second Roche, which is up, but everybody is up here for Fnatic. Question is, they're not working with Exorcism. They're not working with Ravage. It could be a problem if Fnatic want to go in on this.
Exorcism is down for 50. Yeah, no Ravage for 50 as well. So it's easy to time these abilities. Like, someone has to either memorize or write them down. Sometimes, you know, you have a certain feeling if you're paying attention to something else. And now this game looks a bit more even. They know this. They have this 30 seconds of opportunity to go in and possibly get a kill or 2. This is perfect smoke timing, and I like the wraparound. They're going all from the way back. Let's see if they decide to climb the high ground or just going to wait near the tier 3s.
Yeah, they know they're there. They sent a enchanted creep up there to spot the Tidehunter. Not sure what other information it got
Luna
for
is a bit too tanky to just get bursted, especially with where Oracle is sitting at.
Moonlight
so
Shadow.
Abilities reset. Ravage available, Exorcism also available.
Now you can't fight this. Well, I mean, you can. You've obviously just proven that. But it's a lot more dangerous. Going into Roche could be a problem. So let's see. Spirit going through, Centaur stomping onto the Luna. Shanks Almost maxing out that Echo Stomp. One away from it.
Another smoke. Both teams, they understand this Roshan is a
massive.
game changer. This shot, like we see how the teams are playing, how carefully they're playing near the second Roshan.
Scan comes out from the
climbing
Radiant.
uphill.
Avalanche toss. They've got the Ravage, but it's just on the Enchantress. They get CML, but he can buy back. They land the sweep on Raven. Poison touch.
It's time to strike. Like O'Mega, they will not get a better chance. If they want to win this one, like it's time to go. They know that there's no Ravage.
They back up for a second. They smoke themselves. No Ravage, Eclipse, and Exorcism. They're still there. And here's the long go around.
The
here
longest
from
of the
O'Mega.
wraparounds, indeed.
They've got the scan.
They know where they are. Like, it's pretty easy. So let's see who gets the jump. I want to see, like, Tiny going in, just blindly jumping.
Decent positioning to break the
There we
smoke,
go.
but the questions are, oh, the blinks miss! And now they're going to dive in. Spirit Vessel, BKB, that's popped by Tino. They go after Sam H. They've got the silence out of 3 of these heroes. That's going to stop the Dazzle from getting anything off. But now he pops the BKB. He's got the Shallow Grave on a CML who bought back in the previous engagement. They're going to move forward with the Exorcism going and the BKB's out. Earth Splitter doesn't do much, and they'll catch the Elder Titan too. So Shanks is dead. Moon getting low, but Tino gone. Triple kill for Raven. They're looking over. TP out from Sam H. He's gone, but Mackie already used the BKB. The Spirit Vessel's on him. Exorcism, just the ghost going through him, taking his life, and smart O'Mega botched that. They blinked in between every hero and missed everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it. I said what they need to do. You know, he needs to jump in, the scan connected. It was a play worth going for, but in the end, they find like Tidehunter and Luna, so can't really kill those 2 heroes. And this time around, Oracle realizing I need to use False Promise on heroes that are not below the threshold of Axe's Calling Blade.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Fnatic's courier died, so full butterfly gone for how long? 3 minutes? Yep.
And they didn't get Roche.
They got 1 set of barracks. I think the better play would be to just get Roche. Like, these barracks at this point don't matter that much, and they also lost the courier, so they will not have it. Like, a lot of... These are not even small mistakes from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Because this is the 3rd time that they mess up.
It's similar to yesterday's series between eHome and LGD. Just the amount of mistakes that both teams were making. Dazzle going for that shard. I like that. I love his shard. I think it's S tier in my mind, but...
It's a great one, yeah. It's that, you know, 125 hex that could make a difference if timed correctly on certain heroes. Let's say you hex the Oracle possibly, like you hex Luna before she pops the Satanic, does not get the lifesteal off. Exorcism, once again, back online. Same goes for the Tidehunter. O'Mega, they need to play around these cooldowns. Like, they need to be able to punish them, because if they wait every single time for them to reset, eventually they're just going to lose.
Yeah. And now you don't want to fight into the Exorcism or the Ravage when Eclipse, which probably means Raven's got enough time to get that courier back. And fighting into the Roche pit is such a hard task here for Smart O'Mega that Fnatic just walk in.
DJ now has Eon Disc. In this case, it's much better to just keep it assembled.
Ooh, Tino, he's far forward. They're going to break the smoke, the Lucent Beam, the Blink right on top of the Tiny. They've got themselves the BKBs, but do they have the damage? Tiny's kind of left by himself. And they're going to need something here. This silence doesn't land onto the Dazzle, so they've got the Shallow Grave coming behind him as CML, but that's only damage from the Enchantress. They land the sweep, and he is low. Can he survive the BKB? They've got the Satanic. The damage is out. They get the kill on the Tino. And yeah, I don't see the damage coming in for Smart O'Mega. CML, he'll drop again. Sam H trying to TP with the BKB once again. He'll escape. Shanks may not be so lucky. He's got the Magic Community thanks to that Axe. Hex out thanks to the Shard.
And now bouncy start. Like, this is your 2nd set of barracks. That's gonna be gone. Tidehunter thinking about the Ravage. Dazzle. Ooh,
he made that move. So now BKB on cooldown for Dazzle. Only 37.5 seconds, but now at 20.
So they will go back inside the pit. Tiny back in 15.
I could have
Trying to send this Spirit out.
eyes closed.
And now carry-to-carry matchup just becomes even worse for Tiny. Like, you don't have that true strike. Luna finally gets the courier back, finishes off the butterfly, and will get also the shard going into Daedalus. It's so much damage. Like, this is how Luna needs to be played. She needs to stay ahead. Let's see if they decide to contest this one. It's all they got. They have one more fight on Ωmega. They lose the fight, the game just ends.
It's a couple of botched opportunities from
Radiant
Smart
are
Ωmega.
scanning.
That big wraparound fight was game-changing. And it would have been game-changing if they won it as well. But they ended up missing the initiation that they needed. And it snowballed out of control from there. So we'll see if they can hold. It's a tall task, Aegis, everything up.
Shard on Luna, that means you can lifesteal off it, you can get crits from it. And now tier 3 tower gone, Solar Crest on Luna. Like, who do you even go for? Like, you go on Raven, he will get saved. They go on Tide Hunter.
Yeah, they look for the Tide. They're trying to get the arrow with the BKB pop. They've got the Hex for a second on a Raven. They throw him under the tier 4s, but do they have the damage? They move forward with the Exorcism again. They blink on him. They've got the False Promise because they've got this Aegis on Raven. So they force these heroes back. The Ravage comes through. That lands on a 3. They've got the Eclipse bouncing around. They'll get the kill on the SamH. They'll take out Tino. And this should be the end as only a couple of buybacks come out. And now into the Fountain. Okay, they get the kill on a Moon, but they lose Shanks.
But they call GG.
Yeah, they call GG anyway.
it. This game should have been much cleaner for Fnatic. This game could have potentially ended 10, 12 minutes ago, in my opinion, where they go for the barracks, they go for the tower on the top lane. Dead Prophet gets blown up without using that neutral item, no Essence Ring. Should have been a clean one. Like, they could have just made it look so easy, but this also shows, like, even that Fnatic won this game, I'm still not convinced. Like, a lot of these mistakes, these are really costly mistakes. Like, if they go to the major and they play against some of the bigger teams, like, this is going to get punished. So now 1-1, but I want to see something more. I need to be more convinced by Fnatic.
Yeah, this wasn't a statement game where you get that victory, you shut down a team. It was almost, I would say, a statement in the other direction where they could have made a big move here, and they didn't. A lot of things were pretty sloppy. But now going into Game 3, both these teams aren't playing up to snuff when it comes to the execution at times. Who will take this series? It's not our question to answer. It's the panel, so we'll send it back over to them. Back over to you guys.
I'll try my best to answer. We as a collective will combine our brain power.
Collective
but I do
mind power.
have one piece of information that may be relevant. Dazzle win rates. Core mid lane picked 3 times, including this game. 0% win rate.
0.
Core off lane picked 3 times, 100% win rate. And support is a 50% win rate.
That's something.
It's something.
I wonder why. Maybe because they do the same thing.
But from the off lane.
Exactly. You want your mid lane to actually deal damage.
And initiate.
And on the offlane, you can actually have a lane in which you can bully with poison touch. You can zone, you can chase. If you pull, it's suddenly very difficult for the carry to contest. But Ωmega, this was a game. They're a team that dances on the razor's edge with their craziness and with their drafts. Sometimes it works, sometimes they get cut, and this time the second thing happened. You have this Dazzle mid. It sounds all right, but only in the laning stage. Later on, it absolutely falls off, and you could see it. Maybe if they had a harder carry, maybe it would work, but it was just so difficult to execute. And I'm just left wanting more from Fnatic too. I feel like this game should have been done way earlier.
They should have taken that first Rax
and
at the
second.
minimum.
Yeah,
yeah. Both times they had an attempt at a tier 3 tower, they take the tier 3 tower, and then they just kind of bungle the execution and aren't able to successfully take the barracks. And then this smoke turnaround was one of those O'Mega moments, O'Mega lol moments.
Was this your favorite smoke of the game, Black?
Yo, can we have a smoke of the game sponsor? Does HyperX want to give us a little bit more for smoke of the game by HyperX?
Smoke of the game for whom, though?
Smoke of the
For
game
Fnatic?
with no. Smoke of the game with those new things that are legal in US. You know, maybe not.
I don't follow.
No, never mind.
Yeah, but Fnatic, I'm definitely left wanting more. At least this time, Luna looked capable, mainly because this was a rare carry-to-carry matchup that she doesn't look completely paralyzed after 25 minutes.
And that's mostly not because of the Luna, even though I have to praise Raven for playing well and not...
praise the moon of Mene.
Praise the moon of Mene. He didn't feed Oracle as well. 0 deaths on Luna, 0 on him. Still, smart Omega's draft is what made it pretty much simple and possible for them.
Yep.
They executed well enough. Moon, even on his best heroes, looks a little bit shaky.
He has more deaths than the team combined.
Yeah, I see. You're just putting that information out in the world, Black.
Yeah.
People can analyze at home the relevance. No, I'm with you. I mean, I've been critical of him.
I mean, the thing is, I feel they should have won the game, as you said, like 30 minutes earlier. But like him dying twice at both barracks, pretty much singled out, is obviously a big problem.
The other barrack, I think it was tied, or was it him as well?
Actually, I don't know.
I think it on top racks it's definitely.
Oh yeah,
him.
yeah, he got tossed back in on tied.
Yeah.
And yeah.
On bottom lane racks it was tied.
Yeah.
It's
a thing.
Still developing.
Still developing.
At least, previously, we were highly critical of Chuyan also. This time, I think for the most part, all of his ravages, his positioning on Tidehunter, it was good. That situation, he got tossed back. So, you know, there's only so much you can do against a Tiny.
And his ravage was like 5 seconds away from being on cooldown, again. So you could definitely even justify the toss back if it happened just a second later. So Chuyan definitely performed really well in this game.
But who performed the best was Jabs. We'll give him the MVP for game number 2.
Yep, well deserved. Did a lot with his Mirana. A lot of good rotations. Couple of misses on static targets, like catapult.
Static catapults.
Yeah, catapults that are just chilling there, hitting your tower, but
a lot of hits on moving targets.
A lot of hits
That's
on moving
what really
ones.
matters.
Yeah, well played.
Was there a War 3 arrow connect command? Because I know you said what.
Your hook accuracy.
The hook
what
there was.
AA, yeah.
AA.
I think there was one. Yeah.
AA arrow accuracy.
Yeah, there was AA.
There was one for all of the skill shots, I think.
Really?
Yep.
Would it count only on heroes for arrow Okay.
If you hit heroes, it only counts.
That's it.
I have my chat for that now. They make sure that they count every single one I miss.
It was also pretty sabotaging for your team because like you would never arrow anything other than heroes.
Just for the 100%. Wait, it all chatted your accuracy?
No, but for yourself. Right?
Oh, okay.
To know,
Just to know.
For your soul, for your feelings.
Like you hit 10 heroes, but you threw like 5 on creeps, like 10 out of 15.
God forbid we ever get a Mirana Arcana and it has a combo calculator, but...
Like Pudge?
Like Pudge, exactly. Because I see a lot of Pudges don't hook because they don't want to lose the combo. But I want to see the win. I want to see a good series. And at least Fnatic have pushed it to a 3-game series to keep it competitive. When we return from the break, we will continue Smart O'Mega versus Fnatic.
change of range.
Welcome back to the SEA Dota 2 experience, brought to you by PGL, HyperX, and Secret Lab Chairs, where we have our first 3-game series of the day. Smart O'Mega versus Fnatic. Both teams still, we're allowed to determine who goes to the major, right? That's what they said on the cast. We're the ones who decide.
It's the brain trust of the panel.
Better impress us. Otherwise, I don't know if I'm going to give you all those DPC points.
Yeah, you don't impress me. Getting a 0.
How many points would you give to Fnatic so far, Black? We haven't seen too many games.
15. Award 15 points to Gryffindor and Fnatic. Yeah, it's they won at least. At least.
That's what we said last time.
But it's an important win as well. Like they're struggling, and every win like this one is a huge moral support for the team. They are playing with obviously some problems, like having a mid laner on the offlane, and I'm not sure what the morale is within the team as well. And it's a very important thing for the tier 1 teams. So
I don't think I've seen them talk during the draft.
Yeah.
When the cameras are on,
They
are
are very quiet, that is true.
Like what do you think is good?
How do you feel? What are the spirits like in that team at the moment? At least Fnatic went from being top dogs, from winning every single game in Season 1 to this.
Yep.
I feel like it's
pretty
very
much struggling.
Like when you're winning everything, something similar will happen, you know, where like, oh, you get so bored of winning, like it's not really a challenge anymore. But when you're losing everything, a similar thing will also happen, right? Where you're like, what do we do to win?
There are many
Nothing
interviews
works.
that I've heard with Matumba Man who, after winning a bunch on Secret, he was just like, I don't feel very motivated.
Yeah. That
I mean,
exactly happened last year.
Yeah.
Like, they just didn't feel motivated anymore.
It happens like through winning too much and to losing too much, right? If you win and lose like in an even balance, you're probably gonna
The thing with winning too much, though, you'd never want to look at roster changes as like something to change and like reinvigorate. Is there any team that's changed rosters
while
despite doing well?
I mean, EG won TI and they changed
T1.
AUI.
That's true. Yeah.
Simply because
T1. Yeah, I guess
when
so.
they qualified for the major, they changed Jackie, right? So that's something. Fnatic, after qualifying as well, they changed.
And all these
Lazaros.
examples did not turn out well.
Yeah.
They did not, no.
No.
I'm not sure if we can count Fnatic because of the Singapore major performance as well, but...
yeah. Although, I guess whenever Matu got traded out of Liquid, was Liquid doing well at the time?
No.
Or were they were
Not
in a
really,
slump?
Yeah,
They were really doing well before, and then they had like a slump for like 2 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
And it was probably better for them and Matumba as well.
Yeah, it turned out well for everyone, it seems.
Yeah, and it's one of the rare decisions that turns out well for everybody.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to refresh the team, pretty much. Just
but they've also been
get that
together for how
honeymoon.
many years?
Yeah.
Like 2 at that time?
I think 2 sounds
Something
right.
like that, yeah. So sometimes
but
you just need
they
a
were
fresh
one of the longest staying rosters of all time. I think like one of the original alliances was the longest.
Yeah.
And
this
then
alliance right now, this Liquid right now, that was
this
alliance.
Liquid, that's another one that's high on the list of long-time 5-man rosters maintaining consistency.
And we don't have too many in SEA region, right? We don't any of these teams, none.
That's a good question.
They're
what is
all
the
very
SEA
fresh.
roster that has stayed together the longest?
I mean, Boom stayed together really long, and then they lost Remo Cell.
That's
so
true.
That went out of the window. I don't think, other than that, there is any, to be honest.
Yep.
There's a lot of switching, and maybe you're good for us, maybe this, maybe that.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, I would say like one of the Raven TNCs would have probably been the longest, but even
When they
that
were
one-
doing really well for that one season, like one and a half.
I mean, probably like Moon and DJ just for being on a team. Like, they have been on Fnatic for over 2 years at this point, I think.
Yeah. All right, are they talking to each other?
There's some light in the room this
Yeah,
time around.
there's some smiling going on.
There you
Shion's
go.
having a chuckle.
Yeah, just give me Tidehunter again.
Jab's turned on a light. That's also good.
No, he just opened the curtains.
Oh yeah, you're right. He opened the curtain.
Just a little bit though, not too much.
Every time they win, it opens a little more, and when it's full of light, that's his true form.
No. I understand him though, because you can see that his PC is turned towards the window, and if you
The glare.
the glare will
You could
kill
also
you
just
if you
on a
open
light
it.
if you wanted to.
Yeah.
No. That's far too complicated.
Yeah, and it costs electricity also.
Exactly.
It's a little bit more cheerful here in the smart O'mega headquarters. You can see them walking around a bit, talking a bit.
I mean, CML is already face palming. Like, what did they do last game with that engine just running in 5 times in a row?
That's why they are not first picking it this time.
And
Also-
Titan again, though.
Titan again.
We see it very. I picked up a lot in the Chinese region as well.
Yep.
It's just a very good anti-core hero. Can be played in
4
3
and
different
5 and
positions.
3, yeah. I'm not a fan of Falcon Blade on it, even when you're a 4. But
No.
yeah, they did make it work in that first game. In the second one, the Aghanim, I
Beastmaster.
feel like came way too late. Okay.
I mean, there's definitely not going to be the Axe Beastmaster, though, I think. That's why also why they snatched away the Enchantress to protect it.
And Enchantress has been played by Smart O'mega like all of these games, so they also take that away from them. Plus protect the Beastmaster. This should be your offlane Beast, right? This should be
Aura Beast.
Shuan, yeah, Aura, maybe Helm
me
of Dominator
some
2.
Crystal Maiden.
Overlord, sorry.
Crystal Maiden.
To deal with the boar.
And Storm.
Okay.
Would be really good if it was a mid-beast, which I don't think it is.
Why are you so convinced? We only saw 3 or 4 games with Beastmaster as of 7.29C.
And a lot of them were mid, right?
A lot of them were mid. Scepter build is not as good. It's not broken, but it's still relevant. I would say.
He's thinking that Beast is not mid because of the way they drafted it. They drafted it with Enchantress,
Oh, okay.
which means that they're protecting it on the offlane plus taking Enchantress away from O'mega. And O'mega now with the Storm pickup make that even less likely that Beast is mid, because Storm actually enjoys that matchup quite a bit.
Which confused me why they picked Storm.
Yeah, first phase.
Yeah.
But
It's just too
we'll
early.
see.
I think they jumped the gun a little bit here.
If it was confirmed as a Beast mid, I wouldn't mind it. It's just with the beginning of the draft already. It's
Maybe
more
they-
likely it's offlane.
Maybe they screamed against them and they saw the Beast actually
Maybe.
go mid a couple of times.
Who knows? I don't. I'm just talking, trying to sound smart.
Regardless, you are right that first phase Storm is unpredictable.
Yeah, and when you look at the bans, they're actually banning out mid lane heroes. They ban out the Puck, they ban out the Death Prophet, so maybe they just wanted a Storm. Maybe they just value
Just
the hero
the
quite a
Mac
bit.
comfort. I'm going to win this series,
Look,
bro.
Storm was actually winning games alone in Season 1. Upper Division.
With Makoto.
But
yeah,
not
Mikoto
first phase.
and not
usually.
first phase, yep.
Yeah. And also, we have seen a Smart Omega Storm game where he did not look like he was up to the task in the late game. Like he had
Yeah, it was
3,
versus
4 really
Execration.
bad jump-ins. Yeah.
You know what's weird that I also just noticed? How come Nyx Assassin is not popular in Southeast Asia? In China, it's like
Every
the
ban, yeah.
go-to first phase picker ban.
Just something that's not picked up in SCA. That's it.
Regional.
Yeah, regional.
Which is
Even
weird,
though
but-
these two regions scream each other and know each other really well.
I mean, during my Faces Temperature, of course, is a couple of years ago, Nyx was first picked all the time. So the region,
They're familiar with the hero.
they should like the hero quite a bit. Yeah, maybe they just don't think it's as strong as like these Enches and Elder Titans. But
One thing though that I have to say is I love the Storm first phase more than the Dazzle last pick.
Yes,
Like,
agreed.
10 pick Dazzle mid, I still like the Storm more. I feel like that Dazzle is...
It's a trap.
It's if you reach a certain point and you don't make any mistakes up to that, like Greaves BKB becomes maybe sort of an issue, but still it doesn't feel like a mid laner.
you need level 18, you need Spell Prism, you need Octarine, get like this
Mass
5,
Graves,
6 poison stack
Right.
going.
Constant uptime shallow
or
grave.
Death, yeah.
Yeah.
Fnatic respect banning Tino's Tiny.
You know what the play is? You get the Book of Shadows on Dazzle with level 25 or what else?
And you just perma shadow the
perma
enemy.
shadow, yeah, exactly.
Makes sense. Shadow
Good luck
Priest.
hitting level minute 60 on a Dazzle game.
On the Dazzle core as well.
On Dazzle core. Smart O'Mega ban out the Lion.
Very
Control for the Storm. That is smart.
smart. Yeah.
It's O'Mega.
So the name is
Smart.
very well deserved.
Very
Makes
well
sense.
deserved.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Fnatic with the Medusa ban last.
How many points do we give O'Mega so far?
You give points in just the draft?
No, I mean overall so far.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like DPC points because we are, of course, awarding
Yeah,
the DPC
exactly. DPC points. We gave 15 to Fnatic.
Oh,
How,
based off
how much is
just this series?
no? Just the overall the season.
For the style, I'm giving them 25 at least, because of the style that they're bringing to the game.
Yeah, I mean, they were a lower division promotion. They're already exceeding expectations from
So you're saying that's worth quite a bit?
I would give them more points than Fnatic right now.
How much? 25? Sounds good.
How much does Fnatic have?
15.
15? I'd give them more than 25. They've played, like, what? This is their 5th series?
30 is all I can do.
It's the best I can do. I know a guy. All right, fine. I'll go with 30. They're twice as many points as Fnatic. I'll take it.
That guy can do anything.
Tusk pick up by Fnatic.
Not the best hero against Storm. Not the worst hero against Storm.
In the laning stage, it's kind of neat. You can gank him, but later on, you just once he hits 6,
And if you got Orchid,
yeah,
Tusk hates that.
you can't rotate on him any longer. He's one of those brawlers that can definitely take down the tankiest of offlaners, which is nice. And overall, Tusk is he's
Smart
a nice
Omega's
hero.
like, we didn't expect that Tusk pick, so we're gonna Dark Willow. Okay.
I mean, they played Sam H. Tusk a couple of times, and so... Oh, yeah, Willow. Hell yeah, let's
I
go.
love Willow.
Willow's a favorite in Southeast Asia, and I think Brame has been showing the prowess of this hero on the 5 position.
Yeah.
If you have Aghanims on Beastmaster, you can kill her though through everything that she's got. But if this is a normal Beastmaster that we're expecting on the offlane with auras, then you don't really care as Dark Willow. It's
Yeah,
nice.
you want to talk Aghanims. What if you get a Morphling on Smart O'Mega, get an Aghanims on that boy?
I wouldn't be surprised. Looking at Smart Omega and how smart they like to be with their drafts, like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the things that they go for.
They have a lot of magic damage.
They do.
They need some physical boys in there.
Morphling can be a hybrid. And you
Sure.
got ET as the aura to
Yeah.
drop everything down.
Luna. I like Morph quite a bit here.
Yeah.
We've seen that matchup.
We saw that matchup in Europe yesterday.
It went very well.
For the
We've seen it
Morphling.
in
For the Morphling.
our DPC as well yesterday, right? Morphling versus Luna turned
Morphling
into
versus-
Luna.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah,
We
turned
did.
into Luna, just dominated. It was versus Sylar. I remember him being very sad on that Luna.
Yep.
Or happy. Because,
Because his hero looked good
yeah.
in the enemy's
In
hands.
the enemy's hands, yep.
I did that.
I did that. I'm responsible for this.
Look how strong I am. Look, it's just that my team is holding me down. And they do go with the Morphling. There you go. Good with Dark Willow, good against Luna, good against Tusk, good against Beast in the lane.
Good with ET.
Good with TT.
Good against Enge. Good with Dark Willow.
Good when Medusa's banned. Good when Tiny's banned.
No, I think you can summarize this as he synergizes with his team very well.
There we go.
Like, he has 3 amazing targets to turn into in his own team already. And then
And there's this level 10 talent that you've been raving about, Black.
yeah, magic resistance.
Magic
talent.
resistance
Yeah.
on a hero like Morphling?
Yeah, what the hell?
What the hell?
15% at level 10. You
Sounds-
should have 10%.
At level 15.
Probably, yes. But it's a lot. Like,
Yeah.
it goes up from 25 to 36.
And it's a hero that has insane inherent armor to begin with, so it's just resistance all around.
I love the ban of Sand King by Fnatic. It's so good. Like, you don't want to have extra synergy with Dark Willow and Sand King and Morphling plus Sand King. Plus, you're playing this Luna. She needs to get up close and personal in the laning stage. She takes so much damage from Caustic Finale, so...
SK hates Luna Enge, though. I feel like the lane would kind of destroy Sand King.
Even with Dark Willow?
I mean, it's just you can't really come close to creeps, right? You take the creep and you just hit them.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how well you play around the sentries and Sandstorm, right? That's
Yeah.
all it's about at the moment.
You know what I'd be down for? Even though they don't really play it for Sam H.
Phantom Lancer.
No,
Oh,
for
offlane. Okay.
wait, what? How would you fit Phantom Lancer into either of these drafts? Whatever. I'm gonna just do it. Just do it. I want Legion Commander for Smart O'Mega. I think the Dispel for this Abaddon would be really nice. I mean, for this Beastmaster. Yeah. Abaddon would also work, but I don't really like 3-position Abaddon.
I just don't want to see Doom for Smart
Oh
Omega.
god, please no.
And then build a Midas too.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna be Doom. I'll be eating all Enchantresses' creeps, laning easily, and then just falls off.
And if Beastmaster goes Scepter, then also you'd have a Dispel for the Scepter stacks. Oh man, Morphling, if he gets the Scepter, he can just take Beastmaster also.
Yeah, but it's not that good anymore.
Yeah, the Willow would be better.
They ban out the Legion. Cool.
Rip.
Storm is also really good. Like you wave in, you pull everybody.
Yeah.
Or you just become Elder Titan. It's also really good. Lots of attractive choices.
Dragonite. Oh,
Dragonite off lane, alright.
They have done it before.
I didn't expect that one, but gives them some push.
We need some magic damage from the mid lane now.
A Spirit? A Void Spirit?
Void Spirit is rough.
Queen of Pain?
Quap can work. You can snowball against the Storm. Lina could potentially work. You got an AoE stun against the Willow.
Leshrac.
Leshrac is good too, but against Morph Storm it's a little bit risky.
Yeah.
And whatever they pick, it's not going to be a super, wow, this is just going to win the game. Because like the lineup of Omega is pretty well-rounded. Got stuns, a ton of damage, both physical and magical.
How do you get to your last pick when Storm was first staged and you don't have a good answer for the mid lane? That
Maybe
just
it's this
crazy.
pick. Maybe it's, I don't know.
But there's no pick that we just said. Like,
Bat Rider?
They ban out the DP and Puck and they go with the
that's
TA.
not... Alright, Morph TA is so bad for TA.
Why?
Because you have 40 armor on Morphling. You just never
you can't kill her. Yeah.
Like Morph can never die to a TA.
DK also has a lot of armor.
Yep. And Storm against TA is not even the worst lane. It's a pretty good lane. Dark Willow is pretty good against TA as well. Smart Omega might be winning 2-1 here.
Yeah, my biggest issue with the TA pick is actually the...
Double Ancients farmers?
Exactly. How do you diversify your farm? How do
diversify your portfolio?
Portfolio, yeah. Like.
So I farmed Ancients. I did too.
You're putting everything in those Ancients when one needs to actually fight, the other needs to farm.
I just want to see
what
CML
happens if they
run in and block it.
Yeah. Or contest them. Just contest them in the triangle.
Well, you want redundancies. I want to hear from our other analysts and our caster, Beakup and the Cuss. It's Luna again, Lacoste, but she won another game, so, I mean...
She did, you know, but I don't think she's winning this one. They have 2 cores that are doing pretty much the same job, just some right clicks. They want to farm the Ancients, be a bit AFK. It seems like a good Morphling game, and for all you folks out there, if you want to win some easy MMR, pick Dark Willow. Maybe not the first couple of games if you didn't play the hero, but... yeah, once after like 3-4 games, you get the good grasp of what the hero can do. It's all going to be W's after that. Because this hero is super strong. I think this is one of the strongest heroes in the patch right now. Can be played as 4, can be played as 5. Like, does so many things. Has 2 ultimates.
All right, so that's Omega for you, Black?
Omega for me.
Omega?
I already said that, yeah.
Lizard?
Omega.
Omega? That's an Omega for me. B-Cup, you can say it in the cast.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. I won't give my prediction yet. This technically is in the cast right now. This is preamble. I'm just going to, once we get in there. There we go. All right, I'm going Omega. Yeah, so...
it's a very well-rounded draft, as Black said. You have, like, good scaling cores. You have a lot of stuns. You have tower damage. You have this Dragonite on the offline. Like, this Dragonite should not die as well. Maybe if they decide to bring, like, Tusk, could potentially die. But we'll see. Like, I don't think he should be able to die just from Luna and Enchantress.
The dusk is always ready.
And then again, you pick 2 heavily physical damage cores. Luna deals some magical with the Beam and the Eclipse into heroes that have a ton of armor. Like, Storm has 6+3 when he's sitting near the tier 1 tower. Morphling has infinite armor. Dragonite, pretty much the same thing as Morphling.
Infinite armor?
Yeah, you know, he's sitting at like 30 armor. Dragonite has 25. Like, TA is not gonna hurt.
35. Carry the 1. Infinite. All right. We are not known for our math here. At least not recently. Now we get
By
into
we,
it.
you mean you? Like, my math was on point. Like, I'm really good at math. Like, 3 + 2 is 5, - 1 is 4. Like, I can do it. Like, I can do it infinitely. I can imagine pretty much every single number that is out there. Like, I can think of a very high number as well. Like, 6,074. Like, that's a big number. I can add, like, 4,600,000. I'm really good at this. Like, I could pretty much do this whole day without getting tired.
Okay. I'm going to keep coming to you for the math now. I was trying to say me without saying it. But, yeah, my math is... I'm from NA. What can I say?
So they will swap things around a bit. They will play Enchantress on the top lane, which I like. You know, he can still play that position 5 from the top lane, something that we really didn't see. Like, it's not that hard to think of it, because he wants to be able to dispel this Elder Titan Spirit with the Enchantress. And on the Tusk bottom, like, there are some right clicks. Could potentially make a play on the Dragon Knight. Tusk is known to be one of those heroes that breaks and manages to even take down the tankiest of the tanks, like Timbersaw, in this case Dragon Knight, potentially, Tidehunter.
Do you think this game Smart O'Mega have put their lanes the right way, or should they be trying to swap them? Or is it more so Fnatic's got it the right way around?
I think they're still going to be okay. You know, ET deals a lot of right clicks, even though it gets dispelled. Most important part is I don't think this Morphling should die. He gets a level 3, level 2 in Attribute Shift, and he should be fine.
Right. Okay, so we'll see how the lanes do end up going. If we'll see a better, I would say, performance from a Smart O'Mega in the lanes, because it certainly didn't go that well in the second game, but both games from both sides have been a little shaky here and there.
Yeah, not the cleanest Dota in this series. I think both of these teams showed before that they can play, you know, much better. First game from O'Mega, you know, it was not the cleanest one, but still decent Dota coming out from them. Fnatic, even though they lost, they won game number 2. It was kind of shaky, you know. They can definitely play much better.
Right. And already 13-1 for this Storm. Mac has certainly played a slew of different heroes mid. Like, the 3 heroes he's played are, well, maybe not 3 different styles, but it feels that way, in a sense. Like, I guess Storm and Bristle are both kind of run-in heroes. Ooh, Bramble Maze down. Got the tag team, Fairy Fire, Lucent Beam. Sam H taking some damage, but it won't be enough to get the kill.
Something that Tusk does not like to play into is root mechanic, so Bramble Maze could be a bit tricky. You can't use that snowball properly, and it's just a good AoE zoning tool.
Ooh, Shard's not on the mark. And tag team again, but just too close to the tower to really make that dive to go for Shanks. You've also, you know, got the fact that Raven was already backing off that attempt. So 12-2 for Raven. Keeping up pretty even with Tino. He's out on this morph this time around. Shards will stop them from getting the bounty on Smart O'Mega, but this could be first blood damage coming out, and they need one more shot. He's trying to deny himself to the neutrals. Very well done.
Gets the first blood. Like, you would want to give that kill to Mac, just so that Storm gets the last hit. Like, whatever you can for some of these mid laners, like, you want to just throw him their way, like, take it, please.
Well, unfortunately for Mac, the stick was popped as he was going for that last hit. And then you had to make sure you got the kill so he didn't deny himself to neutrals. But this isn't the worst thing in the world. You got level 3 already for Shanks. You said Dark Willow is free MMR. I'll have to try that later today. Maybe not free MMR for me.
Yeah, you know, I was talking about the decent players, you know, above 1.5k. No, it's really a strong hero. Like, this this hero pretty much has everything similar to Grimstroke.
Coming around again, but Jabs had navigated the maze. Shanks trying to say you'll never get out of this maze, but he walks right out of it. And now the damage still. Shadow Realm Strike looking for the sweep. Very easy there for Shanks.
I was not lying. You see this Dark Willow involved in 100 of the kills so far, 100% of the kills. Bramble Maze, like you also need to max out this spell. Do not go for the old school build, Shadow Realm Bramble Maze. It got debuffed, so...
Tino taking a lot of damage. Axis being thrown. Shockwave there, going to the TP. Do they have the damage?
Oh, with the
with
medallion! They do. Like, this is so much, you know, removing a 5 armor, then Boar deals some of the damage. They also have a summon. So this is a pretty big kill.
Especially
going into
'cause he
Dragonlance first item. Not the casual
Is under
type of a
attack.
build. We talked to 23 Savage, where he talked about his Medusa build, and he also loves to build it on Morphling, where he thinks like Dragonlance is just a good item.
Oh, Raven getting caught in the Bramble Maze. Shadow Realm Strike not even needed. They've got the Breathe Fire, and they will burn Raven away.
Is under attack.
So no points in Snowball. Jabs is only level 2. When you play like this position 4 from the safe lane, I think you still need to get the point in Snowball just to be able to save people. For now, he can hold it, see maybe there's an opportunity to kill people with 2 points in the tag team, but yeah, it's much safer play to just put the point in a Snowball.
Yeah, you want that point in the snowball, so when you're in lane, if you can get a save, that would be great. The thing that was holding him back in terms of experience is that he's playing that 4 from the safe lane, and he's trying to rotate, right? So he's not getting as much in the lane as he would like to get those levels as quickly, which ultimately has held him back a bit. You compare that to Shanks, who's already level 4, so 2-1-1.
I've been wanting this.
Tino again needing to be very careful as he's falling further and further behind in this lane. And this tier 1 is taken, and he's got his back to the tier 2.
This is what you want to have. You know, you get extra armor, more armor than from tier 1 tower, more region. So he's like, yeah, I'm gonna feel safe here.
This was the play all along to get that extra armor. Just if that medallion comes out, I'll be a little bit more okay. He's taking a lot of damage, though, and there's nobody here helping him. They've got 3 heroes bottom. They have the Elder Titan taking solo experience over mid. I'm not too sure that Smart O'Mega, if they don't get anything out of this, if the value is entirely there, especially if CML ends up dead. He tries to get the sleep. It's an easy kill for Moon. The Elder Titan has no chance with tag team and shards around him.
It's just too much damage coming on this ET. I want to see someone stacking the Ancients for Fnatic. Like, just be there, stack them. You have 2 of the best heroes in the game to actually kill them with. Glyph used on a mid lane. Enchantress kind of collapsing on a mid lane, going for that Solar Crest, which is a pretty standard build on the Ench. No boots, just has Windlace.
Oh, Chip Vest. One of your favorite neutrals coming out.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Situational, depends like who gets it. I don't think anyone here can be the carrier of it. Then we go like, wow, it's not Axe, it's not Legion Commander, it's not Spectre.
And it's no Philly Stone.
And it's not a Philly. Yeah. Philly is just, you know, a tier of his own.
There's everything else, and then there's Philly Stone.
There's A tier, S tier, and then there's like this godlike tier Philosopher's Stone. Mac zipping in.
Yeah, has the Vortex, Bramble Maze all down with the sleep, trying to get it. Cursed Crown, and now they'll go to the Snowball. They'll kill off Shanks. They'll get Mac. Fnatic. They're playing really well right now.
They have like only level 1 aura, but the attack speed, they have the summon, centaur, medallion. They should kill the Roche. Like, their lineup is really good at taking down the Roche, and now they're lurking around the mid tier 1 tower. Glyph already used. So it's gonna fall. What is Dragon Knight building? He's trying to get a hood. Not sure what the hood is for. Let me just check. Zips top lane. Storm Spirit gonna get roared.
Yeah, they've got the Roar. They have the Centaur to follow it up, so the lockdown is there. Making Mac uncomfortable.
I don't think they get the kill, even if he gets the pull off. But to go back to the Dragon Knight hood, let's do some math. So
This is your
tag
strong
team,
suit.
physical. Walrus Punch, physical. Luna, physical. Everything except the Eclipse. Templar Assassin, physical. Beastmaster, you know, some magical.
Okay.
So there's no need to go for a hood in this game. It's much better to get a Blink Dagger, potentially get like a BKB to have something covered for yourself. This TA, she's dealing so much damage.
I was still waiting for the math on that.
Matt, my Matt, I don't need to do math on this
Shanks.
one. Shanks. Man, Shanks is just the best nickname in Southeast Asia region. I don't know, like, he's getting shanked, you know, getting stabbed.
Getting those shanks in. I mean, it's a good 4-position support name if you want to get in there and you, instead of ganking someone, you're shanking someone.
Yeah, I'll be Shanks too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Also, very interesting build by Raven. 2 points in Moonglaves. We see Moonglaves being prioritized over Lunar's Blessing. But the damage bonus. Check the damage bonus on the heroes. It's no joke.
It's a lot.
Especially with the Beast. So they might be able to take this tower. Dragonite, he's still deciding. I think he's just going to skip this hood, understands that we have no way of starting the fight besides the Storm Spirit zip. So we also need to have someone else jumping in. Because Storm Spirit, he jumps, he's dead pretty much if he gets caught.
They kind of want to wrap around on this. They could lead with a snowball if they find him in the right position. Got the ward here from the Dire. And there's the sentry, so they'll clean that up. Get that out of here. No vision in your own jungle. While this is happening, Tino, he's going Dragonlance and then Axe. Okay.
I guess he just wants to turn into Dark Willow. Like, we've seen before what this Aghanim Scepter can do. He could also potentially turn into Beastmaster. So Beastmaster, what he can do if he sees that he's going for the Ags, just keep those Wild Axes level 1, because you're not playing that old Beastmaster. You're going to be more about the Aura, this Helm of the Dominator creep. So yeah, I think it's doable. Same goes for Earthshakers when they're playing against the Morphling. Keep that Enchant Totem only level 1.
Is the Ags game changing enough from this Morphling? He's far away from it, so it's not going to be for a long time. Waveform forward, Snowball comes in, and the Walrus Punch out on a Mac. Forced the ball ending away, but now he's out of mana. Shards. Nope, just a little bit short.
And he's out. Luna, no points in ulti. Still, you can do the math. 4 plus 2 plus 3 plus 1, that's 10. So no point in ulti, 2 points in Moonglaves. Took the talent as well. Like, what is happening?
Blink forward. Damage on a CML, but they've got the sleep. Earth Splitter. Okay.
So, I'll hold that
Lucid
thought.
Beam, Primal Roar, Shanks is shanked, he's dead. They've got the snowball that lands! Oh, on the Mac! Quick fingers!
Are you okay?
So, they can go inside the pit. They have enough damage. They have Meld level 3. They have Solar Crest done on Enchantress. They have so much damage coming up from Luna's Aura. So I was wondering, like, why would you go Lucent Beam mini-stun duration? You're not even using, like, Lucent Beam at all. Like, you have 3 points in it. You want to farm with that Mask of Madness. Why not just get points in Moonglaves? So, Radiant, they kill the Roche. They take the Aegis. Moon will be the one picking it up, going into Deso. It's looking real rough for them. Dragonite, he picked up a Blink Dagger, so they will have this, at least, mobility. Still has Hood queued up. And the Heaven's Halberd, I would prefer if he just decides to go Heaven's Halberd, great against Luna, especially great against the Templar Assassin. So Fnatic, they will take the tier 2 tower on the top lane.
This is probably the cleanest we've seen Fnatic play.
Yeah, they're just moving as a unit from lane to lane, taking the towers, taking the Roche. Smart O'mega, they're not making any aggressive moves.
They kind of look lost, because every time they move into their jungle or anytime they take a step past the tier 2, they've paid for it, especially the supports. And it's become a little bit of a, can we go, can we farm if we're not a core and we're at least likely to survive.
So Dark Willow at this point, you had level 1 Shadow Realm. You want to max out the Bramble, but I like the way he's thinking. Morphling, he will turn into me, so I would need to have Shadow Realm maxed out and proceeds to max it out. Because this could be the timing. Morphling will farm Aghanim Scepter in the next 2.5 minutes if he gets the free farm.
Move over towards mid, maybe looking to clean up the creep wave, potentially smoke, but is that the play you really want to go for right now? I don't think so. I think they're more so looking to move as a unit, get a little bit of farm, get this Ags if they can for Tino.
I don't think they will take a fight until this Ags is done. Could potentially like get a pick off maybe, but the full 5-on-5, I don't think that's doable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So bottom tower goes down. Raven gets credit for that
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
as he
middle
continues
tower is
to
under
farm
attack.
the Dire triangle.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And DJ, he's got that Solar Crest ready to go. Looks like he was going into a pipe. They've got the blink on the Tusk soon. They'll go with the Shard, Snowball, all connecting. Walrus Punch looking for the Bramble Maze and maybe the Terrorize to save Sam H.
Oh,
but the damage
but
from
the
DJ.
damage. Solar Crest removing so much armor. Like DJ with just a casual right click. My concern is how did they kill this Enchantress? Like DJ is so tanky, has full Solar Crest, and he is getting the farm priority in this game over Tusk. Because Jabs will eventually farm up a Blink Dagger. It was not just the lane swap, they're also kind of swapping the roles in this game. They're giving farm priority to Enchantress. Pipe will be done in 1,000 gold, so damage from Willow, damage from Storm Spirit. I just feel O'Mega does not have enough damage. I just don't feel that their lineup right now is dealing any damage. 500 gold until Morphling finishes the Aghanim Scepter.
But it's going to have to feel like a big change for them to really think they're in it with the Ags, and they already go after Sam H. He just died. Cursed Crown, Ball Lightning, they've got the Vortex, they go after Jab, they'll get the kill on the Tusk. All right, Earth Splitter comes in, Moon, he loses his Aegis. So a little bit of what they were dealing with, struggling to go to the high ground in the last game at points where they were misplaying a little bit. Moon has that refraction, he'll blink away. DJ with the Nature's Attendant sealing up.
Never underestimate the power of throw. Like, this is something that I've been saying for quite some time. They go in, they try to siege at tier 3, they get 1 kill, but tier 3 towers, they hurt. It's 170 damage per hit.
Power of throw. That would be, do you know the song Power of Love?
Yeah.
Power of Throw would be a good parody. That's the power of throw.
It's an old school song. Like,
Yeah.
it's from the 80s, 90s?
80s?
Probably 80s, yeah.
How you doing, fellow kids? You know, just like showing my age, I guess.
You're not that old. So Storm Spirit, I'm glad that he decided to change his item build instead of getting that Kaya Sanj, which sometimes feels like a really big bait.
Right.
Gets the Kaya, and now goes back to Orchid. And you can still get that Kaya Sanj later on if you feel like it's a good game for it. But I like this Orchid, you know, being able to silence heroes, potentially get a good jump on a Beastmaster before he gets a BKB, silencing the Tusk so he can't use the Snowball. Next, Roche may respawn in 3 minutes.
Quicksilver Amulet for Tino. That combined with the Dark Willow Morph could be pretty devastating, even more than it already might be.
Yep. Prepare your OS frogs in the chat, because we're about to see some when Morphling turns into Dark Willow.
And while that is being waited on, CML, he'll die to Jabs. Uppercut, knockout, take you later.
So there are no abilities that can take him out of Shadow Realm, which is really nice. You know, there's no AoE that they can stun him with.
Mm-hmm. So he can morph, go into the Shadow Realm,
And
feel
just
pretty
go
safe.
ham. Exactly.
Top tower is under attack.
So what do you go in terms of items now after this Ags to make the most out of this Shadow Realm?
You buy Tome of Knowledge, apparently.
Oh,
As a core.
gotta read.
What can he get? Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Scotty.
There it is.
Maybe a E-Blade after that.
Got it.
But he just wants to be able to tank up. And Scotty, like, you're playing into 2 range heroes, so Scotty 50% slow against them, gonna be amazing.
So, you gotta hope that this Axe is the difference maker if you're smart, O'Mega. Hoping that Orchid comes online in a little bit for Mac, and maybe you can get something going. But it's going to be tough. You're down 8K, though the rewards to reap if you do end up getting a good fight with this Orchid and Ags could potentially be Roche based on
These
the
are
timing.
2 big items. Like, this is their timing. Ags done. Orchid also done on the Storm Spirit.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Dragonite. Yeah, he changed his mind. He realizes, you know, there's no need to get that good. They don't have magical damage, so instead I'll get that Heaven's Halberd. And look at that, I got him shard queued up. Fireball. Like, finally you can use that when you're not in a dragon form.
Yeah, trying to use that Fireball.
It's a big AoE.
Yeah.
Like, Davion will actually deal damage with it in the team fights.
He'll be able to throw that Fireball, just costing him X plus 1 red mana. And we'll see how much damage he can do. Looking out towards Roche as the timing is almost there. But you could see with how much of the map Smart O'Mega are able to play with, they're falling behind because it's not much. The net worth lead is just expanding here for Fnatic with how much control over the entirety of the map that they do have. And CML is still just level 8.
He's not having a good time, but at least he is skilling it properly, considering the situation he's in. Maxing out the Stomp, putting some more points in Natural Order, and just 1 point in Astral Spirit, because his laning stage was not as good. Playing into Enchantress, easily gets the spell, so he is just preparing for the late game. I like that. Like, he just understands what his job in this game is.
So, they did smoke up. They try to head bottom on Smart O'Mega, but Moon had TP'd back towards Roche, as that's going to be up in just a minute 30. Knowing that the timing is soon. We just have not seen anything from Smart O'Mega just yet with this item timing that they were looking for, with the potential to do something. But the BKB now picked up for Luna, so it's going to make things a lot harder. This is still pretty slowed down.
Yeah, getting those BKBs, so Shadow Realm, you won't be able to deal the damage. You need to wait until BKBs are down. They have 3 9-second BKBs.
Maybe just the Shadow Realm, but what about just dealing with the double Bramble? It's a lot of Brambles.
Yeah. It's also a thing. Double Curse Crown on top of it.
Like, the lockdown could be significant for Smart O'Mega, especially you said Jabs. He doesn't like to be rooted. He might be rooted for a long time in the fight.
Yeah, especially with the double Bramble.
Yeah.
Dart, they're using a scan so they know where Fnatic are at the moment.
So continuing to just raise the advantage now at 10K.
Dino itemizing very defensively, getting that BKB.
Yeah, he was going Scotty first.
If he is in Shadow Realm, the only thing that can hit him is pretty much Axes.
And it's not like this Beastmaster has Ags.
Yeah, so it's on cooldown for 8 seconds. So very surprised that he decided to go for a BKB here.
Radiant's bottom
There's
tower
still
is under attack.
Punch, there's still Roar that goes to magic immunity, so you need to be careful. Like, if you go in, use your BKB, you might need to be able to get the shift off as well.
They might need to fight. Roche is up, and it doesn't look like Smart O'Mega are leaving the base. I was thinking of all the possibilities if Shard were to go on to Smart O'Mega. If you had Shard on Morphling, you'd get that extra upgrade on the Cursed Crown, which Puts the brambles down after Curse Crown pops.
Yeah. That's one of the better shards, in my opinion. You know, just lowering the cooldown by 3 seconds and stun delay, so you can't TP anymore out of it.
But now it gets difficult because you've got shard on the TA, and this is an S tier shard as well. The silence on the traps.
So this could be problematic, yeah, against the Morphling, so he needs to be able to cover himself. Dragonite jumps in, does not get the stun off.
Misses the stun, a little odd on that one. They've got the Terrorize, though. Do they have the damage? They've got the Aegis out. Tino
Another
turns into the
Bramble.
Dark Will. They've got the Bramble Maze down. Look at how many Brambles you have to navigate just to walk away.
Once Dark Willow gets the shard, it's just going to be so problematic sieging the high ground because of those Brambles. At least Tower is half HP, so if they decide to go in one more time, they could potentially bring him down, and then bounces coming out from Luna.
Yeah, if he gets that short, this could really feel terrible. I don't know if you've ever walked through a garden of roses, but it's thorny and it's awful.
No, I was smart when I was younger, you know.
I know. I wasn't. Curse Crown coming out, and ooh.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, I was not smarter than you. I was smarter when I was younger than I am right now. So it's something that I would do. Like, I'm like, man, what if I, you know,
Walk
touch
through some...
yeah, what if I touch it? Will it hurt? Will it bleed?
It might. Brambles, Blink, Dragon Tail, this one connects. Now jabs with the Snowball save. That Snowball going to the creeps. So we'll get some CS off that.
Let's go, double Dark Willow.
Not really doing much. They're defending, though.
They're defending the tower, that's what matters. And I feel like they need to buy time. They need to buy some extra time for this Storm Spirit. He's also going into Aghanim Scepter. So this is a big item. They're going to have such a huge combo. Imagine he pulls 3 heroes plus into Bramble, into Terrorize, Stomp, Earth Splitter. Now, you name it. There's so many abilities that they can play this with. Fireball, 5-man. Full into Fireball from Davion. Whew.
Davion. Fireball. You know, if he just saves up the red mana, might be able to do it.
And he has that Aghanims.
Got it.
Not too many kills in like all 3 of these games. Like, we didn't have too much action happening. Most of the time it's just one team trying to get something out of the map while the other team is just choking them out where they can't find a farm. Eventually they end up losing.
Yeah, only 9-4.
So yeah, Luna also has a shard. So the Lucent Beam, you can target it on the ground, it bounces, you apply your effect, Scotty, Lifesteal works.
That seems strong. Blink Dagger now for the Beastmaster, I believe, flying out. That with the Ceremonial Robe. So we'll see if they can do anything from this. They've got the Morph into the Dark World, but there's the Walrus Punch. Oh, 3-man Vortex. Terrorize coming in with BKB being popped by Raven. They get the kill on the gems. They'll look over to the Eclipse is bouncing down, but Tino pops the BKB. Now they've got the Primal Roar and no shift, no life, no buyback.
They can go in right now. Dragonite was forced to use a buyback. Blink Dagger on cooldown. Can they stall with the Brambles, with the ET? A lot of those bounces, they need to be careful.
Going in, Vortex on the 3 once more. Cursed Crown, do they have the damage? They might! Oh, Moon! He's dead. Raven Silence on the run, and he's gone too! They're gonna potentially kill the Beastmaster here. They'll look for the sleep. Down he goes.
Man, Fnatic, they're just not having a good read when they need to go back. When they're sieging the high ground, they're not respecting the Aghanim Scepter from the Storm Spirit. Yeah, you managed to kill the Morphling, but you lost that Aegis. There's also no cheese available anymore, so still big fight for O'Mega.
That gives them an opportunity. We go to this replay right here. They're standing pretty close together. Bramble's coming in. They've got the root. There's the Vortex.
And he pulls them into Bramble. Like, imagine if you have a Terrorize on top of it.
Oh, man. Double Brambles. Cursed Crown with a shard.
And now Dark Willow has a shard, so even if you dispel it, it's still gonna go off. And their heroes are not good at going through the brambles. Like, you do not have Slark, you do not have Juggernaut, and none of these heroes have a built-in dispel. So once you're stuck inside, you're still gonna get caught. You're still gonna get rooted.
Should I get my OS Frog ready again?
Oh yeah, like just be ready.
Okay.
Have it on the paste button.
Yeah, well, just give me a second. Let me get that ready. OS Frog.
It wasn't even in OS Frog in the previous fight because Morphling was dead. Roar.
Primal Roar used, Snowball trying to get the kill here on a Mac. Wow, that was a lot of damage from the Lucent Beam. The right click coming in from Moon real fast. That's big, but the question is, can they force the buyback?
He has the buyback, 50 seconds. They can't force it. There's still Morphling who can turn into Dark Willow. Dark Willow now has that shard that we talked about, going into Aetherlands to have a better cast range. I really love that. Someone who kind of pioneered this build was Jinkyu. He skipped the Yule Scepter most of the time, going into Octarine Core, which I really, really like. But this time around, like a lot of value from the Yule Scepter just to keep yourself alive, and it's a good setup for Bramble, good way of dispelling things.
I was looking at the TA because going Ags, is that what you want right now is TA? I just... Don't get me wrong, I like the Ags.
It's
but here,
Ninja Ags,
yeah.
but where you travel. Like maybe you see the Brambles on the mid lane, there's Brambles top, and then you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna sneak in bottom, get some damage, but could be a bit tricky. I don't think this item is really worth to be picked up at this point of the game.
4,200 gold.
I would, if let's say they had TA plus one good ganker, someone that can, like, let's say Storm Spirit. Usually that's not the pairing because both are mid laners, but you get my point. Dragonite going
moving in and does not get the Dragon Tail off, and
might need to use a BKB here.
Bouncing BKB, Primal Roar going for the Vortex. That's on the 2. Terrorize comes in with BKBs, and the Snowball save is there. So Mac plays himself, so does SamH. They get the kill onto the DK as well as this Storm. And no DK for 90. Storm, again, might have his buyback forced. You're not really feeling the strengths here from Smart O'Mega, and that was a big play from this Tusk.
Storm needs to buy back, otherwise they lose everything pretty much. 50 seconds, we'll pop a glyph. Let's see how much damage it is. Bramble,
all right,
it's the
Bramble. Wasn't doing a lot
Bramble.
of damage, but now the Bramble's coming out. They've got the Snowball. He's going deep into the base. They've got the Ball Lightning coming through, but oh, the wall is punched back. Evolve back. He's got to be careful. They get the kill on Raven. They look over at Jabs. Ooh, adaptive strike from Tino, blowing him up.
All right, this is some, you know, frog moment right there. Those Bramble mazes. Raven not using a buyback. He thought maybe I'll be able to get out of there, but you can't without using a BKB. Snowball was good. I still don't know how he managed to get the Snowball save off, because it's pretty hard. Against all those Bramble mazes, you get rooted, can't use the Snowball. Next Roshan will spawn in a minute and 30 seconds. Even without Storm Spirit buying back there, I think they would be completely fine. So Storm finds a really good tier 3 item. He finds Ceremonial Robe, lowers the status resistance by 10% and magic resistance by 10. So these pools are gonna last 10% longer. It's a 3.3 right now. This was quick math, right? Like I'm talking while I'm doing the math. Didn't even stop, didn't flinch. You should give me some credit, not just a thumbs up. You should say something because chat can see your thumbs.
Okay, so chat, I just want to let you know, I am printing out a diploma in math right now.
Thank you.
Mathematics, that is, and I'm going to give it to Lacoste. I won't give it on camera yet. Maybe I'll bring it out during the next panel.
I get the diploma.
Esports certificate in mathematics.
I already got the certificate the other day.
But this is a mastery in mathematics.
This one means more. The ones that you do in Paint in few minutes probably is worth more than the one that you have to pay for $300 or $400 to answer how many cans of energy drink you need to get if sugar is reduced by 10% every sip. I don't know what am I talking about, but there was something similar in one of those questions. So Roche is gonna respawn in 10.
This is looking doable for Smart O'Mega. Especially, and it comes back to what we've been saying. Fnatic have been playing sloppy. This isn't the Fnatic that we've expected, but both teams have been playing sloppy. I don't want to like put the emphasis just on Fnatic. Both teams have really just not looked comfortable.
No, it's a sloppy Dota. It's a lot of mistakes. One thing we didn't mention is that this ET aura is maxed out, so whenever he uses the Spirit, all the basic magic resistance is gone. And this is where Dark Willow and Morphling combo is really gonna shine. You know, because it's magical damage. Shadow Realm is magical damage. So it's kind of an amplification.
Smoke attempt here. And the smoke breaks. Axes. Loosen Beam. But the Brambles, look at the Brambles! There's so many! Can he get the sweep with this? All right.
They got the Hawk.
Oh, the Hawk's clearing the Brambles. Wise.
He can clear 4 Brambles with the
one
650 HP. Yeah, which is pretty good.
Think about how strong the Brambles are to hit something in the sky.
More Brambles. Where the Hawk at?
And where the Boar's doing it. The Boar's got it. Fireball down on a DJ. Primal Roar with BKB pop. They'll go after Shanks. They'll try to get the kill with the Lucid Beam. They'll finish him off. They get the kill into the Dark Willow. And now they'll look towards the rest. O'Mega on the run. They have lost just the Dark Willow, but is that enough to secure them? Roche! Oh, he uses that Axe!
So Dark Willow needs to buy back because they want to have, like, if Dark Willow's not alive and Morphling does not have Morph Replicate, then that's a big problem. So this is the third Roche, Cheese Aegis plus a Shard.
Brambles again.
Like, you can enter, like, it's literally not impossible to enter this.
Just hurts. And look at this, Moon, he's using that Axe. He's ratting it up.
He's
getting his rat game on.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Over here. Storm, you think you can
let
me borrow this line for a second?
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Over here now. And he's back. He's just back towards Roche. Place the traps. All right, this Axe is, I wasn't sure about it. But you see what it's already accomplishing. And then the Shard on top of it. God, they've got the silence on Sam H. He's in trouble. The Impetus shot's coming through. They've got the Brambles around.
But
onto the Enchantress.
Spidey legs, he gets over it.
Doesn't slip on the ice. Raven going for the butterfly again. Both teams stymied right now. A stalemate by the Roche.
Boris is trying to kill that Roshan. Unsuccessful.
If only you can make the core that strong.
I still don't find a lot of value from this Axe. It's a lot of gold investment. It's 4,200. Still didn't manage. Like, he threatened a bit on the tier 3 tower at bottom. But that's it.
Okay. Interesting. Accidental GG call there.
Come get healed.
Into the Shadow Realm, Lucid Beam once again. A Devil Strike comes out. They've got themselves the Vortex, but that's only onto the Luna with the BKB popped by the Beastmaster. They'll go to the Primal Roar on the Dark Willow with Moon coming over. Moon, does he have the damage? Yes, he does. So Shanks, he's gone. 76 seconds, no buyback, and Sammy.
That's exactly the kill that they needed to get. If Morphling can turn into Dark Willow, then this full combo is kind of wasted. So they know that Willow bought back in the previous fight. 60 seconds, we'll be able to go inside a bit and take this Roshan.
And this Enchantress more farmed than the DK. Are going back and forth right now. Enchantress doing so much. Going Hex next on the TA, who has 6,700 gold. It's a lot.
I think they would prefer Aghanims on certain heroes. Probably Luna, even like Tusk to be able to kick people out.
Oh, Leveler. Storm almost to that level 25. We'll see if it matters as much. Tier 3 goes down. Here come the Glaives.
Yeah, like once you lose that tier 3 tower, it just becomes so difficult. You try to go in, roar.
Tino, and now they're going to go in with Primal Roar. They've got themselves the Warrior's Punch. Can they get the kill here? Primal Roar, that's the second one. Vortex, but he's not able to shift. He's not able to survive.
No
84
buyback.
seconds without
that
buyback.
Should be the game.
Look at these tier 4s start to
get shredded by the Glaives.
He invested all of his gold, you know, try to go in for a play. Unfortunately, like they didn't have Dark Willow in the previous fight to contest the Roche. Storm zips in.
Vortex, Fireball,
Dragon
damage
Ball,
onto the
Fireball.
Raven. Luna, and he's taking some damage, but they've got a Snowball. Earth Splitter comes through, and that's going to pop the Aegis. They have Sam H still frontlining. Jabs, though, right clicks with the tag team, uses that flicker. Lucid Beam comes out. They've got the damage to get the kill on Sam H, but he does have buyback. Vortex once again on the Moon. Moon, loaded sword, sleep, looking for it. Terrorize lands. There's the Dragon Tail. They've got the Snowball save again. Shanks, CML, they'll both die. And now Storm, what can he do without the mana? They've taken the tier 4s. They'll go for the throne. Moon sitting low. They have found their attention onto Sam
Zip
H.
from
Are the
Storm,
right clicks
gonna
enough?
catch everyone.
They've got the zip. They have the Vortexes. If enough damage to clean up these heroes, they get the kill onto the Beastmaster as well as the TA, who don't have buyback. But they still have Raven and Max
He's out of mana.
mana.
He's done.
And, well, they'll get the kill. They'll go after the throne, and this should be more than enough. Nobody coming back for at least 20 seconds. And that will be Fnatic potentially finishing off the series. All right, Vortex for the BKB. All right, Raven. I tried.
Still, again, it seems like Fnatic, they have problems sieging the high ground,
Yep.
underestimating the power of the enemy team, what they can do with their lineups. This is the second time in a row. At the end, they win. Big W for them, considering that they did not have the hottest start to this season. But not sure if that's a permanent thing, you know, swapping DJ back to position 4, because he got the farm priority in this one.
Right.
And DJ, you know, Enchantress 4 bring back some memories. So we'll see what they decide to go for in their upcoming matches.
Yeah, it's got to be cleaned up a little bit. You know, they get away with one here with the play, and they end up taking the series 2-1 over Smart O'Mega. But like you were kind of alluding to, that's not going to fly if you make the major. That's not going to fly against these top teams in the region. They need to clean it up. They need to really put it together. Otherwise, it becomes a struggle to even qualify for the major. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see where they're at. But to break down the series a little bit more for you, we've got the panel. Take it away, guys.
They are at 2-1 now, as they were able to beat Boom. They were able to beat Smart O'Mega, and they lost Execration. But at least Fnatic are now more positive than negative.
Yeah, they're getting points on the board. Not like they did in Season 1, where they would just like 2-0 pretty much everybody. But they're fighting hard for every win. You know, so at least you gotta credit them that. They're
struggling a little bit, but the trajectory is upwards, which is what we expected. Well, the upward trajectory, perhaps not what we expected. We expected it to be horizontal and on top.
True.
But at least they're getting there. They're getting to their horizontal
or at least
form.
at the top and upwards.
But if you're on the top,
Yes.
No,
where
I
do you
mean,
go?
not all the top, you know. You're not at the pinnacle, but you're like 80% there.
Right. We're still in the exponential
more.
growth phase.
Okay, I can go.
Because
with
at the
that.
major, they were.
It was at that
60%.
point, it was like getting asymptotic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential. They're the Doge.
leveling out. Yes, they're the Doge. They're worth 50 cents right now in my mind.
However, Moon is the limit.
Moon has yet to find his limit also in the game as well. Templar Assassin, I'm a fan of this item build. You are too, Black. Aghanim Scepter on Templar Assassin, I think it's on the come up.
It's very good, gives you a lot of split push options, especially when you combine it with the shard later on. You can get some good silence initiations on like even a storm or something like that. You can really turn a fight around. This game he played actually really well. He was split pushing, giving his teams a lot of opportunities to make some plays on the sidelines. The only problem of his this time around was the high ground again, where he gets blown up once or twice, just underestimating how strong the enemy is, or how strong he is. But overall, he played really well.
Yeah, but that's also you're playing into Morphling Plus. Dark Willow, not something that you play against very often. And you see those hits coming in, you have refraction charges, you're like, okay, this isn't even touching me, I shouldn't worry. And this is about to stop, right? Right? It's about to stop.
As soon as that charge happens,
when is it gonna stop? And then you just die after 5 hits.
Yeah, Fnatic as a whole, they looked unstoppable when BKBs and Ghost Scepters were available. And then they're like, nice, we won the fight. Things are looking great. And then they start to go up to high ground, and all those things are on cooldown. And if Morphling and Willow are both alive, they need both of them. Oh, rough loss.
Yep.
Then they suddenly can turn the fight around. But it's still kind of it's a very telegraphed combo. Everyone knows how to deal with it at this point.
Yeah, it's a telegraphed combo, and they didn't really try adjusting to it. They didn't really try switching into ET instead of the Dark Willow until that last single fight that didn't really work out. Like we were talking in the draft stage, all your damage, most of your damage is magical. And Dragon Knight also really didn't have a game. All the rotations early on and the laning stage were pretty much met with complete and utter preparation of Fnatic and countered. Mid lane attempts with the Dragon form were countered, so you didn't take that tower. The bottom lane as well, so just very well played against the Dragon Knight.
Also, I think Jabs had some really outstanding teamfight performances. Like he saved his teammates a couple of times from terrorizers.
Because he got some farm priority this time. Is this, like Lacoste was saying, is this going to be the new dynamic?
It could be. They do have the best 2 position 4s in the region.
That's how Ice ranked them.
One is playing 5, one is playing 4,
Yeah.
but they're really, really good. So
It's probably always going to be an internal conflict. It's like, am I better than you? Are you better than me? Maybe they have to like sort it out just before the game, you know?
Maybe.
With, like some sort of contest that we don't know about. Like, okay, you play for this game.
Well, if the contest is who won MVP, then Jabs is going to be able to get more farm next time on that Tusk. Saving Raven's bacon on multiple occasions with snowballs.
And Moons too.
Moons too.
yeah, definitely did deserve it. There were a couple of snowballs under the tier 4s that happened, but overall, the hero that he would snowball would most certainly be dead if he didn't
When you're feeling
interfere.
it, you're feeling it.
Yeah.
Gotta go with the snow.
Plus, like we were talking about Dragon Knight and how he suffered when it comes to all these pushes. That's mostly because of the Tusk, right?
Yeah.
Like he rotates in, and it's difficult to stand your ground against tag team.
As for Smart O'Mega, they will drop this series, but they've played a great many of them. But I want to speak to our MVP of Jabs as they pick up their victory versus Fnatic. Or no, DJ actually. Wait.
No, it's Jabs.
I don't know why the subtitle was wrong. My
Hello.
bad. But
Hello.
Jabs, congratulations, my friend, on beating Smart O'Mega 2-1.
Thank you.
So we were just actually asking about how you guys decided the farm priority between you and DJ for this game. Any specifics that you were willing to share?
I mean, right now the sentry is already cost like 50, and like the ward has no go. So like every time I can D-ward, I just buy a sentry.
So it's even better, right? You just buy a sentry and you actually
Yeah,
get
it's
gold.
better.
Yeah, you get like 70 gold or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's early on. Later on, it scales.
Yeah, it's like 200 gold.
What was the biggest issue for you guys in that game 1? Brood and Bristleback game?
I think just Dav, like they really have like a good strategy, and like we couldn't do anything. Like BB on our triangle, and like Brood, we couldn't touch a Brood, and like their 2 supports just walking around, and like we just cannot do anything. It's like after we lose that game, like we just feel like we didn't lose to them, but we lose to the Dav.
draft, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel like any pressure.
Were you worried at all with this last game and the Dark Willow Morphling combination?
Oh, it's really scary, but we could have like avoided 2 or 3 fights that we should have won like second game too.
Yeah.
If we just play better in the team fight.
But slowly it's getting there. How would you rate, one more question for me, how would you rate your guys' form? Like 1 to 10 at the moment?
Probably like 7.
Okay, so since game in 2 and 3 were pretty one-sided, I'm not going to ask any questions about that. But more personal question for me, ever since Beastmaster doesn't work anymore, I have a hard time winning MMR points. What is like a good hero you would recommend for some easy free MMR right now? Right now, yeah, the new patch.
Probably like middle.
Oh yeah, okay,
That's
nice.
right.
Okay, we're
It's
on the
like
same train then.
you can
I
just-
like it.
Like once you have the Arcanine, like it's like free win.
Yeah. Feel the very same way.
How about for your position? Any 4 positions that you've been keeping your eye on?
Not really. Like I just play anything I got the field. Like
Just one more quick
In
question
pop.
from me. Do you like Hoodwink at all? I've seen in Europe some post-4s are playing around with it.
oh, I think it's still hard to like use it. Like it's not broken like a Dawnbreaker or
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's still hard to use it.
Okay.
They need to buff it more to like you be able to use it.
Okay.
And have you been paying attention to other regions in terms of their DPC picks? I know I've asked a couple of Southeast Asian teams, and it seems most of you guys just stick to your own regional meta, but is there any different for you?
In CS have similar style to China, Chinese scene, and like in Europe and CS, it's like really different.
So
maybe Europe is kind of similar now, in terms of the.
So you say China, but we were curious. In China, Nyx Assassin's very popular. Not so much in Southeast Asia. What's up with that?
Nyx, maybe it's just the laning. Nyx is really weak in the lane. Like in C, like they're really focusing on the lane more.
Yeah, we are definitely noticing that quite a bit in these games. Well, congratulations on your victory versus Smart O'Mega. Hopefully this is a trend for you guys, because we have high expectations for Fnatic and your roster. So congratulations on this one, and hope this is the beginning of many more.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye. Congrats. Finally, they showed their true strength. 7 out of 10, as he says.
Yep.
There's still definitely room to grow, room to improve, to reach their full potential and their Season 1 form.
Interesting that he put him at a 7. I thought that like at the middle point.
I mean, Jabs played a 7.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He played a 7, sure. Maybe even better than that.
Maybe even better
I
than
just
that.
mean the team as a whole. I thought they had about, like, just looking at the potential, like maybe out of 5 out of 10.
Maybe he, from us, we can say 5 out of 10. But from him, it would sound maybe a little bit too arrogant and cocky if he said that, because he just came off.
Won the series.
Yeah, he just won. So
it was like, oh, this was like a 2 out of 10 performance from us.
So he's
Smart
humble.
O'Mega was like -1.
Exactly. So he's keeping it humble a little bit, and PC, he needs to be, like diplomatic.
We need some more smack talk.
That I wish Southeast Asian players. I mean, in pubs they smack talk.
Oh yeah, but exactly. They're so how do we call
mannered?
it? Bad-mannered, respectful in pubs. When they come here, then they're actually, in a non-sarcastic way, respectful and mannered. I don't know what happens. Like it's like a shift, like a night and day.
I guess, I mean...
I should call them out one day.
Pubs definitely do take the worst out of us. So
it's true.
So it's
I should
something
put up
that's
some VODs back then from some of those players flaming me. I'm like, what was that about, bro? Like, why are you so nice now? He's like, oh, sorry.
Now I'm not playing against you. Now I'm just trying to hold a conversation with you. I can be very, very courteous. This is just the first series of the day, though. We have another one coming up. But first, let's take a look at the standings. Now that Fnatic have cleared their third series. Third series. They are 2-1 now.
Back in the top 4.
Back in the top 4. It's just that easy.
But they need to be top 3 at least.
And it's going to be an uphill battle. They have beaten Execration. But they beat Boom, but they lost Execration.
Yeah. Who's even our top 3 right now? TNC and then who?
Boom. Well, that great question. Great question, Black. We need to decide that now, because it's going to be TNC versus Boom for the next series to truly determine who is the top of this upper division.
No way, it's me, I guess.
I mean, you're going to be casting it. You're going to be handing out the DPC points, right?
True.
You get 15, to decide 30. Everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. So now that the series is over, how many points did Fnatic and O'Mega earn throughout this entire series?
Well, O'Mega stock sank a little, right? So they're to 20 now.
Okay, fine. So it's dynamic.
Yeah,
the points aren't just awarded on a game-by-game basis.
After the series. After the series.
It's like TI invites, right? Like you win a tournament just before TI, you get invited. But if you won a first tournament and played really poorly the entire time, you don't get invited.
That's fair. Recency bias. I think that's fine.
That's how it goes. Like,
so then what's the point?
All right, so Fnatic is 40. I think 40 is justified. And O'Mega is like about 20 for me.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. But now we are going to be looking at 2 of the top dogs. So I'm looking at minimum 50-point performances for both these teams.
But we're not biased, so they're both
of course
at 0.
Not. Yeah. I want them. I just want some good Dota. That's all anyone ever wants. We're going to hop over to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be Boom versus TNC.
gonna change your range.
Welcome back, everybody, to TNC versus Boom here in the Southeast Asia Upper Division. Now, a few days ago, I would have been like, yo, TNC, undefeated team, and then in some strange turn of events, they lose the series to T1. Lacoste, of all the upsets that we've encountered so far, I think that was the one that I expected the least.
Same. You know, watching T1 play, I would definitely not expect them to win against TNC, but yeah, they had Medusa, and seems like
right.
TNC, they did not have the answer for it. So this hero could potentially be very contested here, because Boom, they like to play Medusa. TNC, they don't know how to win against Medusa.
TNC in the Season 1 as well lost to Execration. Execration that almost got eliminated from the season, both games to Medusa. So
Mars, right?
Yep, Batrider mid, Medusa Mars, and Armel and the boys, I believe they will ban out or at least pick that Medusa up for themselves, because as Lacoste said, Boom are, they're a versatile team. They can play that Medusa, and they did play it against T1, which they won against 2-1. Meanwhile, TNC lost to them, so you know it's way more even than it would sound like a week ago.
And Boom's been running the gamut, the gauntlet so far. They have had 5 opponents. This will be their 6th opponent. And then after that, they've played every single team here in the upper division. Positive right now, 3-2. This is an opportunity to put you over the top of TNC if they win. But otherwise, then they might be in the middle in that tiebreaker territory.
Yeah, you know what we always say. This is a very important series,
it's a very important
but
series.
I think this one is very
But this
important.
one's really important.
Yeah, for Boom, because right now, as you said, they're 3-2. If they win this one, they're going to be 4-2. They're the team that played the most games. So if they're 3-3, it's like possibly tiebreakers, you know, depending how the last series is going to go for them. But I feel like it's going to be an interesting one, because Boom, after the addition of the Dreamosil, after he returns back home, they seem much better. They seem much more stable as a team. And I'm a bit concerned for Mikoto, because like he was the backbone of this team. He was the one who was getting the play. He was getting the MVPs all the time, deserved ones, because he can single-handedly win you a game. Now that Dreamosil is back in the team, I feel like he doesn't. It's
maybe
a different
he doesn't need to
playstyle.
do.
Yeah,
maybe
he's like,
yeah,
I'm gonna give my 80%, you know, because we have Dreamosil back in the team, so he can carry the game. And
can't carry as hard as Gabby, apparently, according to numbers.
Yeah, also TNC had a couple of more wins,
That
right?
is true.
So because of that,
influences the numbers.
Yeah, the data is skewed a little bit, but still pretty
What were you
close.
going to ask, Lizard?
I was going to ask, did you ever play with someone who actually, not by his playstyle or anything, just mentally made you play worse?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
All of my public teammates.
Yep, that's
no,
a fair, that's
sometimes
a fair
you know
answer.
people talk about like this chemistry and everything, but when you play Dota, sometimes you're just connected to someone and you don't have to talk at all.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to be on Discord or anything. You can just play the
understand
game.
each other, right?
You understand each other. Everyone knows what they need to do instead of like, oh, I should have gone first. Like, why did you do that? It's just like people have a good chemistry. They have a good understanding what needs to be done, and it's much easier to play that way.
I asked because also I felt the same thing with playing with different offlaners from position 4. With some, you're Davai. You know that you're going in. You know
Yeah.
that you're getting those kills. And some, you need to force them to go. And if you have to force them, then
it's a missed opportunity. If you
it's
don't
already-
go, like, when someone makes one step where he feels vulnerable, like, this is the opportunity, he doesn't go for it, the delay, you know.
It's
you
already
have to say,
gone.
we have to stun him. And then, like, the delay on the Discord, and then his reaction time, it's already, like, more than 0.75 seconds. It's too late.
Dota's a dance, and laning and team fighting, you need to have that. You have to be perfectly in sync, that everyone just understands. Because it's not always just everyone has to initiate. Some people need to take the back seat. You can't all be leaders. You need to have some followers in lanes and team fights and drafting.
I thought you were going to transition that into, like, someone has to be a follower. Be sure to follow me on Twitter.
Be sure to follow at HyperX and Secret Lab Chairs. I can't show myself on these broadcasts.
He was talking about the Perfect World's talents and how they dance. I expected him to bust a move here on the stage.
We'll save that for content. I can't just be giving that out for free. Follow me on Twitter, please. I need more Twitter followers. Boom, ban out Enchantress and Bristleback. TNC ban out Timbersaw and Phoenix.
Yep. Boom definitely did play some Timber and some Phoenix. They value it so much they first pick it. But because of those two bans, Centaur is left in the pool. Hero that, even though we valued it so highly, recently fell off the board a little bit. Like, he's not picked as much.
It was first phase banned consistently in the last series, but we are also not seeing it be picked in China at all. It's being utterly ignored.
So, similar way of thinking. Like, I feel a lot of the teams are not going for Mars anymore, where the hero just doesn't feel as strong anymore compared to some other offlaners, what they bring. And now with the puck coil, they can't run away with the Stampede, so that's a good way of thinking. Usually it was like, Mars, we're going to keep you inside.
Batrider. Okay, yeah.
There was some Batrider yesterday. I believe OG played it
Seb
from the
played
offlane.
They lost it as well. Yeah.
The hero feels a bit different. I think it's much more suitable for him to play the offlane because you, like in the mid matchups, you feel that lack of damage that got nerfed in 7.29, I believe.
And the lack of farm potential also.
Plus all the runes and whatnot, you can never truly zone anyone out. So
Well, we'll see where they decide to put this Batrider, but I like the new shard. I think there's a lot of potential coming out from the new shard, you know, getting that 2 charges, right?
On
And,
the sticky napalm.
yeah,
2 charges of flame break and it applies sticky
one
napalm.
sticky napalm, yeah. So looks pretty decent. I saw it yesterday as well. It looked like it has a lot of potential. Tiny on the other side. It's a hero that can't burst people down, can't burst the Centaur, but
you have some combos
you know what
with
we
the Dream
always
Coil
say,
as well.
we just hope it's not a position for Tiny because it doesn't really do anything.
It's died out now. I think that was a week 1 and week 2 thing. I'm pretty much exclusively seeing it core.
Did you just say you can break the coil with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always good. Like what the Team Liquid is doing, like they love to have Earth Spirit or
Earth Spirit,
Tiny,
Tiny,
just to break
yeah,
that coil. So it's always going to be good. Like even if at the later stages of the game, let's say 40-minute plus, there's an Aghanim Scepter, you break that coil, they're stunned forever. A lot of ways to just win the game off these 2 heroes and the combo.
Esports as well, by the way. This just hit me. It's an old combo as well. Like Centaur and Bat, jump in, grab someone, stampede him the hell out of there. So there is some combination there too. And I'm so surprised because this isn't something that I've seen in a while. It's been popular a long time ago, but because
Centaur was not a hero in the previous patch, Batrider was popular. Exactly. So
we would see it with Darkseer. Well, yeah, now Darkseer gets banned out, but we used to see surged Batriders many a time.
Yeah, and we also have seen position 4 Centaur, so because of that they ban out that Darkseer.
I like this.
Of course you like it.
Yeah, no, this is a hero that just straight up wins you the game. And this time around, TNC decides to get Medusa. I like how they covered Medusa with their puck pick. So Phantom Lancer also banned out by Boom Esports. Maybe they were thinking
they were thinking
of
Medusa.
snatching that, taking that Medusa. And TNC's like, nah, we're gonna use these bans that you just you know took. So what could you possibly get? Like I don't think you want to play like Slark, because Slark was really good, especially when Medusa was played on the mid lane. It was a good matchup for Slark. I've seen Slark just overtaking the mid,
We've seen
killing
Ursa
Medusa.
win against Medusa with that early aggression, the Fusel Blade, yeah. But for me, from my hero pool, the only thing that works is Arc. Like this hero actually counters her, but Medusa is just a much better core at the moment, much better carry. they do have this centaur at least, so it's very simple to converge on top of her if you see her out of position. But like Lacoste mentioned, Puck with the Dream Coil should be the one that prevents that from happening most of the time.
And also Puck plus Medusa combo, I think this is one of the strongest combinations in the game right now, where like Puck eventually he will get that Aghanim Scepter and then the Stone Gaze coming up from Medusa. So many ways of disengaging a fight.
Abba, okay, versus Puck, it's solid. Yeah.
But this one's better, like because they couldn't pick Legion Commander, they already had their offlaner with the Centaur.
Now Legion into bat as well. Legion with Medusa.
Dude, TNC's draft looks amazing right now.
It looks so good at the moment, yeah.
So this means it's a position for Tiny most likely, unless they shift this Puck to 5
That's
potentially.
True. That is well, I guess you could do. Yeah.
I'd rather see a 4 Tiny with some mid Puck.
I think what they can also do, because this looks like a Batrider on a mid lane. They have a Centaur, even though you said they put a Centaur position for one game. Legion can just follow Batrider. Wherever Batrider goes, if it's a mid Batrider, you can play Legion on the mid and have your mid laner being played on the side lane if necessary.
And it's even if you scratch the laning stage itself, later on Legion just dominates the bat. You have to jump the Legion. If you don't jump the Legion, the target just gets a free out of jail card from the Legion commander.
How about a Spectre for Boom?
No, not a bad idea.
Okay, Terrorblade is actually a hero that was picked versus the Medusa for a while. Even though players, like teams considered Medusa to be the counter to him, it changed after a few patches and Terrorblade became the stronger one, but...
Have we seen TB after all the nerfs?
I don't think so. Maybe one single game.
He gets banned on occasion, but picked not so much.
I think we saw him one single game win versus a Luna carry, but that's also versus a Luna carry, so...
I'm not a fan of Terrorblade because the Scepter build is so popular on Undusa. It doesn't insta-give the illusions anymore with the Stone Gaze, but it gives you a lot more bounces whenever you can hit
I love
illusions.
the insta-give. Takes me back to Quake 3 days. You know,
Just
use a
the
rail
terminology.
gun.
Unreal, Quake, yeah.
Do people not use that term in Dota? I use that
They
term
do
all the
from time to time. It's very rare. But it always brings me back when I was a Quake gamer.
Good times, good times.
Arena FPSs. Regardless, it won't one-hit the illusions, but it gives more bounces, which means that whenever it finally does connect on a hero, you're going to get a ton of mana back.
And correct me if I'm mistaken, if it bounces on the illusions, does the duration increases?
Yeah, it's all targets, all hero-considered targets.
So it's 1.5 plus 0.2 per bounce, more illusions, like you get stone plus 2+ seconds?
Yeah. I don't really get it, because then they have overwhelming odds also against illusions. They have a ton of magic burst from a Tiny and a Puck.
Yeah. Do you have the catch with Legion Commander and the Puck? It's Boom's draft right now.
Lacking,
exactly. It's not that their draft is necessarily lacking, it's the TNCs just looks very solid. That's all.
Ban out Invoker and Ember Spirit. TNC ban out Grimstroke and Shadow Demon.
So they're actually expecting a mid laner pickup for TNC. They're expecting Puck to be 5 and Tiny to be 1. Sorry.
4?
4, exactly.
Boom, they need to pick up a support, unless if they do a 4-position centaur, but I find that unlikely. The question is, do they need a mid laner or do they need...
They need 4. Seems like it, and they banned out Shadow Demon, which would be a great pickup, I think, just to save, and it makes Medusa's life harder. You know, just making those illusions off Medusa. One of the reasons why they banned out Grimstroke, because Grimstroke just makes a better, edgy hero of your carry, pretty much.
Snapfire, it looks like it looks like
edgy portrait.
Yeah, it looks like okay, we have a something on position 4 now. Some minus armor, good combo with the Centaur in the lane. Medusa is very static in teamfights, so Mortimer's Kisses should do a lot, but I don't think that's the extra oomph that you needed. I don't see that it's that special to be safe for the last pick.
This last pick, you know, Snapfire is not like, wow, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is going to win them the draft.
Can't press the attack also purge off the Shredder debuff?
It can, yeah.
So even in lane, it's not going to be that irritating. As soon as TB activates meta, then just back up.
You can remove Reflection. You can remove
Reflection
Batrider. Yeah.
Rubik,
Also,
last
also not something special, but it's nice versus Abaddon and versus Centauri. Stampede is easy to steal. Also, you can steal the Photic Shield, which is nice.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Because of that, like
That's the
feels
biggest
good,
one.
yeah.
So you have two ways of dispelling things. You can like.
And you're gonna always steal it. Like a Photic
Yeah.
Shield is free to
Yeah.
steal whenever you want.
Freaking Abaddon with his
Some
20-minute cast animations.
Good, decent spells to steal. Nothing like wow, but what you're looking for is pretty much whenever you play, let's say Rubik into OD, you just want to steal that Astral. So this is going to be the spell that you're going to steal. Maybe Lasso here and there, Stampede possibly, and that's it. Looks like a decent Rubik game. You will have two ways of dealing with the Batrider, the shield that you steal, press the attack. I like what TNC's got. I think this Medusa is not really contested. I want to see this game to see how Terrorblade is going to be matched up, because we have not seen it yet, neither in at least our region that we're covering, Southeast Asia and China.
Maybe
So
some
looking forward
Dragonlance
to
builds
it.
on him,
Yeah.
maybe something different, some different approach with the new buffed up items might work, but right now Medusa looks in a much, much better state.
And I know one person who's definitely inclined to agree with that. Black, your girl is showing up finally.
Didn't she grow up fast? But yeah, they have a +5 tiny. Did we talk about that?
No, that's the one downside of TNC's draft. But the other, the 4 heroes in general, the 5 heroes in general, they all look good for TNC for me. so
Well,
I'm going
we were
TNC.
going ham on position 4 tiny, but not on 5.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Avalanche is one of the best stunts in the game. Just max that, and then you did your job.
Okay. Well, okay, you guys do your job and go cast game number 1.
I can do that. Yeah.
I'll think about it.
I don't know. Did they give predictions?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so I guess they're just out. I'm
All
going
right,
TNC.
Disqualified.
Yeah, they're disqualified.
You're going TNC?
Yeah.
So you believe in his 5 tiny?
No, I believe in the Medusa.
Okay. Well, I'm going TNC because I believe in Armel Puck to have no way to catch him, pretty much. They have Lasso, but it's pretty hard to lasso a Puck.
Yeah.
TB, Medusa matchup is pretty good for TB, but I feel like he will have to do it himself, pretty much.
True.
Like Centaur, Stampede, already countered by Puck. Snapfire is not easy to play against Puck. Can cancel your kisses in a multitude of ways. They have Legion Commander to save, even if you do get lassoed. But yeah, the only thing I can really see how TNC loses is if this tiny just does nothing, which is a very possible.
Very big possibility.
Yeah.
That would be.
We've seen 4 tiny do nothing. Like, how? What will 5 tiny do? Like nothing.
Less than nothing?
Yeah.
So, getting the update. All 3 analysts have predicted
Okay.
TNC preemptively.
I just gotta go to my production board really quick and say.
So I'm going to out this. Trying to keep this hidden. I don't know if it picked up on my mic at all because I was trying to stay as quiet as possible. But Black has made the switch to Boom.
Yeah. Well, mostly because I'm a competitor. And my goal already, because Lizard is leading right now, was I'm coming into the series predicting the exact opposite of Lizard every game.
Exact opposite of Lizard every game.
He said TNC is going to win, Medusa is going to own, I say Medusa is going to feed, and Boom is going to win.
Okay. All right.
Probably not going to happen, but man's going to take his chances, right?
I guess so. You know, some chances are worth the take. I think it's worth it here.
Medusa against TB. Haven't seen that in forever.
How is TB going to deal with this Medusa once Medusa has eggs?
We'll see. It's not great for Terrorblade for sure. I believe it does not instant kill illusions anymore, which it used to do. Like 2 years ago or so.
So it could still
was like
be
a hard counter to CK in these heroes. Like he pops ult, Stone Gaze, or just a Mystic Snake with Axe, all the Elu's gone. I don't think that's the case anymore. Because if it is, then there's 0 chance. But yeah, at least you have the reflection with a split shot, which is decent, but doesn't really do too much to Medusa herself.
I was playing some offlane Medusa the other day.
Yeah, I told you, right?
Yeah,
And
I tried it
how'd
that day.
it go?
I told you we won all 3 games.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's actually a strong laner. Like, people don't believe me when I say Medusa is a strong laner, but it really is.
I struggled in lane in the first game because my support left me.
Yeah, of course. And Medusa is not a 1v2 hero. But if
Yeah.
you're 2v2, you're good.
So I ended up having to deal with that. I had a Snapfire in my lane and then...
Like, imagine this game. Carry LC and Medusa Rubik off lane. Of course, they're not doing it, but if they did it, that's a damn strong dual lane. Like, you just harass them down from, like, 0 to 50. With 2 spells, no problem. 0 to 50, 100 to 50. You can't harass people up.
Then,
having a little extended pause here.
A little bit.
Dreamocell probably thinking, brain crafting. How do I deal with this Medusa? What do I do? What's the item build? And Bok is falling asleep.
No, he's up. He's up again.
Oh, hello, hello. Okay, Tim's also kind of drowsy. Like, oh, I'm here too.
It happens, you know. You close his eyes for a second. You try to get a nap in as quickly as you can.
I'm sure Tsunami could write a book on that. The master of naps. This game, the last pick Rubik. What's good to steal? A balance shield?
Yeah, the Aphotic Shield's always nice.
Stampede. Maybe a lasso if you can get it.
Kisses, if you can get it, but you're going to have
That
a
is very
Snapfire
unlikely, but
pretty
yeah.
far back. I guess it depends on positioning. Even Fire Snap Cookie's not bad.
Potentially even Thunder could be really good, and Reflection.
30 seconds.
If you can steal Reflection, put it on TB.
What about a little Shredder?
I mean, sure. I haven't really seen Rubik swing his hands that fast in a while, but yeah. It can work, especially if you want to do Roche or get some tower pressure. And Catskewt should now know where the Observer Ward is. We call to Bad Rat again.
It's a hero
It's a hero.
that he hasn't, like, popped off with.
He's still tossed on Tiny, okay. Interesting. Thought he would start with Avalanche.
Trying for the toss back under to the tier 1 tower to start.
Yeah, I guess when you're post 5 Tiny, it's kind of what you're playing for. Because you can't really trade with the Snapfire ever. You're sitting at 0 armor. No, I lied. You have 2 edgy. I don't know how much armor that is. 0.3.
It's almost the full armor.
Almost unkillable.
Literally.
TB only has 9 armor now instead of 11. Big nerf there. So he's killable for sure. But yeah, lanes, there shouldn't really be too much action, especially down here. There should be no one dying. Mid lane should just be farm trade. But as I say that, Armel dropping to like 100 health. And then top lane, like all lanes are pretty defensive. Toss into the tower, onto the Sand Tower.
Stun, but FBZ taking a lot of damage from this tower in the right clicks.
All right, so if they don't get tossed into the tower, which they shouldn't, if they're careful about that, they should not be able to die, but they do have some kill potential, especially on a Tiny. Once that Cookie is there, plus Stomp. But yeah, I feel like if you die bottom or middle as any of them, it's just a pretty big mistake.
Tim's actually taking a lot of damage here from Kescute.
Yeah. But so is Kescute, so it's a pretty even trade.
Yeah, he's gotten into the Aphotic Shield at level 1 and then should be going Curse of Avernus next. That might be what allows him to potentially run down Tim's here. Trying to send the courier back through the trees, and I'm not sure it's going to be able to juke out. It's actually right on Kescute, needs one more right click on it. Finally, it falls.
They
So
picked the TB into the
Under attack.
Legion Commander, which is typically seen as a very bad matchup.
It's gonna be tough, I think, like overall. You talk about how they can't even catch the puck, but then like as the game gets later and later, and you've got that shard on the Legion, what are you gonna do to this team?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult because the only form of initiation for quite a while will be your lasso. And even if you do catch the puck with a lasso at some point, you're just going to get it dispelled probably. But a Centaur should never be able to really stomp a puck. Like if you're fast on your fingers as a puck, the animation is just too long, the windup is too long, it should not happen. Armel is a good player, so he's going to be very well prepared for that.
And we've seen him go off with this puck before.
Certainly.
Taking a bit of damage here from the stacks building up. Picks up the Water Rune. And then TP back to the tier 1.
Yep, took both water runes, just making sure Bad Rider can't bottle it.
So far the matchup favoring this Puck, 15-5 to the 10-2 of the Bat Rider.
Yep. The matchup should be pretty good for Puck. You shouldn't really be able to die until Lasso comes online. Like the burst damage Lasso can do with a couple of stacks is actually kind of ridiculous. If the Puck is not ready and prepared for that, you can die really fast.
Medusa taking a lot of damage. Gabby up towards top, running away. They've got the toss
One
back.
more. Oh,
Looks like he'll just survive.
Yeah, the tiny fed him a mango actually. So he got mana back for the mana shield. Otherwise, I think he might have been close to dead. Because he had like 40 health there.
Yeah, that got really close and really dangerous.
Another cookie.
They're going again, and this time he doesn't have any mana to play with. Gabby getting run down. There's the hoof stomp on a both heroes. Avalanche, can he toss him away? Doesn't quite have the...
Wait, he tossed Medusa into the death. I don't think Gabby was ready for that.
I don't think so either.
Like, Gabby was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Got killed.
Agent Boomy.
Puck orbed into the silence here from the Baron position, but no follow-up from the Baron. So he's fine. But yeah, that Medusa death was...
unexpected for Gabby, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think he expected it, but FBZ, I'm surprised there wasn't like a tip there. I feel like that's a tip moment.
Well, at least they did kill a Centaur. Like, Boomy is like, I'm a +5 tiny, I need my solo experience, bro.
Yeah, now doing with just about as much experience as Medusa.
Yeah, another farming meta popped. Again, like, bottom lane, there's just no way any one of them can die. Mid lane, they're getting close to the 6s.
Oh, another fire snap cookie hoof stomp.
And he's alone.
And Gabby is in trouble.
Below half health again. He actually went 2 levels in mana shield. That means his farm ability will be very much lower. Because you don't have the max split shot, max snake, and the damage channel level 10. Usually we see like 4-4-1.
Right.
But he already has 2 points in it, and he's out of mana anyway. This lane is really pressuring him.
He's working with 8 charges on that wand. Tiny comes over, refills the bottle.
Yeah, so Tiny kind of just leaving Dusa solo up there. First he kills him, and then he leaves.
It looks like they want to go Dream Coil into snapping it on the toss.
Did they get it? They got it.
Which they will. Question is, do they have the damage? Waning Rift, he's already into the Firefly. There's not enough follow-up, and the rotations coming in are enough.
Yeah, good rotation from the Abaddon, just making sure he's there to save his buddy. But that will also secure the power rune for the Puck. Which is going to be a DD. One of the strongest runes for Puck. Is he getting it? Yeah, he will. Like, Puck, level 6 with a DD can solo kill almost any hero in the game. Because the Erectus deals so much damage.
He just needs Dream Coil back alive. Or back up, not alive.
But now Mikoto is also level 6, so you have 5-6 stacks.
Boomy coming over,
Another
toss.
tower toss, nice.
Under the tower, Fire Snap Cookie. The damage might be there for them. Hoof Stomp, hide, sitting low. Creeps chasing. Boomy wants to still go for this as he does have Avalanche.
Yeah, I really don't understand this +5 Tiny. Like, look at the Avalanche cooldown. He used it middle to get the rune. He tossed the guy into the tower and was still on cooldown.
So they don't even get hide.
Yeah. You need those levels on Tiny. Like, they gotta make sure to give him a lane soonish.
This is not executing as well for TNC as maybe they would have hoped to start this one off. Right now, FBZ, he's happy with his time.
For sure, but so is the Legion Commander. They're both sitting at a pretty even net worth. But the big winner right now in this game is the Puck. Out farming Bad Rider by about 600 gold. And we'll yet have to see a rotation from him. TP is currently flying in with boots as well. Maybe he will TP to the Terrorblade lane. Exert some pressure.
Who is this kind of laning phase benefiting the most? Quiet, not a lot of kills.
Wait, we see top Medusa again.
Hoof Stomp. The Snake comes back. They've got Armel coming in with a pop, double damage, and they get the Dream Coil on a bolt. That's really well done. And let's see, are they going to toss him afterwards?
He has a Vanguard. He's pretty survivable.
Great
but
body blocks from Boomy.
yeah, the double damage puck coming in handy. And who does it favor if the game is slow? It's hard to say because in the mid game it will all come down to initiations / counter initiations. Nice rune denial here.
Yeah. All right. Picks up the haste.
That
lands
was
in front of
close.
him.
Imagine Predator just snacks it somehow and it kills him.
And then Rubik's dead, yeah.
But yeah, mid game it's all about the Blink Lasso, right? If you can dispel that with a Legion commander, then you're going to be in a perfect
Duel.
spot.
And
Easy kill.
Abaddon dying.
Yeah, this Legion is way too rich right now. Also 10 dual damage now. Dreamocell getting his jungle farm harassed as well. Bok has a level 4 nuke. He has to be careful on Dreamocell. Keeping a point for Sunder though.
Is under attack.
It's getting dangerous.
They also now know that they have a ward there though. So their ward should be dewarded immediately. There is Sunder available. So this Legion commander has to be careful. It's going to drop to 25% health. Or 35%. When did that change?
Vanguard picked up there by the Centaur. Going Sanjay Asha first for this TV.
Yeah, very common item build nowadays. Not a whole lot to dispel this game other than the silence, so makes sense. They do have quite a bit of stuns and duels. Well, one duel. But this early game is looking real crisp for TNC.
Yeah, they're starting to pull away now. They've got a 2K lead. It was a little bit close before, but that rotation up towards top really is going to help them.
I'm surprised they're not dewarding this really deep observer ward that the LC kind of gave away.
Do you think that that gave it away, or do you think that, because they also had the Rubik kind of step up, do they think maybe there's no ward there and it's kind of a guess off the Rubik information?
Yeah, but then he just kind of randomly nuked. It's like, it's unlikely it can happen, but it's always better to just check because your TB does still want to farm.
Right, and you want to be as safe as you can inside your own jungle, especially when you're losing your bottom tower.
That's right.
BZ has Stampede, but Makoto coming in.
This Tiny is kind of just bodyguarding the Medusa.
It's
a very tanky hero. It's an Invis, but they have a sentry ward right there, so they already know what's up. Jigs up.
And this just opens up the map. TNC, they're taking full advantage of the fact that 4 heroes have just rotated into the top lane.
The thing is, Medusa is one of the best tower defenders in the game.
Dream Coil. And now Makoto coming over. Flame Break. Oh, the coil gets snapped. Dreamacell's gone.
Not a duel.
Kescute on the run.
He didn't duel.
No duel. Stampede kisses 2, and that might have been why he helped the duel. Tim's ends up dead. They've got the lasso onto this Legion commander. Can't press yourself out of the lasso yourself. And Tim's and Bach fall to the rotations in from Boom, and that goes well for them.
Really surprised he didn't duel the Abaddon there. He wins that duel, he gets another free press the attack. The spell, the sticky charges get dispelled. Potentially can run out of there. And also, of course, you get the free 10 damage.
Right.
There was 150 HP Abaddon, you hit him twice, he's gone. Interesting.
Could have changed the...
I saw that he was ignoring him to try to duel the Bad Rider.
Yeah, and the tunnel vision ends up costing him.
Yeah. But now another big smoke up here. Does he have coil available? No, 20 seconds to go. So if they get unsmoked on the high ground, they come at the perfect time though. He's trying to farm a triple stack.
Dream Coil soon.
They're waiting for the coil.
9 seconds on it. Smoke breaks. Did Dreamacell spot them? Waning Rift. What did they steal?
Illusion.
Through.
Conjure image. I'm surprised they didn't just wait 5 seconds. That guy would have been dead.
Yeah. He had no idea. He was playing it back safe. But even then, you were able to create your space and get in there. Boomy. All right.
They're stealing his stack, though. It's a big triple stack to steal.
Flame Break hits on a 3.
Boomy.
Fire Snap Cookie, that lands on a 2. And Boomy's dead. They've stampeded. The Dream Coil comes out defensively. FBC's right on top of Tim's, and they'll get themselves a second once again. That is not great.
Not worth it anymore.
I mean, they didn't get anything out of it, so anything minus is certainly not worth it. And then they lose 2 heroes. It makes it really not worth it.
Yeah, they kind of went on the TB when the coil was like 3 seconds on cooldown.
Yeah.
A little bit more patience there. It's not like he was farming or going back, you know. He was committed to farming that spot.
Right.
And he wasn't leaving.
No chance in hell. However, Dusa is still free farming, and he's going to Manta style this game. Makes sense against the Awareness Silence, Refraction, a lot of good spells to Manta off.
Right. So the question is it just Manta Axe? Or is it
Most
even
certainly.
Manta Shard Axe?
And we have seen Manta or St. Joshua Dragonlance Axe, but Axe is definitely going to be the second latest third item. It's just too good this patch.
So even at 5, 1k lead for TNC. Smoke
Radiant's
going
middle
towards
tower is
bottom.
under attack.
If they can kill this Medusa, that would be pretty significant.
Rubik unsmoking though.
Yeah,
Gonna grab the
Lasso
Rubik.
comes in. They'll get a quick kill on a Rubik. Nothing Tims can do. Legion there, but not quick enough.
I heard Ownage, but they're still leading 1k on TNC.
So you think the voice line should chill out a little bit?
A little bit, yeah. They lost like 4 supports on the last 5 kills.
Right.
But Coil.
Coil onto the Centaur. It's focused onto the tankiest of heroes, but they're going to snap the coil under the tower, get the duel, and the victory. That's really well done. That's the execution that you're expecting, and something we haven't seen for the last few minutes or so.
Yeah, and there's someone making this +5 tiny work. They've played +5 Puck also recently, made that work as well.
Right.
Maybe Boomy is just the awkward hero specialist.
Could be.
Dusa. 1 recipe away from the Manta and has Axe queued up already. Okay.
And that's going to be a big point of contention when that Axe gets picked up.
And it always just seems like the moment where the game kind of becomes unwinnable for the team Medusa's playing against. Suddenly you're just the best team fighter in the game. You're still one of the best, if not the best hard carry in the game, so you keep scaling anyway.
Right.
Not a whole lot of drawbacks on the hero right now.
And the hero feels really strong. I
Like,
don't
we have
understand
had a couple of interviews. They all say, yeah, just pick Medusa, free MMR, pick Medusa, strongest carry in the patch. Why is nobody first phasing it? If they're all saying it's so good, you know?
Close Stomp comes in, little Shredder minus armor on a Bach. Where's the attack?
Kisses.
Kisses, that
came very late.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like either you do it right away or you don't do it at all, right?
He ended up stealing double edge. This is going to be an interesting interaction. All right, toss, cookie, and there's the Stone Gaze. They don't get the dual damage, but they will get the kill on FBZ. That one was weird. They're dominating here on Armel. They'll go after KSQ, pop the borrowed time. The chase is on. The Illusory Orb the other way, potentially going after Makoto.
They have a coil?
And yeah, Drew Coil down right on top of the Bat Rider, but the rest of the team is a little bit far behind. He does snap the coil, but gets the help with the Aphotic Shield. The overwhelming odds on top of KSQ to get the kill into the Abaddon. Even with the meta, Dream is Cell. Oh, he's stunned. Avalanche toss in the air. Oh, he ends up dead, but Armel, he goes down, getting a little bit too overzealous with this attack.
Yeah, losing the puck still for a trade of 3 though, and the very important Terrorblade kill. He's not going to be too happy about that, of course, but the team overall still a big win for them. Also getting the 2-1 mid tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And TB is... He needs like 2 more items to be really comfortable in this game. Like he'll have to itemize in a build where you can just fight the Medusa head on. Like some Satanic, Skadi Satanic Butterfly, something like that. Do you still need the BKB this game is another question. You've got the Abaddon to potentially save you. And it's going to be a tough call.
He saved Makoto there. I mean, he was ready.
He did. It's just like, if you invest into the wrong item this game as Terrorblade, it's going to really feel bad. Like, if you buy BKB, even though you can get away without buying one, you want to do exactly that. Because like, you need more damage, you need more lifesteal, just more frontline for your team. Because the Centaur is not going to be tanky in the mid-late game.
Yeah, so it comes down to TB's itemization.
Yeah, like we just see Centaur melt so hard once he's like stone plus anything really. The physical damage amplification of the stone is just too much. Maybe that's a good way to nerf Dusa. You just remove the bonus physical damage you get from it.
Right.
Because plus 40% is... That's a lot. If you're listening, Ice Rock, you know it's good.
People still want to play Medusa, so they're saying don't listen. Don't change.
I don't think it would kill the hero though, to take away that extra damage from the forward time pop. Dreamo Cell.
They're going to try and go through, and they've got
3-man stomp.
the stomp on the 3. Illusory Orb trying to leave. Press the attack, going to the duel. Mortimer's Kiss, Stone Gaze. Oh, they still have it. Bach getting the kill on FBC. They do lose Tim's.
Medusa's getting pulled in, though.
They've got the lasso running out of mana. They need to be careful. Medusa doesn't have Stone Gaze to work
It's
with.
a big
Press
snake
the
coming
attack,
back.
But yeah, it is a big snake. Gets him back to half the mana pool, and now they're going to look over at this TV. A Photic Shield will pop. Illusory Orb continuing forward. Makoto trying to deter them from moving in.
Isn't that just silly? He pops wand, has 180 mana, gets the snake out just in time, and back to 1,000.
That really...
Maybe that's another way to nerf it, just remove that talent.
That talent's disgusting.
Yeah.
It really is.
I mean, even the Terror Blade. He's sitting at 600 mana, so if you just snake him, you get 300 back. You snake the Bad Rider, get 400 back, and every time it bounces, just got what, like 1,000 mana back in the fight.
Plus 35%.
Yeah. Bring it up to, what, 55.
OS frogs in the chat.
55% is more than
half.
50.
I'm glad we were on the same page on that.
Yeah.
Avalanche coming through. Now they're going to look at it. They've got the Sword Crest on a Boomy. They're doing a decent chunk of damage. Fire Snap. Cookie lands on a 2. Again, it's such an interesting interaction with the toss.
Terror
They've got the
Blade.
duel, and can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. They'll get the kill to Tim. Tim seems to be the sacrificial lamb. They've got the Dream Coil, the Waning Rift. They'll snap the coil, pop the borrowed time. Dream of Cell not working with Asunder. He needs to be very careful.
Troops are posturing aggressively.
Yeah, because he knows that Axe is being delivered right now.
Yep, once that's up, it's Stone City. Let's go. Terrorblade just doesn't feel comfortable fighting at all.
And it's going to get even worse.
And Centaur had an amazing early game. He had Vanguard, Hood, Blink at like minute, I don't know, 14, 15. He has died like 4 times since.
Radiant's top tower is
He doesn't have any armor. Sure, you have a good health pool, but with 4 armor only, against his physical damage amplification from a Stone Gaze, you're melting. Melting fast.
Those numbers don't make sense lore-wise. I mean, the Centaur is covered in armor.
Yeah.
And yet it only counts as 4.
Mm-hmm. And then let's compare it to Snake Lady. She got 25.
Dream Coil on the 2. Waning Rift with the Illusory Orb. They'll get the kill there on the hide.
Yeah, it's just a little too easy for TNC to play. Like the Boom draft, as we said, relies way too heavily on having a good lasso. And they do have a counterplay for that anyway in form of the Legion, who itemize into a pipe to negate a lot of that magic damage. Great itemization there. This might just be one of those games where Boom never really gets a fighting chance.
Right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
5k lead for TNC.
Yep.
They're smoking towards bottom. This is where the TB's at.
And they know that. Coil up in 40, so they won't have that for this kill.
Blink. They found him. Veil used. Dream of Cell in trouble. Telekinesis, Avalanche toss all coming through, and the Fabled kill.
Wow.
So much damage off the Fable. Makoto, FBZ going in onto the Tiny, but this is a 5-position Tiny. They get saved by Press the Attack.
And
they have
Centaur
the duel,
again.
have the damage. They get the kill on the Centaur. FBZ is gone. 2 heroes dead on the side of Boom. Toss. And Kescu, he's dead too. Man, Boomy has... We doubted the 5 Tiny, and I think with how we've seen support Tinies, rightfully so, but at the same time, he is just put on a clinic with the toss.
Yeah.
He really has.
Been using it to great effect, breaking coils left and right, setting up very well for his team. But really, all of TNC are playing very well right now. Bok getting a lot of very clutch spells in. Such as itemization is great. Armel, we don't need to talk about him. He's owning. Really, everyone is owning.
Yeah.
On TNC. Everyone's playing their position to one of the highest potentials we have seen throughout the season. And this is not the TNC at all that played against T1. They're much more decisive, much more aggressive. They know what they can get away with. And now that translates into Roshan for the Medusa. 10k gold lead after that.
Now this is the TNC that was 3-0, not the TNC that ended up going 3-1 to T1.
Yeah. I really don't know what happened to them in that series, but it was very uncharacteristic of them.
And this, you know, winning this series for both these teams is very big because for Boom, it puts them at
3-3. Or if they win, it's 4-3.
If they win, it's 4-2.
4-2, yeah, sorry.
And with, I think, 5 being the marker, for at least from last season. 5 wins was the marker.
And if you lose, then you're at 3-3.
With 1
and it markers.
And that's where they missed out last season, was 4-3.
Yeah. Would be an unfortunate loss for them, but it's only game 1, so even if they lose this game,
they still have time.
Yeah, they can still upgrade their drafts and everything. But
And that's even if they lose this game. Which, right now...
looks likely.
Yeah.
But TB has won worse games, has had bigger comebacks. With this itemization, though, like he feels like he needs the BKB, he probably does. It's just gonna slow down his damage output, his threat level by so much.
So, TP from Boomy.
I kind of feel like Boom here has to play the corners of the map. You know, split push, see what he can do.
Right.
Become TI7 liquid. That's literally all they did every game. Split push, split push, split push. And yeah. It's tough to split push though against the puck. Ruby with Blink Dagger. Tiny with Blink Dagger Veil. I don't know how the Pulse 5 Tiny has so much farm.
Yeah, he has more farm than both supports on the side of Boom. You've got a Blink Dagger next for the Legion Commander who has picked up the shard, so you have that magic immunity with the press the attack.
Yep, Scotty soon completed on Dusa. TB finishes BKB straight away.
Dream Coil though.
Should be fine, yeah. So it's BKB and TB, now they need to fight. Like he invested into this item, doesn't give him any scalability, that doesn't give him anything other than being able to fight. So they gotta win a decisive team fight soon.
They're just watching.
And Centaur needs to build some armor. I'm not on board with this axe pickup. Maybe if you buy a casual plate mail, that's fine. But you gotta build some armor.
Right.
Like you get hit once by this LC with Orb of Corrosion and sitting at 2 armor. That's nothing. You're taking pure damage basically.
So Scotty's coming out for the Medusa.
Yep.
And looking up top, they've got the lasso, they have the Stampede to get the kill on Armel. They'll use that Avalanche as well as the toss. They'll throw FBZ back towards the tower. They have the duel. Makoto thinking, how can I save my Centaur? As now the Mystic Snake comes out, he turns to stone. The right-click damage is enough. Not for the dual damage, but for the kill.
Yep, and I just realized Mikoto is 5-0-4. He is having a really good game on Bad Rider, but you're just a Bad Rider against a Medusa.
You know, you're not you are an impact hero. You're not the most impactful hero.
The thing is, I think even if he has 10 Napalm stacks on Medusa and uses all his spells on her, she won't even lose half mana. And he uses 1 snake, she's back to full. So
yeah,
yeah, that's all up to TB. But again, his itemization doesn't allow him to deal enough damage to kill this Medusa. Which is where a lot of teams just run into the same problem. Medusa's not getting any high ground. You drain her mana, 1 snake, she's back to full, and you're presented with the same old problem.
Yep, for sure. This is it's seeming like a slow burnout eventually here for Boom, where TNC are just gonna creep that lead, creep the push, and get these kills.
Mm-hmm. And Bad Rider will have to be careful. The shard is online soon on the Medusa. So if you lasso him and don't BKB, you're gonna get stoned. Which means you're not gonna be dragging him. He's on the tail of the Terrorblade. He can BKB. He doesn't commit to BKB. Oh no!
So now the Dream Coil comes out, and it's
He cookied him out.
Yeah, that.
He cookied him out of the coil. I mean, it was a big mistake to begin with that he didn't TP out with the BKB on.
And now Kills Cute.
Is also gone.
Borrowed time gets
Duel.
popped. They've got the duel. They'll get the kill. Duel damage completed. Avalanche through. Hyde's been caught. Boomy chasing. Fire Snap Cookie, but they're right on top of him. They know exactly where he is. They toss him into the air. They steal the Fire Snap Cookie, and they will get this kill onto Hyde.
Yeah, Dreamos was probably like, yeah, you little bugger, you deserve that.
Yeah, I mean...
He doesn't get out alive, but maybe he can get a kill on support with like a Sunder, BKB, something like that. But either way, the right play there was just BKB TP. Cut your losses, I know nobody wants to BKB TP, but oftentimes it's just the safest play, the best play.
Now they push through bottom.
Yep, and Medusa just picked up a 20. So
Last out of tower.
Mystic Snake, even less cooldown, 7 seconds. That's great.
As cold-blooded.
Not like it's not strong enough. Gonna reduce the cooldown on that.
Make it 7 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds isn't low enough. Which is already pretty low, but whatever.
I'm sensing disgust.
Oh, of course.
Lasso,
He
press the
didn't
attack,
pick
turn the stone immediately. Now the duel is there. Makoto's gone.
We spoke about it. He had to
towards
use
the rest,
BKB.
and they should get the kill on the hide. When borrowed time runs out on KezQ, they might be able to dive him as well. They've got the Dream Coil down on 2. They'll focus their attention on the tier 3 tower.
This looks way too easy. Kiss is coming in. Medusa's losing half her mana. Snake comes back. Already 600 mana back in the tank.
And you can't step up because you'll get turned to stone.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur's just looking there. Usually the guy that jumps into 5 heroes, really strong and fierce, he's just a little kitten. Medusa lost half mana, guys. Wait until he throws a snake. Happening soon.
They're actually not even looking to jump him. Like, they can't.
They can't.
And now just shift this attention towards mid.
He's getting a little low on mana, 800. So it could reach the point where he doesn't have mana for a snake.
Can you look me in the eyes and tell me that truthfully?
Okay, I can't because Cold Blooded is going to trigger on someone and give him all the mana back. Even the range creep gives him just like 300 mana. Okay, 250.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at the golem. Oh, yeah. Snaking a golem camp is so satisfying as Medusa. You just get like 1,500 mana back.
I was out of mana and now I'm not again.
Yep. And what's even better is 7 seconds cooldown. And it only costs 170 mana. Oh, I know the perfect Medusa nerf. Make Mystic Snake percentage based. It costs 20% of your mana.
Current mana? Or mana pool?
That's a good question.
Because
Current mana, you can always use it.
You can always use it.
Yeah.
Then you've just buffed her.
How about 50 plus a percentage? Or 100 plus a percentage? Maybe that's too much then. Whatever. Just remove the spell.
Just get her out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But 170 at this point seems a little too little. She has like 3k max mana or so.
Yeah. What about if you throwing out Mystic Snake turns off Mana Shield until it returns?
Then you would never throw it again.
Well, then you're out of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, you nerfed. Nerfed in the ground.
You're actually dead. You're not just nerfed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What if Mana Shield with the shard would also reflect all the spells?
Stop. We don't need buffs, we need nerfs. Just taking the mid-setter axe very casually.
Oh, he manted already. Doesn't even try to manta dodge the Centaur stun. Not a showman. He wants the W.
Turns him to stone, that's all he wants. Flame Break pushing him back. Blink, Lincoln's popped. And now he's turned to stone. Fire Snap Cookie to get away.
But because of Lincoln's popped, Cold Blood didn't trigger.
Lasso and BKB this time, but they've got press the attack. So this time you don't turn to stone, but, well, you do not get the kill onto the Medusa, and you've wasted a Lasso.
And now I'm going to go snake in neutral camp. See you soon.
Oh, there's
nice
the Manta dodge.
Mm-hmm.
Kisses. Not landed.
It's not like he was ever in danger of dying anyway, but...
Now out of mana, so maybe that's the problem. But they've got the Dream Coil down as well as the Avalanche Toss coming through. The Jewel is out into the Terror Blade. And can he survive this?
Sunder!
Oh, no, Sunder. He was silenced afterwards to get the kill on a Dream of Cell. He's dead for 50 seconds with the buyback. The right click's coming in at FBZ. He's up the stairs, but Avalanche Toss, and they'll get the kill on the high, taking
and
up
everyone's
Snapfire.
stoned.
GG is called, and TNC will secure the victory in game number 1.
Outdrafted, outplayed, outfarmed, out-efficiency,
out-Medusa,
outstoned.
Yeah.
First pick that hero, please. First phase, Medusa.
Has it become first phase ban material?
In Europe, it is.
Because it's not getting picked up enough here for it to be first phase ban,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, Europe, especially one team, Hellbear Smashers, they always first to Medusa. Every game against them, it's either banned or they pick it up straight away.
Yeah.
They're very successful with the hero. Usually, the enemy team is like, yeah, we'll let you have it one game, then they win that game, and then they end up losing the series 2-1 because they ban Medusa.
Right.
It's a great hero, not respected enough. But of course, I mean, TNC, not only Medusa, like they made the Tiny work. All 5 of their players played an amazing game of Dota, and just boom, had no chance.
Yeah, and it really just came down to the Medusa, it felt like, and the lane play as well. Everything went well for TNC. Start to finish, it's a victory for TNC over Boom. They have a 1-0 lead in this series. To break it down further, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Welcome back to the panel, where Black, trying to be a contrarian against Lizard, has failed yet again, because Lizard is currently the front runner for Prediction King, I believe.
Black, when will you learn?
Black, you need to step it up, bro. You need to step up,
bro,
with some predictions. Yeah, because this is not working. It's not working, but you know what's working? Position 5 Tiny. Apparently, Boomy stronger than Boom. I didn't think that this hero can work. I don't like. This is one of the greediest position 5s I've ever seen, I'd say. He killed his Medusa, which, you know, maybe it was not a bad thing, because Medusa was out of region, so was Tiny at that moment, and then he gets a solo XP for a kill. That's a big That's a big turning point. You know, he's like, sorry, but he probably did it on purpose, and then he gets like level 3
Maybe
from that.
he said, I need region. So
Yeah,
he's
so
like,
he
here you
sends
go.
Medusa
Go to the fountain, have some region.
What's a first blood between friends? And this Terrorblade felt useless. No discredit to Dreamacell, just the pick was not the pick this game. Avalanche was interrupting the Sunder in this fight. In the lane, wasn't really able to do very much.
He just gets bursted here. Veil from Tiny, plus puck combo, Rubik comes, uses the Fable. Whole HP gone. Yeah, you're just not as tanky.
But they didn't have any plays. That's the problem. It's not only the Terrorblade. Yeah, he also isn't really the top tier meta hero at the moment, meta position 1. But you're also playing mid lane bat into the Legion Commander on the other side. Puck is having a good time. Medusa is free farming. Tiny, that's a position 5, is having so much farm
He had
too.
Veil Blink there.
Veil Blink,
like, it should not happen. Like, this should be punished. You need to start playing more aggressively.
Then again, even what Jab said before, like, there isn't really a huge difference between 4 and a 5 at the moment.
Sure.
You buy that sentry for 50 gold, you actually get that investment back if you find a D-ward.
2 times, sometimes 4 or 5 times, depending
Hell yeah.
and when you kill that observer ward. So, yeah, looking at TNC, they look very crisp. I think the TNC so far I've been most impressed with in this second season, because except that like one series.
Yeah, the
when
T1 series was
they
questionable.
didn't look, you know, like they woke up properly in that one, but all other series, TNC just looks completely dominant after swapping the 2 players out, now with the full Filipino squad.
Look at Medusa's score, by the way.
0 kills.
That's the perfect position
1 death.
0-1-19.
And look at Tiny, 2-1-21, like 1 death coming out from position 5 Tiny. I don't know, like this is just something, at least the way that I see Dota's being played, should not be doable. Maybe I'm wrong, like I've been proving to be wrong in this one, in terms of like not thinking the Tiny position 5 can work, even though I decided to go with TNC because of the rest of the team. Batrider like can't play Dota against press the attack, can play Dota once Abaddon gives away shield to Rubik, but I have to see more, you know. Maybe we're going to go back to that greedy position 5 route where you can pick whatever the hell you want. Position
But
5
even the
Faithless
4
Void.
was greedy. Rubik is not a very sacrificial 4 position.
He's not.
That's why he died like 5-6 times. And
Yeah.
5 deaths, I believe he had the most. He was the sacrifice in this game. But even the lane that they were playing into, Tiny versus Centaur plus Snap, that doesn't sound easy for Tiny Medusa. And it wasn't, but they made it work.
Because they had a few rotations from our MVP for game number 1. It was on Armel, on the puck, making things a little bit easier after Tiny tosses in a Centaur to give up first blood. Armel's like, all right, fine, I'm going to get some sick Dream Coils. I think he only whiffed like 1, but all of his other Dream Coils were multi-hero for sure.
And Boomy was there to snap the call. We've also seen some fun interaction between
Cookie.
Toss and the Cookie. Never
Yeah.
seen it before. Like you see him flying, then the Cookie fouls. But Grandma, I'm not hungry. Oh, yes, you are. Take this Cookie.
Yeah, half the time he would end up stunning Legion Commander. It was like, bro, I'm just trying to get a duel going right now.
Actually very fortunate for the side with the Cookie. Very fortunate for Boom, but unfortunately it was not
We can
enough.
call
One
it Fortunate Cookie.
Fortunate
Hey.
Cookie. Hey.
That ain't me. Yeah,
Sadly,
so-
was not enough.
Not enough. And it was an uphill battle. TNC looking like the favorites of this entire region. Forget even this series. Even though the scoreline is pretty similar, still TNC, every single game that they've won has looked definitive. So will they continue that trend and make it a 2-0, or will Boom push us to a 3-game series? Have to go to a quick break before we can find that out. We'll see you after the break.
Change of range.
And with those angelic sounds, we return to a TNC versus Boom. Game number 2. SEA.
Or you're supposed to be like a spelling champion.
Yeah, you were
or
10-year-old spelling champion. What happened here?
Also, pronunciation failure. You know, you can't have it all. The letters I'm good with. The phonetics I'm not so good with.
Oh,
I thought you were going to go with you can't have it all, you know.
Can't
Smart,
have it all.
good looks, being able to pronounce spell words correctly.
It's okay. I'm definitely the worst Dota player on this panel by a long shot. But thankfully, not on the broadcast. No disrespect to Beacop.
Shots fired.
Beacop is getting burned today, guys. You need to chill out a little bit.
My problem with that is he can't defend himself. You know, we just put him in a bad spot. He's probably listening like, what did I do to you guys?
Like, exactly.
He's been playing way more Dota than me. He's been winning with Medusa. He told me off-lane Medusa.
That makes me even more worried
The
for
hero's
his MMR.
that good that you better first phase ban it, because I think it might be first phase picked. Black is saying that only the worst team in European upper division is the only one who's wise to this technique.
Well,
and
maybe that's not a good sign, you know, if the worst
But they
team
win those games.
They win those
They
games?
win those games. So
Okay.
even the worst team in Europe can win with Medusa is what I hear. First phase.
But I gotta agree, Medusa right now just feels very powerful. This new Aghanim Scepter is kind of a must-have. It's always SNY, maybe a Dragonlance here and there into SNY/Manta style, and then get the Aghanim Scepter. You're super tanky if you... I like how they picked Medusa because there was no Phantom Lancer. They banned Nyx Assassin themselves, and they're like, well, we're just gonna take this Medusa because there are no counters left.
This time around, it's the same bans from TNC, right? The Timber and the Phoenix, nothing has changed. Boom Esports switching up things a little bit with the puck. We'll see if they decide that one particular hero as well was a problem. Maybe that Tiny goes out. Position 5 Tiny, no, Medusa instead.
Wise.
Wow.
Good job, Boom.
Yeah. It feels like the same thing that Jab said in that first game. We didn't lose to Smart O'Mega, we lost to their draft. I feel like cannot be applied here for Boom Esports because their draft was lacking and also TNC's draft was really good. So it's a little bit of both of these things. They definitely need to focus on their own strategies, on their own ideas, and perhaps improve a little bit on that. Because if your Batrider is second in net worth, pretty much deathless halfway through, but he can't have any impact, there's a problem.
You guys asked him about Nyx Assassin. I feel this hero is still first phase material. Like Nyx Assassin just like can be played as 4, can be played as 5. Not a strong laner, as we all know, like doesn't provide you with much, but once you get the levels going, he is a mid-game/late game specialist, where like Carapace, and there's so many heroes that you can't really pick into it.
Oh,
nice. I was actually going to say, said Boom should go back to their style. Dreamacell, IO, one of the last remaining teams in SCA that is willing to give IO to a core position.
Yeah, we'll see. Bristleback is also extremely popular in SCA, so we might see Bristle here comboed with him. Gyro as well, that we've seen in the first series.
Well, Bristleback just feels super popular in Southeast Asia. Other regions, you know, pick him here and there, but in Southeast Asia, it's like heavily contested, either picked or banned most of the time. And they play him on different roles, like we've seen 1, 2, 3 Bristleback.
Yeah, Boom plays it for FBZ most often.
We've seen some position 5 Bristleback from Team Liquid, right? I believe Insania one time played it.
5 Tiny, 5 Bristle, why not?
It's a brave new world in 7.29.
Exactly, you can put anything on that 5.
Anything can work.
They go with an Abaddon, and this pretty much makes it a carry Wisp.
Yep. Ooh, but they didn't ban out the AA. So we've seen a variety of answers to Core IO. It's not as big of a menace as it was in 7.28 in the Singapore Major, but I'm pretty sure I saw AA as an attempted counter. And still, once the heart comes online, then yeah, you're not regenning, but you still have so much HP that you never really get into shatter range anyway.
For me, the best one was the Morphling.
Yeah.
It's something that when IO was actually picked as a position 1, if it goes through, the team that picks IO always bans out Morphling because the hero just itemizes well versus him, also gets on top of him easily, does not care about the Aghanims of Wisp, and he can get in and out of fights, so scales better.
Any percentage-based damage, unfortunately, Phoenix is not available. Maybe Underlord, I was about to say it. That potentially Spirit Vessel carriers, even though you don't get too much value out of it because there's ABBA and most of the time he's going to be linked to him, so there's the spell mechanic, and yeah, the way you siege with IO ABBA is IO is scary and ABBA hits the tower. Like you give him the attack speed, and he just goes ham, silences the tower. Very
Very
powerful,
yeah.
indeed.
Your Dream is still sweating. He's like, oh god, I have to carry IO again. So we're going to lose this series.
And when he saw that ancient apparition, instead of being chilled, he started sweating. Yeah, it's.
AA will cool him down with a couple of ultis.
The thing is, though, versus a support IO, we've seen AA do really well. But when IO is a carry, usually what happens is you cast that ulti, you might hit him, you might not. When he gets the BKB, it doesn't even matter. What matters is he goes straight in the middle of that fight and you just die to the balls.
Yep.
You just die to that Aghanims.
They take Ember, okay. I was thinking about PL for TNC possibly. I don't think that's unplayable matchup. Most of the time teams love to ban Ember Spirit against the PL, but I still feel like it could be really good against ABBA, against IO. Mana burn, you get on top of them. They have like no burst potential, so once PL gets like really tanky, it's gonna be impossible to kill him. Maybe, I don't know, maybe even like a Necro. I wouldn't mind seeing Necro, but then this Tiny needs to be a playmaker.
Position 5.
Position 5, yeah,
let's do it
there
again.
we go.
Yeah, but Necro versus Ember, old school,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So you
it's
just
a-
put
it's
it
a
on mid
good,
lane, he can't
good-
really
good
do
counter.
can't do a lot.
I'm still on board with your Morphling idea for TNC. Good steal from Ember. Good.
No lockdown, no,
No lockdown.
silences, one route. That's
Amazing
pretty
versus
much it.
Wisp, amazing versus Ember. Historically has been picked into Ember just because you root him better than he roots anyone else, and it's just.
We mentioned a lot of heroes here.
Hopefully they pick one of them.
No, because Boom opening is very abusable. Like, they have so many flaws with IO, ABBA, plus Ember Spirit. So I'm wondering what their position 4 is going to be. Maybe something like Morana for Boom, where you have a setup for the arrow.
For Boomy or Boom?
For Boom.
For Boom.
For Boom, okay.
TNC. Do you want to counter the Wisp? Do you want to counter the Ember? They are literally showing you 2 cores at the moment, so. Or do you want to play something different, something of your own style? Darkseer, Tiny on the offlane. They should be our 3 and 4.
Also, probably a bit of a denial pick because Ember
With
Spirit
Ember?
plus Darkseer.
It's
Ember,
really
Darkseer
strong.
plus ABBA. You have so many shields on, the game crashes.
Get a Lotus Orb.
You can't. The hero just succumbs. He can't
He
carry
can't
all
move,
that.
100 move speed.
It's
Sorry,
too
guys.
much.
Ogre Magi.
But then,
Frost,
then you need to
Flame
use
Shield.
Surge on him, and then he's like, okay, I got this. We have a lift off Houston.
Yeah, I actually feel like Darkseer is one of those heroes that in other regions is picked up a little bit more, but it's really strong at the moment. The utility build plus the Aghanims just... If it was with this Ember, it just makes his life so much better. And he also improves the life of many carries, plus the vacuum wall combo right now is pretty solid. The talents are good.
Man, it would have been so good if they picked the Nyx also first for TNC. I don't know why it's not popular here, man.
Nyx is still available, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
so they could swap things around.
make
like this.
Gabby Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny mid or Tiny safe lane. I think it would be a great pickup because IO has uncontrollable damage, great setup against the Ember Spirit.
It's true.
And great laning partner with the Darkseer.
FBZ Pango.
Yep. We've seen him do really, really well on the hero. A lot of skirmish potential between these 4. Not really a stable team fight. More of you go in and out, get pick-offs, while IO is farming up, getting that tags. And TNC with the Void. I like this maybe a little bit more than going for a Tiny core. I feel like if you... a Tiny 4 and another Nyx, like if you have Tiny plus Nyx, it's kind of too much, I feel like. In a same way, you have this Vacuum Avalanche plus Nyx Impale. Just give more damage, maybe some...
Too many stuns?
Is there such a thing?
There can be such a thing as too many stuns, but they kind of do the same thing in the laning stage as well. Not sure.
Could still turn it into a mid Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
then
still
again, you
doable.
don't have damage inside a Chronosphere. Like
Tree
no
volley,
one,
son.
Yeah, just farm.
Just farm 4,200 gold, sure. Who needs damage? It's all about the trees.
They have the AA plus the Darkseer Iron Shell, Void hitting you a little bit. It's something. SF banned out by Moom, maybe Invoker as well will be.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing Invoker. Dispels all those shields, builds into Spirit Vessel potentially.
Yeah, Venom. This hero literally destroys Void
Oh,
in the
yeah.
lane.
Yeah,
You
always
just
did.
cannot lane into him. Like, it's the same thing with Monkey and with Void. Like, you just come to the lane, he hits you twice, gales you, and you have to run back to base or to the tower.
Can they get something from the mid lane that can stop the Rolling Thunder? Right now they have Chrono, but you can't still like hit him inside the Chrono, so that could be a bit problematic.
Puck is banned out, so that's not an option. BKB piercing. They ban out the Necro, as we mentioned earlier.
Wouldn't be a bad
Beastmaster's
because like
banned out.
it's also percentage-based damage. That's why I mentioned it. And against Io, he loves to play in like low HP. Could potentially take him down greatly in the lane against Ember.
Is it going to be Invoker?
I think it should be
Armel
Invoker.
Voker?
Yeah.
Come
It's
on.
Good versus Ember, good with the Chrono.
Hell yeah, that's it. I mean, this draft looks very straightforward, cookie cutter kind of a draft, but it definitely can work, and the heroes are in the meta at the moment.
What I also like about Faceless Void into Abapic, you use time dilation, and he doesn't get his abilities off in a team fight.
Yeah.
Like you need to have shield off cooldown to remove it. Okay.
Okay, this is nice as well.
So this is for Pangolier.
Yep, high Pango.
FBZ Night Stalker, actually.
Yeah, Ancient Apparition just hates playing into him. Faceless Void as well. Invoker too, so it's pretty much all down to FBZ, and he has carried this team a couple of times in the past.
But TNC have Surge. They can get away from him.
They do. I'm not saying they have no answers, but it's still a very decent Night Stalker game. AoE Silence versus Invoker and Void. Pretty solid.
You kind of itemize only with a BKB. That's the only item that works against the Night Stalker. Can try to get some Yule Scepters. Like Guardian Grease is going to make the whole team a bit more tanky. Aghanims on Darkseer as well, so that could potentially be a good thing. But I'm leaning TNC with their Wombo combo. Even though I'm not a big fan of position 4 Tiny, when he's paired up with the Darkseer, I think he can do quite a lot. You surge him in, there's the combo, double Ion Shell. They have Ancient Apparition against carry Io against these tanky heroes. So TNC for me.
Yeah, I'll be TNC as well.
3 TNCs.
3 TNCs. Black, are you going to be a contrarian again? I will say that at least...
It doesn't matter anymore, actually. So
that's true.
He
It's
can do whatever
statistically
he wants
impossible now, Black.
For him,
that's right. He
he's
abandoned.
gone. Not for
Outright
me.
abandoned.
Wait, guys, I'm coming.
There we go. Wow.
I'm Ice Blast.
Blink daggered in.
Oh, you're Ice Blast.
That was Ice Blast.
I thought that
you're
was
the
like...
projectile.
Anyway, I heard AA is the highest win rate hero in Dota right now.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to go with that boy.
Okay. Straightforward enough. Beak up. Which way?
Lizard, you're changing to Smart... oh, gosh. Who are you changing to? Not TNC? All right, cool. That's cool. You're on Boom. Right. I'll take TNC. Lizard's on Boom. He's switching.
I don't think you have that kind of power.
You
You
don't know,
tried.
man.
You
I
tried,
have
my
the
friend.
power.
You have the power to cast.
Wait.
I have Invoker on
Now
right
it's
here.
straight. Now it's straight.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I need to see that in full screen then, my friends. Beak up and Black. Take it away for game number
Can
2.
I put this right just over? No, you got to turn me. Okay, there we go. Full screen. It is actually an Invoker, even though from a distance it doesn't exactly look, like Invoker. I'm glad Lizard chose Boom.
Me too.
You know,
Like
kind
he
of
never takes risks.
out of nowhere that he would choose Boom.
I mean, Lizard is like the safe kind of guy always, you know. I respect that.
You know,
not everybody can take risks. Like you need some people that play it safe for risk takers like me to shine.
Right, and he gave all these reasons why TNC was gonna win, but then he gave the classic, but I'm gonna go with Boom.
Because why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Realistically, though, this Night Stalker can carry Boom. I think you have been asked a question. You should answer fast.
Yeah, I think I got to figure out whether or not I want to go with TNC.
I mean, you have to do it now. Once first blood is done, deal is over.
I guess I'm going with Boom.
Nice!
Yeah. I mean, that's automatically a point. That's
Yeah.
all that matters. It's just like that SAG game. You only had to take the tier 1 tower for it to count.
Yeah.
There we go.
You already won.
All right, so I'm tied now. Cool. So now I can switch back to TNC.
That's how
I'll
it
take my
works.
point and go right.
No. So are you Boom or TNC? You have to choose now. 3, 2, 1.
No, I'm sticking with what I said, TNC.
That is not very chat of you, but it's fine.
Well, Lizard went with Boom. I can't be with Lizard.
Oh,
As long as I keep saying it, it's facts.
Yeah. What happens if they get 5-man Chrono, Cataclysm, Refresher, Shard, Cataclysm though?
Huh. Then that would be pretty hype.
Yeah. 6 Sunstrikes on every hero on the map. How many is that? 30 Sunstrikes.
So you said Cataclysm, Refresher, Cataclysm, Shard. Cataclysm.
Yeah.
That's only 3 times.
3 times 2 is 6, times 5 is 30. Because Cataclysm is 2 Sunstrikes.
True.
That's fine.
Wait.
Yeah.
Does that math check out?
Yeah, of course. I'm never wrong when I do math on stream. Because I only do when I'm 100% certain.
I think I'm going to need to be giving everybody a degree here in mathematics.
Please do. I told you, my teacher called me the human calculator.
Right. The human
For good
calculator.
reason. Yeah.
Were you like a TI-83 calculator, or were you like a basic calculator?
So is it like an American model? Or
Texas Instruments 83. It's like one of the scientific calculators. So you had the normal numbers, and then you had cosine, tangent, and all that stuff.
Is that just used for math, the one that you just said?
Yeah, it's like a graphing calculator. I think we used it in maybe one other subject, but it was just a graphing calculator.
We were not that advanced. I just had a normal numbers-only calculator.
Okay.
I'm a very cookie-cutter kind of guy.
Dyer's top
I
tower
wear
is under attack.
T-shirts on Christmas. Or when you wear pullovers or whatever. What did you wear on Christmas again? The festive thing?
What do we do for Christmas?
Yeah. Like, what do you wear? This pullover thing, right?
I don't know. I don't celebrate Christmas.
Okay. Me neither.
I mean, I do. I just
don't.
Yeah.
Same with my birthday. Not like anyone cares anyway. Never had any friends. But that's fine. Who needs friends?
You've got Chat. Chat, tell him you're his friend. Ooh, avalanche toss up into the air.
Dreamercell.
Dreamercell
Tether.
is going to try and tether out.
Easy.
Never in doubt.
No. He's taking over. He has been healing south, but the Iron Shell might cancel it. Ah! Okay, that was close.
Again, never in doubt.
You felt the pain there. Well, I did.
Yeah, we're connected.
1K gold lead for Boom already. That's what we're talking about. Easy win.
Yep.
For you.
Exactly.
I wouldn't mind having one prediction right today, though.
So you need TNC to win.
I can always win in game 3.
True.
True winner mindset here. Could I be positive?
Toss. And that's under the tower with the cold snap. Makoto in some
There's the
trouble.
tornado.
Right clicks in. They've got the tornado up into the air. Actually hits the Abaddon too. And Makoto's dead.
And what a lot of people don't know, Tornado takes off Flame Guard before the damage is applied. That's how they got the kill there. Well done.
Definitely knew that. Boomy swashbuckled on the run. Bash onto the Night Stalker. He freezes over. High trying to get a kill onto the Ancient Apparition, but he won't be able to do
Need
so.
more bashes.
Right clicks coming
that
in.
is the triple bash.
And now, Boomy.
One more bash.
Can he help get a kill here onto FBZ? Time walk right on top. They've got the chilling touch. He's slowed down. And
one more.
They've got it.
Double.
Boomy with the double kill. Ancient Apparition, highest win rate. That's why he's the best hero.
16% chance to bash, and he got a double.
Oh.
Just FYI.
Did he just sacrifice himself to the tower?
Yeah, so they don't get XP.
Yeah.
Not to the tower, to the creep wave.
Ooh, even better.
Yep.
Don't have to waste as much time.
Exactly.
Radiant are scanning.
Do you get TPs when you die to creep waves? You do, right?
I think, well...
It's just Roshan doesn't give you one, I believe, right?
He technically, it was a kill for the Night Stalker, so I think he's got it. Got the TP.
How does Night Stalker kill anyone during the day? That's not law-friendly.
Well, it's the fear of it being nighttime.
Right. I get that a lot during daytime.
You have a nightlight?
No. I tease off the darkness.
Swashbuckle.
So Gabby is level 5. Once he's 6, there's going to be a lot of room.
Judas taking a lot of damage once again. They've got the toss into the tether.
But we're not seeing Exalt Invoker, so no Chrono and Sunstrike combos just yet. We'll have to wait for probably level 16, 17, Aghanim Scepter. I just always feel like as though this combo pretty much secures to the late game every time. Like you just Chrono 2 heroes, they're both instantly dead. Kind of insane. And we see a pause come out right as my phone vibrated. Maybe that's a sign.
What is the sign?
That my phone is connected to the pause.
Could be.
Potentially. I'm going to call it out right now. If Armel doesn't buy a Magic, won't they lose?
That's the item that can cause the loss.
There it is. Everyone disconnected from TNC. Boom with the auto win, the def win. Wow, going to game 3.
You're giving a lot of false information.
Oh, sorry.
I'd just like to say that that is not true.
That is not accurate information, guys. You have all been
bamboozled.
Yep. Caps, J, E-baited.
Yeah.
J-baited.
How are you getting people like that?
I don't know, man. I'm just in everyone's head.
That is true.
For better or worse.
Let me see if chat's saying that they're your friends. They are. Look at that.
Really?
We love you, Black. We're your friends. See, come on.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Okay. What did I say? Nobody celebrating my birthday, right? So happy birthday. Okay, makes sense. When is my birthday, though? Not even Wikipedia knows. There's false information there on me. I'm just like...
Are you saying there's false information on you on Wikipedia?
Oh, yeah.
So you're saying the date here isn't right?
That's correct. Actual serious. Like I'm serious.
Actual serious.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Oh, first line. Black is best friends with B-Cop. Oh, wow. Wikipedia knows. This is crazy.
On Wikipedia.
Must be true.
And there was this awkward day. I was at some tournament with Faceless. It's not my birthday. They're like, happy birthday to you. I'm like, whose birthday is it? And it's like, my name? What is it? Me? Today? No.
I think that's what I needed to do. I need to start switching my birthday to event dates.
Just so they give you
I
cake?
can get cake from every event.
It was not a cheesecake, though. So my heart was hurting. You know how much I love cheesecake. I've been trying to get one forever. If you live in Romania, get me a cheesecake. Or give me some place that has really good cheesecake. I want the whole cheesecake, not just 200 gram. I need 1.5 kg or something like that. Okay. Thank you. Anyone? At me on Twitter. Give me the deets.
Here's the best place to buy cheesecake.
But not just 200 gram.
Yeah, so I got to start changing my birthday to fit events. It's
every time you change your birthday.
Yeah, May 5th for this event. So I guess my birthday, this event is going to be
tomorrow.
Let's do May 14th. I like that date.
Wow, okay. All right. I like that.
Production saying that they're going to bake Black a cheesecake.
But not when. So probably when I leave.
Season's over on the 24th. The cake is here on the 25th.
Enjoy your cake break. Oh, what? You're not here anymore?
They're going to chase. They're going to go up towards top.
There's a Chrono.
And they have Chrono, but they have the silence. But the silence
They're
is
so
going to last long
scared.
enough, and they're already backing off of this. Armel makes the rotation. Makoto with the sleight of fist, and
not a
and
pause.
that might be why he didn't throw the Chrono.
But I don't know why they were so scared. There was no mana for nuke. Actually, he did nuke again. It would have been close. And if they don't get it, then it would have been 3-man Chrono. I guess it does make sense that they play a little bit scared. However, IO against Faceless, Void, and A. I don't think we've spoken about that enough. It is actually one of the only hard counters in the game. Because usually AA alone against IO not that good because he's just going to run away. But if you're Chronoed and Ice Blasted, you're not regioning up. Toss the bat into the tower. Tornado, EMP, and gone.
KezQ dying there to Tim's. I'm a big fan of that AA Faceless Void combo, one of the better ones.
It's not only that, they have Cataclysm on top. It's like a monster combo dombo.
Well, they got to get to Cataclysm first.
Well, I think Sunstrike is fine too.
Because we've been talking about Invoker, about the builds we've seen from mid Invokers, and how we've seen these Invokers fall off.
Yeah, but he's going... he's basically playing an Exort Invoker, but there's Quartz Wax. Like, he's going directly into the Midas. He just wants super high levels and probably farm more than he wants to run around. Just to set up for the Cataclysm. Because Quartz Wax is still, at least most people would say so, the better laning phase build. And we can see it here. Mikoto only level 6. Invoker 7.5 already. Almost 8. Mikoto's been struggling this entire season pretty much. Game 1 he looked good.
It's not like he had a bad game.
Yeah.
Chrono used top, cold feet, and a couple shots. Chilling touch, right click,
Still alive.
trying to leave. Time dilation. He'll survive the Chrono, and now the turnaround.
Radiant's middle tower
Going
He has
after
no
Gabby.
are scattered.
He's out of harm, but the question is Boomy? Looks like they may even want to dive the tower. Meanwhile, Mikoto dies to a neutral.
Huh?
Boomy, he's gone.
Mikoto actually died to neutral creeps, yeah. He farmed a stack and died to it. That has never happened in the history of the... Okay, it's not that bad, but...
We've seen some neutral deaths.
Yeah.
Or not seen.
Radiant's
We'll assume it
middle
was the
tower
worst.
is under
It was
attack.
one of the little skeletons that just flash shot him.
I thought that would stop after Envy stopped.
What, dying in neutrals?
Yeah. Like, he died so many times, especially when he was playing Sven. Like, just 5 neutral stacks. Oops.
Armel coming over, time dilation, now the tornado. That's going to land onto the Night Stalker with the EMP. They've got themselves the cold snap.
Bash.
They'll go after this Night Stalker. They hit the bashes. Swashbuckle, not going to do anything.
Where are the
He's so
bashes?
fast.
He bashed more with level 2 bash than level 4 bash. Why did you level it? It's your own fault.
Avalanche
Bottom lane,
toss.
yeah.
And Dreamacell tethered back.
Ah, it's so lame.
Again, every time he's just getting away with that tether.
Good micro, though. Microing away his own creep to the other side to be able to tether it. Well done by him. Ember Spirit still struggling. He went open corrosion, actually. That's an item you would go for when you're snowballing, not when you're behind. See if it will pay off for him. So far, it has not.
IO, top of the net worth by a lot.
Yeah. But again, this time they actually do have good ways of dealing with him. Potentially.
Tornado again on Mikoto. So he's going right into that Ags on Dreamacell.
Yep, standard build. I'm just wondering how they want to save this IO. Because he will definitely get Chrono every fight. Like, that's what they're looking for, right? And then Ice Blast on top and whatever Invoker spells to throw on top. They don't have the best saves. A Banner Shield does nothing, pretty much. It gives you, like, what, 200 bonus health? And the Mist Call also doesn't really do anything. So if he ever gets caught isolated, he should just die.
Right.
No matter how farmed he is, really.
Darks here is
Dire's
middle of the pack, which is not normally what you see for Darks here.
Yeah, he's been struggling.
Toss. Back under the tower. That's been glyphed. They've got the cold feet. That doesn't pop on Mikoto.
Now let me ask you a question, because where's the tower pressure gonna come from in the Doom laner? They don't have good tower pushing heroes at all.
It'll just come when they team wipe TNC.
Mid tower, half, top 75, bottom. Bottom is actually the lowest tower they have on the TNC side here.
Dire's bottom tower is under
You
attack.
can't push towers, can't get map control.
And that just leaves the map available for this TNC side.
Yep. Honestly, TNC, all they want is just go to this mid and the later portion of the mid game.
Slide onto Armel. Swashbuckle misses. Now the Tornado landing on the 2. They've got the EMP. They'll bring in Gabby.
Hide
Time
out of mana.
dilation. Gabby was hoping to maybe get a 2-man Chrono on that. Now they'll chase Hyde. They've got the toss, and that's a 3-point shot from Tims to take out this Pangolier.
That was more a layup, I think. It was a pretty easy one. Yeah, it was just
Dire's bottom tower
reverse
is under
layup.
attack.
Yep.
Smoke used by TNC.
I'd say as long as they don't extend their lead on Boom, TNC is in a very comfortable position. However, IO is one of those heroes, as they smoke up here on the Dire. See if they catch the IO. He is making his way out of there, so nope.
Smoke?
Oh, a
He's gonna
bad is
break.
unbreaking it. Oh, that's the worst.
Radiant's bottom tower
Nope,
is
that's
under
not something you
attack.
can go for.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Although trying to steal some of this. Swashbuckle, disarm, time dilation. Now the time walk doesn't actually get up the cliff. Not that it's going to matter.
Not at all.
Invoker, okay, so now he's going Axe. He had Solar Crest queued.
Yeah, you need that Axe, and you need to get a lot of levels on Axe right now. He started just leveling it, so there's only one. And Night Stalker, when Phase Boots Blink Dagger straight away. He just wants to get on top of people.
Yeah.
Silence him up. Maybe kill the Void before the Chrono. They do have the counter for that though. The Surge is very good against that.
Chrono used onto Dreamicell. Ice Blast coming in, that'll land, so Dreamicell's in trouble. And they'll get the kill onto the IO. They'll go over the Ancient Apparition. They'll trade for Boomy. Tim's running away, but the Smite is the finish. Gabby time dilation. Swashbuckle lands. He needs to be careful. Vacuum. Ice Wall. Makoto walking real slow. FBZ, it's like he's wanting to wrap around.
He has one
of his Searing Chains, and now Armel, he's under the tower. Can he survive? He needs the team to try and help. Cold Snap, and the time walks forward. He'll remnant away.
Why does Ice Wall slow you, by the way? If it's a wall, shouldn't you just be able to like bump off it? Not like, are they walking on top of it or what?
Well, yeah, that's the question. Is the ice wall vertical or horizontal on the ground? Are you
If it's
slipping on the ice?
Is it still an ice wall though? If it's like not horizontal, then it's more like an ice surface, right?
I guess.
What if it's like half wall, half surface?
Maybe he's conjuring a phantasmic ice wall that you can walk through, but it slows you because it's ice and you're cold.
So you're saying it's like a different dimension kind of thing?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Still a 1K lead here for Boom.
Yeah. It's good. But as you can see, this IO is not really survivable in the Chrono.
I was about to get that axe. We'll see if that changes anything for him in terms of getting more of that net worth and being a little bit more survivable here.
Yeah. The problem with the Void is he didn't go for any scaling items. They're rolling on top of him.
Thunder. They've got the blink as well as the silence right on top.
Bye-bye.
Tim's trying to help. Silence. Oh, no longer there, but he can't get the time walk away.
Ice Blast is on the hide. Okay. So Dreamicell getting credit for that kill.
Yeah.
That's some revenge.
The real problem is just that Void won't be able to keep up a farm at all. He went Mom, not Maelstrom, which means hitting the neutral creeps won't be as easy, which then in turn means once his Aghanim's is online, he should be snowballing pretty hard on that IO. And maybe that's the ticket to game 3.
It was kind of interesting because he did have Mask of Madness Maelstrom queued up.
Yeah, he needs that BKB because Nightstalker did go for a Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he's I know he's going to have the Darkseer next to him to surge.
Yeah. Tiny surge.
Trying to chase Avalanche, not going to land.
The problem is that this TNC draft, no matter how far you're ahead, you're going to stay on top of your game. One vacuum into like a good Chronosphere can turn everything around instantly. So even if you're leading 10k, you can just lose a fight out of nothing. With one vacuum, suddenly, oops, we're 4 together, got chronoed. Sorry guys, I was bad in my positioning. Suddenly Void gets an ultra kill.
Yeah, vacuum chrono wall. They've got chrono available again.
Nice tower deny.
They do get the tower deny, Invoker just 1,500 gold away from grabbing that Ags.
Not enough levels in Exort yet either. Like he needs 4 more levels. I said level 16, 17. And of course, as an Invoker Master, that's exactly what's happening. Wow, I'm very humble as well. Is Anna humble? Naming himself Humble God, or is that arrogant?
I don't know. I think it's a mixture of both, maybe.
Okay. Fair. Fair enough. It's going to be hard to catch multiple heroes in the Chrono, though. Heroes that you want to catch. Like, you don't really care about catching the Abaddon.
Silence onto the Ancient Apparition once again. Boomy.
Bye.
He throws an Ice Blast before he dies, but there's no follow-up to that.
They have indeed been blasted by ice.
Boom are doing a good job right now.
They are. I like the Blink Dagger pickup on Nightstalker. They have 3 very high mobility heroes. As I said, like, hitting them with the Chrono is not easy. He's setting up on bottom with Nightstalker again.
And he's going to have the Blink as well as the Silence, but he time walks wisely before. However, that being said,
They're going to relocate to his position. They've got the silence, and they'll have the kill on the Gabby once again.
I like this a lot. What this Night Stalker did. He went really early blink, and he maxed silence before even putting any second point in the nuke. 8-second silence is brutal. It killed the Void twice already.
Yeah.
And he's super far away from BKB still. And he's slowly but surely getting out farmed. And courtesy to all those kills, Night Stalker's not even behind the net worth.
Ooh, side searing chains again, right
Rumi
here.
again, same spot.
Same spot, yeah.
He couldn't deward again, and now his sentry gets dewarded again.
Oof.
There's 2 deaths and 2 sentries gone. Like, if you want to deward, you gotta bring your team with you.
Yeah. For sure. Otherwise, that just happens.
Axe is almost up on Bok, though, on the Darks here. So it's gonna be some bonus health.
Too.
It's just, as I said, how do you get this team fight going? You know, who's gonna go in first and eat all the stuff so you avoid your Darks here can get some good combo off.
Tiny?
Could be Tiny.
He's got Blink Dagger.
But he wants to find the initiation as well, right?
Maybe.
Apparently it's AA, because he has been doing that for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, and the same spot every time. Medallion picked up for the Abaddon. Makoto. He's got that Maelstrom with the Orb of Corrosion.
They have been unsmoked by a Sleight of Fist already, so that plan is also not going to work.
They're in Roche. That could be the opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think they can give away this roll for free. Axe on the Volca up.
It's going up.
Okay, if they don't know. The 2 Axe are flying in right now. How fast is Roche? Still at 6k health. 5k? But I think they're not aware at all.
They're not aware. They're going bottom. They get the kill on the FBZ. They'll land the Sunstrike.
Yeah,
But that's well worth it to pick yourself up in Aegis.
For sure, especially against this Chronosphere. Like, all they have against the Void is a Chronosphere combo. Against the Void, sorry, against the IO. As soon as that is expended, how do they kill him? He's pretty filthy rich on his IO. That's what he is.
And they're up 3k.
Blink almost picked up on Pangolier. He just finished it, actually.
Go back towards bottom, Makoto.
He has
See
a
if
remnant.
he gets out. Preemptive Ice Blast, Avalanche coming in. And now they've got the Sunstrike, but that's not going to land.
It was never going to happen.
It needed to, like, be timed to all hit at the same time.
Yeah. They needed the full damage from the Tiny combo, and the Sunstrike on top, and now he's just going to region up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, he's got the Ags on
Hey,
the...
again, same spot.
The 3rd time that he's going to die here.
Oh, yeah.
Silence, and Boomy, he's dead.
That is... There's really no excuse for this. Like, 3 times in the same spot is really problematic.
And you see them taking top.
Yeah.
Like, it's no secret.
Dire's top
Like, this time at least he gets the ward finally, but it's not worth your life 3 times.
So they'll grab the tier 2. That leaves the outpost available, which will be taken immediately following that tower going down. BKB for the Faceless Void. I just don't see it being enough. At least not yet.
The problem with the BKB is that he's now going into Maelstrom, but he's already delayed his farming item by so much. He's like 2.5k behind the Faceless Void. Sorry, IO. They both have a ball in their head. So I was like, oh, they're the same.
So they basically they need to
fight now.
Yeah. Could they have got Maelstrom before the BKB and just farmed to that?
I mean, certainly.
I don't know why that wasn't the case to begin with.
Well, he was scared of the Night Stalker mostly. Yeah, Tiny. Is he going to unsmoke them? Oh, he blinked the wrong way on Night Stalker.
Avalanche. Toss. Ice Blast not landing.
That was
Now
close.
trying to run. Sunstrike down. Boomy, though. He's dead to Dream of Cell. Rolling Thunder up into the air. Now is this Tiny. And Tiny Tims,
Invoker in
he
trouble.
falls, and they're right on top of the Invoker. They've got the silence out of the Faceless Void. The wall is down with the BKB. They've got the Chrono that's on a Dreamacell. Can they get the kill on either of them? Finally taking out Hyde, looking over at this IO. They're still chasing Armel, who's been dusted. They've got the silence once again. He blinks right on top of him. He's been chasing him this entire time. Finally on the high ground, gets the cold tap. Chaos Meteor is going to be enough to survive for Armel. No, he's dead. And they've got the tether coming in from Dreamacell. They're diving into the base. They want it all.
Yeah, this game might just be, well, they're not going to GG out just yet, but this was a massive fight for them. Even though Nightstalker did the wrong blink to the wrong side, Tims was like, all right, there's a Pango here, let's blow him up. So maybe, that was like a 5-head play that made the enemy really confident in the initiation and won him the team fight.
Wow.
Or do you think it was a mistake? I think it was a 5-head play.
I can see that.
No.
Dire's bottom tower
Chrono on
is
2,
under attack.
Sunstrike was on cooldown, so the Cataclysm never came. Nightstalker jumped on top of the Invoker. All he did was run away the entire fight, pretty much.
He stayed with him.
Yeah.
I can't believe he stayed with him too the entire time.
There's just nothing you can do as Invoker. You're at Nightstalker's mercy until you get your own BKB.
Avalanche. Ice Blast coming in, and now look at this. Again, the blink, it's just been so effective. The silences make it so difficult for them to do anything. They pop the BKB. They don't have Chrono. They look over at Makoto. The Tornado's out. But Makoto pops his own BKB, and he wants to continue for more. If this fight goes poorly, this could just be the GG call, because they're going to lose Gabby, and it looks like they'll lose the rest. Down goes Boomy. Down goes Bach. These heroes are getting killed inside their base. Nowhere is safe for them.
And this difference of game 1 and 2 from both of these teams is insane. Like, it's just reverse roles, right?
Yeah.
Like, now Boom is just completely outplaying TNC. And this Nightstalker pick seems to really pay off. Like, he has done so much this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
TNC just can't get anything going.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna try one more time with the next Chrono, but I think that's the last fight they have.
Yeah, I don't really know what else they have to throw at this. And it's so hard to kill these heroes. You've got the Abaddon who hasn't been caught, so he continues to throw the Aphotic shields out. You've got Io who continues to get the saves, and you're constantly silenced when this Nightstalker jumps you.
How much is Invoker away from his BKB? 1,000 gold. Once that's up, maybe like they don't really have any damage through BKB at least, this Radiant side. Like none. Absolutely zero. So once these 3 BKBs are up, Nightstalker is also going for one. Sorry, Darkseer is also going for one. Why do I keep talking about the opposite role? Like I want to talk about Darkseer, I talk about Nightstalker. I want to talk about Invoker, I talk about Ember Spirit. Smoke up DD on Void. This is all you can ask for. But again, these Radiant heroes abandon unsmoking them again. Ooh.
Rolling Thunder, silence onto the Ancient Apparition. Oh dear, this is going to be bad if Gabby can't get out. Tims is to his side. They're going to buy back on Boomy, but they've got the silence with the Curse of Avernus, the BKB, Cataclysm, and now they've got themselves the Chrono, but the Sunstrike misses. The Cataclysm is not worth it. Ice Blast coming in with the Avalanche. Can they at least get the kill on a Dreamacell? He's getting quite low. Time dilation out. Kill pop. Box gone. Boomy dead once again. And they're still chasing this Faceless Void.
He's getting owned by the Abaddon.
Yeah, the right clicks, the silences, even with the double damage, he just doesn't have enough to get the kill. Oh, he's going to have the blink, so that means he should be...
Ah, no mana.
No mana for the Void.
He was 2 mana short.
Wow.
There was like a 2-pronged fight. 2-pronged assault. Nightstalker and Darkseer were cut off completely by the Ember Spirit and Pangolier. So you obviously saw the Cataclysm miss. It was because he threw it out as he was like on 100 health, because he couldn't afford to wait any longer. And yeah, Boom is just on top of this Invoker all the time. He needs his BKB. Like, just stop doing whatever you're doing, farm your BKB.
Right.
And demand the space from your team. You need it. Give me money. He didn't might us.
Demand it.
No efficiency. See, he's too friendly. He electrocutes the Void. I would have taken that camp. I'd be like, bro, I need the BKB, man.
Just
take it away.
He would have had it BKB if he took the 2 ancient camps, to be fair.
True.
If he dies again before his BKB, I'm gonna be laughing like a little evil devil.
So that's how it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Boomy going up the hill again, not the hill of death. They have the same ward again, they're baiting him in.
Every single time.
Fear quiets magic, but not blink daggers.
Sight searing chains, 4-staff on the high ground. There's the avalanche out on Makoto. Ice blast. Okay.
Ice was gonna hit. Barely off the mark.
Close.
Yeah. Sometimes a 3-pointer turns into a out of bounds shot. Happens. Boomy again.
Man, sleight of fist, searing chains.
Same spot.
Same spot every time. He's dead. Godlike here for Makoto.
They're bullying him.
He just keeps going back.
He really likes that spot.
He just wants to de-ward.
But is it the coldest spot on the map? Or
Won't come with him.
Why does it get drawn there?
I wonder where the coldest spot on the map would be.
You know, it's like a cat. They really like warm spaces and cold spaces sometimes, depending on the mood. He's like, oh, it's cold. All right, we should name this the Hill of Death.
Dire's middle tower.
It's the Hill of Boomy.
Well, definitely not, because it keeps getting taken from him.
12K deficit. Still doable. It's tough.
There's always the possibility of getting a really huge combo, but it's just really tough.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
Rolling Thunder up the time walk, and now Gabby forced to pop the BKB again.
Defensively.
Every
Again.
time it seems like it's defensive. It has not really felt offensive once yet.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for TNC to try and get the miracle combo. That's all they can do. They have no other plays.
They need to defend this. They gave up the first one. They need to go for it.
Yeah, this is shot. Who's the shot going to? I wouldn't mind Night Stalker, just eat a creep.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
There's just no way for them to get there. They're crowding their base.
Yep.
Ice blast?
That's a big ice blast, though. Like, if there was a chrono right there, this would be GG. But it's not. So it's not GG.
Give the shard to the IO.
What does that do?
Is under attack.
Tether something. Tether stuns enemies here. Touching it. Don't touch it, bro. Don't touch the ball.
Tornado. But they were tossed out of the tornado. They're going to get the kill here onto Tim's, it seems.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just run him down, and now Makoto is beyond godlike. And they
Something we
found
haven't seen in a
Gabby
long
again.
time.
Gabby might be forced to pop that BKB.
Once more, defensively.
Right-clicking, BKB going for the offensive play.
What?
But BKB's been popped by FBC, and now he's trying to lead for the
Oh
damage.
my god! The anti-combo. He expected him to chrono, but he just didn't. I'm at probably like 3 question marks above his head, like in those comics. Like,
Instead of the balls above his head, it's question marks.
But yeah, now, what? Void is dead for a minute. Is it 2 sides or 1 side only?
Dire's
You do the
middle
math.
tower is under attack.
1.
Wow, that was easy now. You took a long time. That's basically considered cheating, so you're out.
Vacuum, Ice Blast. No.
You should have
They're
gone
gonna
with Boom
remnant
this
it. They
game.
popped the BKB. I did go with Boom. So they'll get a kill there on a Tim's. They'll look over and
Oh,
block. They'll get a second.
He just ran him over with the fire remnant.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to go for the tier 3 over mid. There's just no way for TNC to stop this. At the
And now it's Tiny without buyback. So Void will be up in 10, but no Tiny.
Dire's middle tower.
Every time. Oh, they smoked up. Boomy was really scared of getting slided again.
He doesn't want to get slided anymore.
They don't have the Void up yet. Sleight of Fist, searing chains onto 2, and those orbs are hitting, forcing the BKB from Armel, who needs to make an aggressive play. They were thinking about going in with the chrono. They've got the disarm though.
Him so hard.
And now he's just in too deep. He's forced to pop BKB and surge away.
This feels so bad. Like, he didn't want to chrono the IO because he has Aegis, of course. If he chronos the IO, they lose the game. And now his BKB's on cooldown once more. Nightstalker has Nullifier, has ult. If he catches the Void, he's gone. There's no saving him.
He doesn't have BKB, so I don't even think he could join without getting caught.
The Void is showing. Nightstalker is slowly waddling up to the barracks. Nightstalker during daytime looks so silly.
Tim's taking a lot of damage. Gluttner.
And another root.
Rooted on, rooted on, rooted. And they'll get the melee rounds.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
And now transition to the bottom. Void BKB up in 20. Oh, Void
I
is
don't know.
dead.
Yeah, it's not going to be in time. They've got the nullifier. They have the damage to get the kill on the Gabby. They'll take him out for 80 seconds. No buyback. They look over at Armel. They've got themselves a second. And it'll be GG called.
Well, luckily he went with Boom, and Lizard,
went with TNC. I wasn't allowed to change his pick.
Yeah.
So I had to go with Boom, and he had to go with TNC. It's just how it goes. It was a very good game from Boom. Straightforward, just beginning to end, all for Boom. Like, it just never felt like TNC were in sync. I don't really have a lot of faith in that Invoker. We've seen Invoker made it. I don't think it's won.
Yeah, I mean, I told you. If you want to win, don't pick Invoker. They went against that rule. They lost. All they played for was like a massive wombo combo.
Yeah,
it never
never
happened. I think the max they ever chrono was 2, I believe.
Yeah.
But even then, there was no spells on top, right?
Yep. It was not the strongest performance from TNC, but it does even up the series. Boom. It looked really good. If they can keep it this way going into Game 3, I would expect that they run over TNC again. Yep. Obviously, coming down to the draft, coming down and breaking it down a little bit more than that. And we're not the ones who break it down. It's the panel who breaks it down. So back over to you guys. Break it away.
Break a leg.
Game number 2, Boom, end up coming out on top. IO Core and offlane Nightstalker. I gotta say that, FBZ Nightstalker looking slick.
I think it's something with you and IO Core. I don't think I've ever seen you cast or panel a game in which IO Core
loses. I know.
Yeah.
I thought at the Singapore Major I had gotten it all out of my system. I had done all the ranting about how Core IO is unbeatable. And then 7.29 nerfs it just a little bit.
Just tiny bit, and everyone stops playing.
Everyone stops playing it. Raven was like, I don't play it anymore. It's only supports. No more Fnatic IO. And then Dreamacell's like, you know what? I think I still got it.
Yeah, this is probably 1 or 2 chronos after which IO actually dies. But it doesn't matter because the true carry in the mid game was the Nightstalker. He did so much work. This is him showing off that newly bought Blink Dagger, and it worked wonders. Why is it so good? Because you just use it to jump on the Invoker or on the Void, and they're pretty much that. There is surge potential, obviously, but it's a little bit easier said than done. You can kind of clip him as well in that AoE of the silence, and the game just becomes much easier. Armel almost lives here, but it's even here, it's just not enough.
It's not so. It's like this item blink is so good. I think it kind of wins them the game. If he decides to get BKB as a first item, they wouldn't get so many kills, especially on the Faceless Void. And I like his skill build. He went 2-4-4 with the Blink Dagger. I was wondering why he's going for the Blink Dagger, and it makes sense, you know, if you want to max out your silence. And then again, like, IO had a really good time. Ember was a bit struggling first couple of first 10 minutes of the game, going for Orb of Corrosion and then itemizing for a bit more damage. Faceless Void, I think it's a mistake not to get the farming item. You need to be greedy with this hero. Went for Mask of Madness into BKB and then back to Maelstrom, so you can feel like that there is this time where you should like be farming, but Mask of Madness is not really that big of a farming tool compared to Maelstrom. So he was starting to fall off quickly, and Nightstalker just ruined him. He completely ruined his game.
It feels like they were trying too much to pull off this wombo combo with the Chrono and the Sun Strikes and whatnot. And it's not the first time that we see the same scenario in which one team picks this draft in which they do have the wombo combo and the other team is just chaotic, like Nightstalker, Ember, IO just running around the map. It usually is the chaotic one that comes out on top, at least in this meta.
Yeah, the concept, I guess, behind that Faceless Void item build was like, it's cool. My Invoker
It's
can carry
cool.
me.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's-
Invoker will deal damage inside a Chrono. He had a good time, you know, even though it was Quasvex Invoker transitioning into Exert with the earlier hand of Midas. I'm fine with that. I think that's completely fine, but they needed to land a good Chrono. Didn't happen. Like, they did not have more than 2 heroes caught inside the Chronosphere with Dark Zero's wall. Expected more from this combo. Tiny position 4, losing another game. Tiny position 5, winning a game. Seems like
100% win
this
rate.
hero can't catch a break when he's being played as a 4.
And all of this is all definitely credit to Boom. I think a team that may have been more tilted from game 1 would have gone for maybe a more conservative draft, but you said it at the end of post-game in draft number 1, or game number 1. You were like, I want Boom to play their style. And what's more their style than FBZ playing a hero like Timbersaw or Nightstalker gets face first into the enemy team? We have an award.
Oh, thank you.
We are being presented with an award, a championship for Lacoste.
Can we zoom?
He's a
zoom
math
in, please?
champion.
Can we
Math
zoom on it?
champion. Like, I want to show off.
You're a mathlete.
Production. Yeah, please zoom in. Like, I
think
don't
we
get many
can, yeah.
diplomas in my life. I was very mediocre in everything, even in Dota when I was playing pro. So this is a big moment for me.
Here, let me show it off to
Give
the
it to
camera.
him. He'll show it.
This is Lacoste.
Yeah, but you have to bring. You have to give it back. Like, okay, you showed it, and that's mine. Give it back.
Wow, I'm jealous.
You
Where's
should be.
Prediction King,
'Cause,
though?
You know, I've been doing a lot of math on stream.
I noticed.
Percentages like 3 plus 2, then
That's not a
10% of.
Oh.
I mean,
Did they call you the calculator like they did to
yeah,
Black?
Black Dominic, the calculator Ratmeyer, but I got the diploma. So thank you very much for this production. I appreciate it. We'll put it on my wall once I go back to Croatia.
You're our most valuable mathematician, but our most valuable player in game number 2 is going to be Makoto on that Ember Spirit. At least I believe it is. There we go. Pa-pow.
Yeah, it was pretty much the Ember plus Night Stalker show with Dreamos Cell just being stable enough of an IO core carry to round it all up and take the W. But Mikoto and the Night Stalker were the duo, the dynamic duo that made it all happen.
Mm-hmm.
What if we give MVP to like Blink Dagger? Blink Dagger, Night Stalker, not even the player, it's just like
the item.
itemization.
Most
this Blink
valuable
Dagger on Night Stalker, like he
MVI.
gets, because in my opinion, like that was the crucial moment. Him picking up the Blink Dagger, getting a couple of kills on Faceless Void. Faceless Void was also going for this greedy build. He had 114 at one point. You
Yeah.
know, it's like you need that time walk. You need it to close the gap, so if you're not close, if you don't have any slows, you're paired up with AA as position 5, so he doesn't provide you with much.
He knew. He was like, oh, there are only 2 points in Void on this Night Stalker. I'm just going to slap him inside the Crippling Fear. Didn't work, though, whatever the game plan was. So we're going to have to go to a game 3 to find out who wins between Boom and TNC.
Change of range.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the day here. Day 1, Week 4, Southeast Asia Upper Division, brought to you by PGL, HyperX, and the top quality comfort of a secret lab chair, and the top level arithmetic from my boy Lacoste. I can't believe it. I can't believe he won an award. All these years, finally someone's recognizing you.
I got recognized after all, you know, working on these panels for a really long time, and just helping out people realize how these crunching these numbers in game, and just explaining things. When I sound stupid, maybe with how I pronounce things, how I'm trying to explain it to you guys, that's because I wanted to keep things simple. You know,
course.
I'm not gonna talk about like some about like expertise math that I got inside of my head. Like you wouldn't understand.
You gotta
anyway.
bring it down to my level.
Yeah, so I'm
he
like,
dumps it down for us
exactly.
mortals
We
to
appreciate
understand.
that.
Yeah, just to keep things simple. That's my theory about life and everything. If it doesn't have to be complicated, it really does not.
If you can't explain it in a simple way, you don't understand it.
Yeah,
of course.
exactly.
So that's
Can't wait to read your autobiography, My Theory on Life and stuff.
It's coming out, and once I get a bit older, you know, when I retire from all these sweet esports money, yeah, I'll just be sitting in my office playing Dota, writing a book.
Who would you want to, if there's a screenplay adaptation, who would you want to play yourself, Lacoste? Who would be a good actor?
Young Gary Oldman.
Young Gary Oldman?
Yeah.
I do like that.
That's the nickname.
Like
that's
a
his nickname.
Leon the Professional era kind of thing?
He wasn't that young there. He was young, but not
What's
that young.
Maybe in Fifth Element.
True Romance, Fifth Element? Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit
With
earlier,
the same haircut, the Fifth
Same
Element
haircut,
Okay,
yeah. Because a couple of people told me I look like a younger version of him, so I thought of a nickname for myself, you know, Young Gary Oldman, when I had the side shaved off my head.
What's the name of the actor from American History X?
Edward Norton.
That's one I would pick, but it's similar.
Same tattoos?
Yeah. Perhaps not the same tattoos from the movie, but yeah. Little do you know, Lacoste has all the Yakuza tats under all these shirts.
I believe it. A full dragon.
I was thinking about, you know, getting a tattoo. I saw like the dopest tattoo ever on Reddit a couple of weeks ago.
A Dota-inspired one?
Yeah, the one with Monkey King. I don't know if you saw it. Like, it's just the greatest thing I've ever saw.
But that's not so much a signature hero for you, is it?
It's not. It's like,
but
imagine.
It looked good.
Just likes monkeys.
I act like one, so let's just double it down, have two of those. I don't know, maybe a Pudge. Like I've seen some good Pudge artworks, but
I don't know if
I don't know.
It
would hurt, you know. If also my life philosophy, if it doesn't have to hurt, you know, it really doesn't. So maybe never mind.
Both teams' philosophy in this draft. You'll hurt me with that Cordusa. I'm not gonna ban it out. TNC saying hurt me with the IO. I just lost to it.
We're gonna see who the real meta broken core is.
Who can really bring the hurt?
Is it going to be the IO or is it going to be the Medusa? That was also picked together with Nyx. We've seen the Nyx banned out the last time they picked the Medusa, so they adapted a little bit here, TNC.
And it's not like it's some sort of, I gotta protect my Medusic thing. Nyx is just good. We're seeing it first phased constantly in China.
Finally, in Southeast Asia. It's a good, way to protect the Medusa as well, and a great setup for her.
And it's a good anti-Centaur hero. They pick Centaur into Nyx Assassin.
Pretty solid.
That's peculiar.
I mean, we see this matchup very often. We see Centaurs being picked into Nyx. Yeah, versus the Stampede, the Carapace is nice, but it's not that much of a counter that you don't want to play and pick the hero. However, what I'm wondering is, will this be an IO core or a support? Because
maybe they shifted now. Against Medusa, they could get something else possibly. Seems like a lot of these teams, whenever they play Medusa, they just ban out Grimstroke and Shadow Demon. They do not want to have illusions of Medusa being created.
Fair enough. I guess mana burners are not as big of a priority. So maybe an Invoker ban.
They took one mana burner with themselves already. They have the Nyx. Invoker, what else? Lion. We didn't really see do that well against Medusa. What we did see do well is early game aggression in the form of an Ursa, something that scales well and also can buy a defusal. Besides that, I literally have not seen this hero lose. Like, it's just, what's the win rate? Pretty high.
It was
It's
the
like
highest,
70-80%.
Yeah, by far the highest hero win rate with over like a high number of games. So she had like 15, 16 games, and it was like a 70-something% win rate. It's absurd. The hero is very, very good, and it makes me happy to see that's being prioritized more because we were all confused. It's such a good hero. Why is it not being
And
first
this
phase?
combo, man, it's so good.
You have so many ways of protecting the egg. It's not just the Stone Gaze once Aghanim Scepter is done on Medusa, and it's a must-have item on her right now. Like, what are you going to do? Io gives you some attack speed, that's all cool. Lion, I like that against Nyx Assassin. Any Hex mechanic is good, doesn't get the Carapace off, and he is also mana burner.
Some control for the Phoenix is nice. I swear, hear me out. The hero versus the Phoenix and the Medusa.
Arc Warden.
If you can sneak that guy in, you have double hits versus the egg. You have a hero that outranges the Medusa with the right proper item build and can easily handle her
Double
late game.
hitter, bubble, extra attack speed.
Yep.
But you have also a setup for Nyx Assassin.
And sadly, you're an Arc Warden. That's
At the end of the
issue.
day, you're still an Arc Warden.
At the end of the day, you're still really weak in the laning stage on that safe lane. And if you get caught later on in the game, you're just gone.
I think I'm more inclined to go with your first suggestion. I think the Ursa is still good. I think you have an egg hitter, and you have what we've seen to be somewhat of an answer to Medusa.
But not an answer to Legion Commander. We've seen like 3-4 games where Legion Commander just not completely dominates, but stays very far ahead of Ursa after the laning stage.
Legion lose any laning phase?
Well, Legion Commander is just the best hero in Dota right now, it seems, besides Medusa. Doesn't lose any matchups.
And gives you a BKB later on, but we won't be seeing any of these other cores, carries that is. Instead, this will be again your position 1 IO played by Dreamocell with Elder Titan, which is a strong lane, but if they put Phoenix with the Legion, it's not nearly as strong. Elder Titan's damage kind of gets negated because he can't hit, and all he wants to do in his lane is hit you with that briefcase. So that's a pretty solid pick with the IO, but not that great versus Phoenix.
All right, so in the game 1, TNC with the Legion Commander and Medusa, their mid laner was a Puck, and that was the 5-position Tiny also. Puck has been banned out, and I think part of the reason that the 5-position Tiny was justified is that you had a Coil Snapper. So now they need a different
They're
mid.
definitely not going to be a thing here. I think they have their 4 and 5, Nyx Assassin, Phoenix this time around, so what they're looking for is a mid laner. When you have Medusa, like, your mid laner can be pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Just some playmaker, any spirit. Versus Lion isn't great, but you can pick him up. You can pick up some, okay, that Prophet banned out, something like a Dragonite that pushes, that's easy to play around with these other 3 heroes. I would like to see, yeah, exactly, something like that. Necro was banned out in that first game as well.
Seems like Necro is a really good answer to Spectre and IO as well. Like, these heroes love to be in a fight for a very long time, and then you just Reaper sight them. There's also no save, so 2 times in a row, as you mentioned, decided to ban out Necro, which I think is a good idea. It's not that playmaker type of a mid. Don't think TNC would pick it here. Medusa plus Necro feels very slow, very sluggish. Kind of hard to play Dota like that, so I want to see something that's a bit more aggressive, something that can create the space out on the map for Medusa to be able to farm up.
You
Some
think it's
Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember banned out.
Ember
That
banned
one
out.
is not possible, but
Do you think it's a mistake that Boomer choosing to keep this IO as a core? Despite already saying that the core-to-core matchup is going to be against a Medusa.
But so far we haven't seen IO core be a mistake, right?
It's true. I'm with you.
There was that one game which it lost
Because
versus
he
the
did
Morphling.
not play against the Snake.
Yep.
You know, that's why.
Mistake.
It's cool. There's no cold-blooded fears for the IO. No single targeted spells. In fact, really the only one is going to be Lion's manager in.
Lion double edge also. ET is good against Medusa. Maybe like we've seen some core ETs could be maybe a bit hard to play into Medusa plus possibly Phoenix lane if they can shift like Phoenix to 5, adjust their lanes. So I still feel they need like a standard mid laner here.
Boom with the Storm. And for TNC, Void Spirit is still in the pool. That's kind of available, right, from all these other playmakers. The Ember is banned out.
Queen of Pain.
It's a possibility. They have a very limited amount of stuns. Like, Queen of Pain can snowball against the Storm Spirit, potentially, but like Void Spirit is also fine. Storm Spirit wins that matchup, but then again, you build into Eul's Scepter always against the Storm Spirit, because Storms like do go Orchid, and it's a setup for your Remnant. What else is there? Like, Silence Heroes are banned. There's no Dead Prophet.
The team mentioned would be kind of alright.
Yeah, Lash.
For the
or if you want to go even more into pushing some Pugna, maybe, but that may be too far off.
I think anything with any lockdown is what they're looking for, and potentially just jump the backlines. They already have like Nyx, Legion Commander, but you need items, like you need levels.
Okay.
Okay. Tiny doesn't lose this matchup. Like, Tiny does extremely well. Like, I've seen this matchup the other day and was very pleasantly surprised how well Tiny does, because he's kind of half range, half melee, and all these runes that are spawning, which will keep Tiny alive.
Another hero that can protect Yegg, right? The Avalanche, toss combo, someone that can jump the backlines, deal with the Lion, isn't threatened by Lion as much. Looks very solid. I feel that we'll finally settle who the true position 1 broken carry is.
Who the true Boom is, or who the true Predator is. Not who the true Genius is. That was a whole month ago. Yeah, my God, has it been a month since the Singapore Major?
Ancient history in Dota.
Jeez. Yeah. That's right, we're on week 4 of the DPC. Wow. Time flies. But some things never change. I'm going to go with TNC for this one. As we bring in the casters, Lizard, which way you're going?
Just FYI, it's a Medusa carry Tiny, so you guys know.
Good point. That is true.
Nothing changes
Doesn't
for
matter.
me. Still,
the heroes are still in the game.
Yeah, like the snake. The snake is coming for you.
I'll go with the snake as well, with the Phoenix, and the Tiny looks like a lot of teamfight for them.
I'll go with TNC as well. Like, I think this combination of the heroes that they got, a good way of buffing up Medusa, press the attack, eventually Solar Crest possibly built on one of these. Just feels really good, and I think carry-to-carry matchup, Medusa just does not care at all against Io.
Me before you?
Yeah.
Going with the Snake Lady.
Let's go.
So I'm going to spice it up, and I'm going to go with TNC as well.
No. What a twist, Black. What a twist.
I mean, I went Boom with last game. I don't know what the...
Yeah, I don't know either.
Clearly, we're all going down together on this Prediction King thing, but that's okay. That's a risk I'm willing to take in game number 3.
Game number 3. Another game 3 for today. One that could be close, but another Medusa. Medusa, not a hero.
Doesn't lose.
That loses often.
Doesn't lose.
Gotta give the...
Finally, first pick. First phase.
Yeah.
It's about time, TNC. Listen to me. Damn it. I'm here to give you points. If you don't amaze me, you don't impress me, no points for you. I do quite like the adjustment. Oh, Nyx Assassin. He's speedy boy, he got boots.
Impale, body blocks, KezQ trying to do it, but Boomy still
and
quite
one.
quick. And they're gonna stun, they'll get the kill.
Body block, more like body wall. Like he literally just stood there, he couldn't move. So he had to go the long way, and Boomy gets taken out again. Boomy quite likes dying the last 2 games.
30 seconds to battle.
He's had a lot of deaths.
Yeah, giving up that first blood.
Yep. At least not in the same spot. That's an improvement.
Although that's kind of where it started.
Look at the ward, it's in the same spot. They're like, Boomy, come here.
It's the cliff you love. I was going to say, you know, we all went with the Snake Lady, the Purple Vipers.
Battle begins.
That's going to be, oh, nice Impale. Good Snake again. By the way, why does Mystic Snake also slow?
Because it has to do more. Ooh, right clicks are heavy.
Wow.
Revacell with the kill on Tims. And now the Earth Spike lands. They might even get a third. Bach pretty quick, though.
And another! No.
They're not going to get another.
No. Close, though. So Medusa against Storm. Pretty damn good for Medusa, because you always have to be pretty close to be able to get those remnants into the creep waves, so you're going to be eating a lot of snakes.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Medusa mid, have we? It's been all safe lane, right?
Yeah, in SEA in China at least. But I wonder if it will like kind of throw off the dynamic of TNC here, putting the hard carry in the mid, and then the more playmaking kind of hero into the safe lane.
Right. We'll have to see. But it's already 2-0 for Boom.
Yeah, it is.
Not sure how much of a difference that's going to end up making, but we'll see how it goes. Another overwhelming odds from Bach, speeding him up a little bit, trying to run from Cute, who's right-clicking very hard.
Yeah, this lane is insanely strong. This Elder Titan IO lane. We've seen it many, many times. You buff up the Elder Titan so much. Deals a ton of damage. And again
Cute. Yeah, he's just looking for the sleep this time. Doesn't land it on the Bach. But then he'll be
be careful, Bach.
fast and hitting hard. Bach, one more shot. Oh, under the, are they going to dive it? Yeah. Cute's just going to dive it. Oh,
that takes me slow.
He's been
He
he
has no dive.
Oh, Ancients? No.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. All right. Dice to the neutrals.
Dead for 24, though.
Yeah, but they also got Tim's Courier.
Yeah, and Dreamer Cell's not happy about that. He's like, what?
We have to discuss it on Discord.
Yeah. Is that good or bad for us? No, I think it's good. Well, we're leading 1K, I think. Okay, yeah, not bad. All right, resume. Didn't. Ah.
You can tell the future. If you know the future.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the exact score and time this game's going to end?
I could, but do you really want to know?
I do. I want to see how close you can get.
But it will take away from the excitement.
No, I'll always be excited. Like I said earlier in this broadcast, I get excited from ward placements and stacking.
Okay, I'm going to say 31 minutes, 27 seconds.
Okay.
It's going to be 15 for TNC.
Okay.
And 24 for Boom.
Okay, let me write this down. 31-27.
Yeah.
And then you said
24-15.
24-15.
Yeah, for Boom.
Boom. 15 for TNC.
I'm not going to tell you who's going to win, though.
Okay.
Because
I think that's fair.
Just because Boom is leading in kills doesn't mean they will win.
All right, I've gotten written down. We'll see if you're right.
Okay.
We'll have to figure it out. Hoof stomp, double edge coming through on a Gabby.
How good is this lane for Tiny? Seems pretty rough as soon as this Vanguard / Hood comes out. Tiny should get bullied out of the lane quite easily.
And does that come from the trouble of putting your playmaker, your Tiny, into the safe lane? Like, could Medusa handle this?
I mean, Medusa is very happy to be in the mid lane, to be honest. Like, you want a lot of levels on a hero because it just amplifies your game by super much, but
yeah.
This Tiny might be the one suffering, and if you don't have a playmaker, you're going to play off basically that supernova, put it in a pretty risky spot, and be able to just cover it to make the enemy overcommit on it. And it's not the easiest way to play Dota, unfortunately.
Well, I think with the levels, shouldn't the supernova be relatively safe with the Stone Gaze? Bot's taking a lot of damage again.
Cascute is just mauling him. I mean, sure, Stone Gaze can save it. It's just 6 hits is not a lot in the early game.
Yeah.
Maybe before they get stoned, they can already hit it. Double Impale top. Double Edge, maybe? No. Another double Impale.
Stun from Boomy, Avalanche toss. Maybe to get the turnaround on a high. The double edge. Gabby low. Body blocks from Boomy. Gets the salve off on Gabby. He'll be able to stay in lane.
Yeah, still 1K lead for Boom, though.
Yeah, still that 1K advantage.
Yeah.
They need to really come over and punish Armel.
The hero that's really struggling is, well, both the Tiny and Legion Commander, actually. I thought it was just one of them, but they're both struggling quite a bit. And the line is very rich. Almost the same net worth as Enemy
The Legion.
offlaner.
Yeah.
No.
But is that because Lion's rich, or is that more so because Bach is poor?
Probably both. I think the Lion did get the first blood, so there was a good golden fusion.
Right.
And he's now trying to get some aggressive wards down. He didn't really like that one ward. They just keep putting it.
Well, they know it worked to get them, what, 5 kills in the last game? Over mid, they're going to go for Armel, who's out of mana.
He has a
They have
water
the
rune, though.
Hex, they have the stun, but they don't have the kill.
Water rune gives mana and health, don't forget. Oh, this is a good big snake. Ooh, and... didn't actually give much mana back.
This time he's not forced to go into the second level in mana shield, though. At least not yet.
Yeah, usually you'll never see that. Might have just also been a misclick on that first game. It's just not ever worth it.
Or Spike, post stomp, and the damage onto Gabby, not enough, but still putting the pressure on.
Arcane rune for the storm. That's a big one. Yeah, I just had the centaur click. Is it Bok in trouble again, getting right click, but he's gonna be fine.
But he's just fine, and like
He's just not
you know,
fine.
he's alive, but he's not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. You know, if you click on a hero, he has 1410 health, Centaur. He levels up, and suddenly the health is 1510. 5 strength in 1 level.
Mm-hmm.
That is great. Really, really balanced. They're trying to dive Gabby here. No boots on the Centaur, though.
There's Spike. Onto the Nyx Assassin.
Oh, they
Stop
stacked their
double edge.
stuns.
Avalanche now. Boomy coming over. Spike Carapace lands the impale. They've got the toss. Boomy might die, but that's after they lose Hyde. FBZ now under the tower. Gabby doesn't have an avalanche or a toss available. They're both on cooldown.
It was unfortunate that they stacked their stuns. And nice dewarding as well from Tims. Making sure they can secure their stacks. He's going to steal the creeps. He got one of them. He might just be dead now for that.
Icarus dive over and Kescute dead to Tims.
All right, Kescute.
And FBZ is under the tower. He is level 6. Doesn't have the mana for Stampede. Puts the hoof stomp on the 2. Boomy
No
with an
boots.
impale available in 2 seconds. If they can spot him, he went the other way, but I believe a creep got the vision.
they saw
FBZ
him.
spotted by Gabby, Avalanche, and the kill. They'll get FBZ. That's a big one there for TNC. Vortex, though, onto Tims. They've got the Hex, and look at the damage out. They'll take the life of this Phoenix.
I'm pretty surprised by the skill build of his line. Level 2 Hex, level 1 Impaler only.
Is under attack.
Interesting. Usually when I max out an Impale by 7. Yeah, drain all that mana.
And take all that damage.
Has to be careful.
Yeah. Gosh.
Easy bottle refill for the Deucer.
For a second, I thought he just was dead.
Nah, Hyde is a player. He knows what he's doing. Don't worry. Sometimes.
Double damage.
Balk again.
Yeah, Ball Lightning this time doesn't look like he's getting out. They've got the sweep to land the kill. Makoto with the double damage, just not making it possible for this Legion to get away.
I mean, he only died once, but really doesn't matter. Like,
He's got
hitting a
2,400 net worth, yeah.
Is under attack.
He is getting absolutely destroyed in his bottom lane, and now 2k lead for Boom.
And I guess it becomes one of those games where it's like, all right, my game is not over per se, but it's at a point where
it's pretty over.
All our resources have to go into Medusa.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, even dreaming of a Blink Dagger is far-fetched.
Shard and everything.
So he probably will just go straight into the Sharpman at 20.
Maybe play super conservative, wait for your team, wait for the opportunity to be involved in fights so you can get your experience in gold that way.
Yep, and Storm is going straight for the Orchid. Hoping that Medusa will go into a Manta rather than Saint Jasha.
Yeah, and I think that Legion could bring it back because you've got the level 6 now on, or you'll have the level 6 on Phoenix. And with the Supernova, Duel, all that combination, you can make a move over and maybe make it work. But Phoenix only level 5 at the moment. Stampede, that slows down Gabby. They're going to TP in the Phoenix. Not really doing much damage to this Tiny.
Yeah, very interesting
And Makoto, he's over here. However,
might just
Gabby,
die.
Avalanche, Icarus dive. Ooh, that Avalanche ended up hitting out of 3. They've got the damage on Makoto. Spike Carapace, sleep on the 2. Tim's still out putting some damage. Ball Lightning away.
Toss up in 5.
Can he toss him onto the
Avalanche?
Storm? Looking for the vision. Avalanche hits while he's salving, but it's still not enough. They wanted it, though. But wanting and getting, 2 different things.
Mm-hmm. It was just very premature from the Centaur. He should have waited a little bit. And he dies once more. Kind of feels like game 1 where FPZ had a really good start to the game, and he just keeps dying over and over and over again. That's a big ancient stack. Who's gonna farm it?
Right.
Oh, that one creep just decided to not move. All right. He's like,
no stack.
I feel happy here. What do you want?
You don't deserve this stack.
Yeah, you can't bully me out of my home. I'm the ancient Rumblehide.
You didn't rumble me enough to make me leave.
What is a Rumblehide? Just some random name?
I guess, yeah. A random name for a dinosaur.
They also made up some words for Leshrac. What is chronoptic? Have you ever heard of the word?
Chronoptic?
Chronoptic, yeah. Leshrac's spell. Oh, hold that thought. Mystic
Stun
Snake,
out.
stun.
Mystic Snake, Kez Stampede.
Ooh, 2 health.
Yeah.
Thanks to the tower armor. Thank you. Oh, S-Rock.
Getting really low, but doesn't die.
Does not die.
FBZ's like looking at Gabby like he thinks he can get the kill, but now Ball Lightning, Vortex
again.
Finger, Bach dead once more.
He did manage to accumulate some net worth, though, in terms of... He's going pipe straight. Okay, so he's not going Blink Dagger. That means then... Yep, Gabby's going to the Blink Dagger. He's going full tank Legion.
Is Medusa top net worth?
Naturally. When isn't she?
Now trying to take this ancient stack with the spirits.
Oh, after this, Io might pick up his net worth. If the spirits are
take it.
enough.
It seems a little tough.
I like the sound though.
You don't like the other part? From the spirits hitting?
Wait, I have to listen to it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Sounds like a Space Invaders game or something.
4K lead for Boom. They're so far ahead, and it's because Gabby and Bach are struggling.
I'm gonna project
Radiant's
quite a bit of
bottom
problems
tower
if
is
Medusa
under
does
attack.
not go for Manta Style. Because you can't pop Stone Gaze potentially to protect that egg.
Yeah, and that's what's going to turn around your fight.
Yeah, sure, maybe it's not the best for you, but it's the best for your team in this case. He still has 600 gold to decide.
This is a long ways out from Medusa not only getting this, but also getting Axe.
Yeah.
Radiant's
But potentially, no, if you can't pop that Mystic Snake because you're Architect, could also be your death.
Yeah.
Now they're diving bottom, Lion in trouble.
Yeah, Lion
Good
and the other
stomp,
Titan,
though.
but they've got the sweep. Now the Hex onto the Phoenix. They toss, they are splitter, and now
Armel, mana.
FBZ. They're going to go through. They've got the stun, and yeah, Armel. He's got a bottle to sip on. They get the kill to hide, and KezQ. Boomy ends up dead to Makoto. Supernova goes off. They're pinging Armel because they want to stop his TP. They might be able to do so. Oh, they do with the Earth Spike. Armel, he's in trouble. Host stop, double edge. Down goes the Medusa. And that is a big kill here for Boom.
Barity didn't make it out. And Centaur went into straight Crimson Guard.
Tim's, Spirits. I don't get the big kill that they need.
Gets taken out.
Now just 300 gold away from finishing off this Ags on the IO. You've slowed down this Medusa. The rest of TNC are just not farming well.
Yeah, and Medusa is committed for the Saint Jasha build. Not happy about that. See if it ends up biting him.
Dual Avalanche, and there's some dual damage.
Well done, well done.
And that's onto Makoto. Like, that's significant here. It's your first duel, your second duel victory, and it's an injection of gold for Bach.
Yeah, that was the Blink Dagger reveal. Well played by Tiny. Going straight into the Echo Saber, of course. As we always see, this Crimson pickup on Centaur is pretty interesting. Not something we see a whole lot. Usually it's like Vanguard Hood into Blink Dagger. But Crimson is quite decent against Medusa until she gets this like first damage item. She will basically just be tickling everyone. Tickle, tickle, I'm Snake Lady. Ooh, he barely dodged that stun on Tiny. That hits, he's gone. They're showing a lot of heroes middle here, so
Yeah.
probably just trying to
But everybody grouping up for TNC.
push down the mid hero, mid tower.
Over to the side, they've got the blink as well as the
Ooh,
toss.
he's
That's
very
out of the
tanky,
tower
though.
into the spike carapace, which they proc via the retaliate, but they've got the ball landing as well as the avalanche coming in. The fingers out on a Boomy. They'll get the kill there. They have Supernova now. The team's already used that Icarus dive. They'll duel those Supernova. Stone Gaze, the duration's over, and Bot. He's low, he's not dead, but the Supernova doesn't do anything.
It was kind of an anti-combo. Stone Gaze was popped without the egg, and then the egg was popped, and they really tried to force the fight. Bok dueled, even though there was no chance of killing anyone. And a big sleep, Medusa again in trouble.
Yeah, hits the vortex. They're going to pull him back, but the avalanche as well as the toss that gets the kill on the hide. They're going to Icarus dive once again, but they've got the two-man stone with the hoof stomp. Oh, Impale now landing onto the Centaur. They've got the stone with the avalanche. KSQ trying to get a sweep out. Armel trying to do it again with a Mystic Snake. They'll get the kill on the KSQ. They look over at FBZ with Boomy trying to catch out via the Vendetta. The blink forward from Gabby. He's slowed up. Double edge once again. Boomy's attention is completely onto Dreamacell. He just walks by FBZ.
They have to be careful. They can turn this fight around pretty easily. Blink Dagger now picked up on Centaur as well. And this was a typical, yeah, guys, let's kill Medusa. We can kill her. Nope, we can't. Mana shield too strong. Too much mana from the magic wand. Too much mana from the snake return. And the fight gets turned on the head.
Yeah.
You have to be really careful. Whenever you commit for a Medusa kill, you've got to be absolutely sure you can kill her. Otherwise, don't go for it. It will always end up bad for you.
So now that's a fight where TNC, they're pulling back.
They're super happy with this fight. Yeah, for sure. And also, Medusa is closing in on 15. Gonna hit 14 now. One more level until we get the great talent.
35%.
It almost doubles the initial value, which is pretty insane. It goes from 20 to 55. Like, talents are usually not like that.
Yeah, so it does double.
More than double.
Yeah. You said almost. Spike Carapace, duel. Maybe the damage will come somewhere. They get the kill in a hide, they look over, and there's the Mystic Snake, but the Stampede used to leave. 55%, I mean, what is there any other ability that, or any other talent that doubles the ability?
I'm
or
sure
even
there's
more
some,
than doubles the ability?
But it's almost 200%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's one of the highest for sure. Can't say if there's any higher or not. But caught again.
Orchid and Makoto blown up. Gabby getting that kill. He's starting to snowball out of control. He got that Blink Dagger and Echo Saber, and now he's come across in some of these fights and really done some damage.
You can't be running around without strength threats against the Tiny anymore. Gets blown up.
So
this is always the risk with this Orchid build, right?
Yeah.
You die so fast, you deal a lot of damage, but he's not really scaling much anymore. Now Medusa is getting closer and closer to that axe, has the talent online.
He didn't snowball out of control. Like usually you pick up that Orchid, you blow up these supports, but the supports are hard to kill.
Yeah, and it's hard to snowball when you're a lightning ball. Ooh, man, what a banger.
I let you laugh and I just watch you just like laugh at your joke.
Oh, those are the best jokes.
Oh no, I know. But I like watching it from an outside perspective.
Yeah, me too. That usually gives me the most joy too.
Are they gonna smoke here?
TNC is really just waiting for the axe up the timing, of course. 200 off that. And Boomy is just doing Boomy things, scouting around. Roshan is up. It's not like really anyone can take it though.
Yeah. Is there anybody going for a Solar Crest yet?
on any team.
They've got a medallion on Elder Titan, so that's it. But no, like,
Boomy.
No medallion or Solar Crest being built here for TNC.
So when is this IO gonna start being the menace he always is? He's had his axe for a long time.
Yep.
But every team fight just looks like he's tickling everyone. This Tiny does not really care. He's very survivable. Let's not even talk about Dusa. Even Legion Commander with his item build is very tough to bring down. Goldie went from 5 to 1k. Makes you wonder. What is your next move? Boom.
And I think that's why they're being very...
You can't be too careful, though. Late game, late game, there's no way you're winning against Dusa.
What minute is that?
40-ish.
40? Is that considered a late game these days?
I mean, you're 5-6 slotted. Sure, there's not like tier 5 items yet or anything, but...
Is late game... So this is one of those questions I always had. Is late game decided by items or decided by time?
It depends from lineup to lineup, to be honest. Like, for some lineups, the late game comes much earlier than others, right?
Right.
Because like when you're this IO, your late game is basically your hard timing, right? And then with every other item pickup, you're not really getting super much stronger. Maybe a Satanic after that or whatever. But it's like your spike. As a Medusa, late game starts when you're just unkillable tower, which I guess she already is.
Boomy! Not this cliff! They're going to go in,
die?
ball lightning over. They've got the finger. They'll get the kill on a Boomy. They've got the sweep on a Armel. They haven't taken away a lot of his mana, and FBZ's actually taken a lot of damage from the Sunray. They've got themselves the duel. Do they have the damage to get the victory? Yes, they do, just in time. Spock at 40. It cost Boomy his life. He buys back to join them on the cliff again.
They never take any favorable fights anymore here on Boom. Oh, he's relocated. They saw him. They have to help him.
They need to be very careful. Look at where Gabby is. He's just making sure they're away. Oh, Makoto! The Mystic Snake! It got him!
Can't disjoint that.
That's a big misplay by Boom.
Yep. Mikoto's had a rough season, really. Season 2 has been not the best for him.
Yeah, last game was amazing from him, though, but it's been much more of a rare thing to see when last season, every game, it felt like he was putting up a top-notch performance.
Especially on his Storm. I think his Storm lately has not been winning games, whereas in last patch, it won every game.
And again, I wonder if that comes from the play style that they're playing now that they have Dream Cell, because it felt like Makoto, with the previous roster iteration, had to do the heavy lifting.
Certainly did. For TNC, though, it doesn't really feel like a big change of pace for them, switching these roles. Like, looks very fluid, very seamless. I think that's the right term.
Yeah, it is.
Of course. Always here to learn.
Very fluid, very seamless.
Very liquidy.
Viscousy.
Very squidly.
That's not a word. I don't believe you.
Okay. What about Chronoptic, though?
I looked it up, actually. There's no definition.
So, it's just a
I think
made-up
it's a
word?
made-up word.
Okay. Chronoptic energy, my friend.
So...
Boom needs to start doing something soon.
Yeah, if they're passive and then they take these fights and it's a bit off the mark.
The real problem is, okay, Tiny has BKB now. Your damage output is very limited. It's all magic. You gotta initiate before he pops his BKB. Late game, even Tiny outscales every hero of yours. You get outscaled by Tiny. You get outscaled by Dusa. You gotta pull the trigger soon. Your strong timing is coming.
Avalanche, toss back, Stampede use, sleep on a 3.
And they're all full health. They don't even care.
There's nothing more coming from that, though. Like, they get the sleep and it just doesn't do anything. And soon, Tim's, I just don't know if he'll die in that supernova. He's already got it level 2.
Yeah. And the real question also is, are you just lacking damage now? Dusa effective HP is probably 1 million. Then you have the LC with Pipe for his entire team. Tiny sitting at 3k health.
Right.
Where's all your damage going to come from? Io can't do it himself. Storm is not really scaling anymore. And they're just hitting Roche. Risky against Titan. Maybe they can mount a comeback here.
Yeah, but now it's 12 seconds until They've got the Spear. They're not even doing that. Well, it's just Armel. They're not doing that much damage to Roche in the moment. And it almost feels like TNC are baiting them in. And Boomer potentially going to fall for it, hook, line, and sinker.
They have to be careful, yeah. Like as you said, it's only Dusa hitting, but she's running low on mana-ish. But one Snake, oh, it's coming. You can't disjoin it.
Get away from him. Avalanche, and now Blink Hex, good job.
They're just not committing.
And there's nothing more from Boom.
Yeah, they have no damage.
Like, that's the thing. They're just baiting them in. And they could take Roche. You come in, we're ready for it. If you don't, we're taking Roche.
He will have to refill his mana soon, though, on Dusa. Go to a creep camp. Give it a good old snake rub. 600 mana is not a ton to work with. 500.
Spike Carapace, Avalanche coming through, and now BKB's been popped by Gabby. They've got the Supernova. They're not in front of it, though. The Earth Splitter comes in. Now they've turned him to stone. That means the Supernova is going off. They'll get the kill on a Kescu. They look over at FBZ. He's stunned up via the Spike Carapace. He's looking for a Hoof Stomp, but now he's dueled up. He's killed. Tim's killing spree. 2 heroes dead on the side of Boom. Continues to just go all Millhouse right now for TNC.
It was never going to happen. Like, you have 2 different sources of stonage now.
Almost wanted to grab Makoto there. Almost grabbed Makoto there.
Medusa might lose a core. Yeah, nope. Yes, maybe Mikoto. Put a remnant down. Oh yeah, that's a free Roche. It's an Aegis for Medusa. And we've seen the story so many times.
Spirit's just not going to get there in time.
You are not killing this hero anymore.
So Medusa, 1,000 gold away from picking up the Scotty. That's going to make this even more difficult for them.
Yep. What a time to be alive. Everybody loves Dusa patches.
Unfortunately, Boom right now may not.
You know when a hero is so strong that it's just that every answer you have to it is also kind of answered by the hero itself? Like sure, Ursa with Diffusal is good against you, but if you can't end the game in like 15 minutes, then suddenly you just lose.
Suddenly you're jumping in, you're getting turned to stone, and
then you're getting turned to stone again.
You just get kited.
And you get Scottied.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It was one of the things that we saw. Was it Medusa that was just going like
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Manta Divine or something like that?
Yeah, there was a couple of patches ago. There was also a Dusa patch. Stampede pop, kill the Phoenix.
Or try to, Sunray.
Oh my god, he's getting out too! They're getting nothing. When's the last time Boom even killed a hero? That's not Boomy.
That's not Boomy?
Yeah. A long time ago.
I'm already far back. They killed Tim's at about 16 minutes.
Wow.
And now they'll lose high.
Well.
Tier 2 is going to go down.
What do you say? A valiant effort. Good try, Boom. Try again next time.
I don't want to believe like that.
Okay, don't.
I'm hoping we see a comeback mounted, and then
a comeback without carry.
Medusa gets slapped finally.
You're literally saying comeback without carry. Sir? Are you out of your mind?
Yes. I know. You've met me. Avalanche toss coming through. They've got the Orchid onto the Tiny with the Sunray, though. He's going to be healthy. They've got the sweep onto 2, but Boomy gets woken up, and there's just no damage.
This Medusa and Legion Commander combo is just so silly. Like, Legion just saves anyone, and Dusa just stones you. Alright, Tiny again.
Spike Carapace. Earth Splitter coming through. They've got the silence onto the Phoenix. That's a start, or at least trying to be a start. But they don't get the kill onto the Phoenix. They've got the Supernova into the duel. That's going to be the Supernova going off. It's got the stun onto both Makoto as well as Dreamcell. Dreamcell's going to burn out to the Sunray. They'll get the kill. There's the finger. It at least gets them the Nyx Assassin. They lose Dreamcell on this one. Hide on the run. Do they catch?
It's a similar story to when TNC played against T1. There's a Dusa on the enemy team. You're just sitting back, sitting back, sitting back. Oh, Dusa has Aghanims. She now wants to fight. And we can't sit back anymore. And then you lose.
And that
People are terrified of fighting into Medusa, even early, it seems like.
Yeah.
And then later on, it doesn't get easier, you know?
Just want to say that kill was on Boomy, so still their last kill on anybody but Boomy was about half a game ago.
I mean, he got super low on Phoenix.
And still got the Supernova off, thanks to the Legion.
He got pressed, yeah.
And the duel was there to make sure the right clicks didn't come out on the Supernova either.
Yeah, I love that term. He's getting pressed.
It's like basketball, when you put the press on.
You don't get magic immune in real life, though. When you get pressed.
Yeah, but there's no magic damage in real life either.
I don't know if that's true.
Get the bottom tier 3.
Yeah.
Still holding on to an Aegis. Feels like Boom eventually need to make a move.
This might be one of the deadliest combos in all of Dota. Tiny plus Medusa.
Legion too. Oh, look at the hook stomp. Now finally gets it Stampede. They've got the Orchid on the Legion, but they just don't have the damage. Finally drawing him in, right clicks through, Sunray not enough. Dreamaso gets the kill, but Armel takes out Kezcute. He'll buy back immediately. Sunray avalanche toss on FBZ. They should be able to take on the Centaur, and they do. They land the Earth Spike. They're trying to drain the mana away from Armel. They bought back on both Kezcute as well as FBZ. They'll TP,
Mana
and they're
back.
still looking for the Medusa,
Full
but Medusa has Aegis, so he doesn't have to care. Armel can just stand his ground. Finally, they find Gabby, but there's the stun coming in from Boomy. They've got the Supernova on the backlines. Gabby moving back with that BKB. They can't fight into the Supernova anymore. They have the Hex onto the Medusa, and they're still surviving on this side of TNC.
That's the third time he had full mana. Another Snake.
Sweep, press the attack, a little magic community there. The Aegis expires.
And he's back to full everything.
And
relocate top, just push out the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, you lost 2 sides. Dusa wasn't even half health. Every time you snake the storm, you get how much mana? Let's do the math. He has 1600, so you get about 900 back.
If you were exact, I would have said I can make you a math award as well.
It's 1611. That's you gotta go to the decimals and stuff. We don't want to do it live on camera because we've got a lot of kids watching. We don't want to embarrass them.
Chat, should I give him a math award? Does he get one just like Lacoste?
But why did he get one and I didn't? Like, I feel like I do more complicated math.
He was doing a lot of math. He said 2 plus 4 plus 3 plus 1 was
10.
10.
Yeah.
There's 4 different numbers in that equation.
So the more numbers I put, the better I get?
I guess.
Okay, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.
It's a mastery in esports, man.
2,
Mathematics.
Plus 3 minus 1 is 10.
Yeah, but you're not doing in-game math. That was in-game math that he was doing, the 10.
Ah, okay, wait. Let me find something.
Radiant are scanning.
He's trying to do math, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Protect yourselves.
Mystic Snake, first bounce, 1.5 seconds. Plus 0.2, plus 0.2, plus 0.2, plus 0.2, plus 0.2. Oh, kill someone.
Yeah, but that didn't actually happen.
It did. In that one fight, it happened.
In that one...
He got stoned for 2.5 seconds.
You got to do it on the fly. I don't give...
Can you stop adding more rules?
I don't give retrospective math awards. Earth Spike from a distance.
Stampede away.
With the sleep.
Oh, look at me, I'm B-Cup. I'm adding all these special rules to my award.
I don't give the awards. I mean, I hand them out, but I don't claim to give them.
I'll hand you something soon, my friend.
And toss. BKB right clicks on FBZ.
Entry.
The tree. Not enough damage. Just not enough. But they're going to go for the top lane.
Well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Just right clicking. They don't care about glyph. They'll stay here. I'm telling you, you need to do your own sound kit. Even if you mod it into the game. Medusa doesn't even have shard yet, so. Eventually, Cold-Blooded will come out. Right clicks in, melee rack's gone. Looks like they're trying to set up. And it's the big setup to try and save the game, it seems like.
I mean, are they going to try to defend or not? Like, kind of just letting Dusa do her thing.
They go to the backlines. Blink, stop going for bot, fall lightning in. They land the impale, they throw the finger, it's on to the Legion Commander. Can they at least get the kill on a bot? They can, but Tim's, Armel, they're on a mega kill streak. They take out Makoto, they take out FBC. They got the 2 kills there. Kezcute goes down, the egg goes off, and they find themselves a full team wipe. The buyback, it doesn't matter. They've called GG. TNC take the series 2-1 over Boom, and this one, it felt over a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, kind of after Dusa picked up that Aggron Scepter, it was all TNC from there. Gold difference started dwindling away from 5 to 1K, and then from 1K to 3K the other way. And I'm starting to believe that Tiny Medusa has to be the best like carry / mid combination in Dota right now. They're so versatile. Both can go mid, both can go carry, and there's just not really much you can do. Did a ton of damage.
But you also see Legion with Medusa a lot.
Yeah, I mean
that
just amplifies everything.
Yeah, you're amplifying everything, but you can't be giving up Axe, Shard, Magic community like that if you're trying to kill a Medusa. Like, it's just you're giving so many defensive tools, right?
Yeah, I feel like something went wrong in the draft when a team can have so many tools, and something definitely did go wrong because the game was over at minute 20.
Yeah, and that's what it felt like. TNC, they take the series 2-1 over Boom. And, well, for the last time today, we're throwing it back over to the panel. Back to you guys.
TNC with the full court press end up closing out the series 2-1. And you took a unstoppable force of an Io and an immovable object of Medusa. Put them together. Medusa comes out on top.
The immovable object actually prevails in the end. Backed up a little bit by the immovable rock.
True.
That tosses everything around, and then you have the Legion with the shard.
And the unstoppable press the attack force.
Yeah, but first and foremost, we've asked multiple carry players who they think the best carry is at the moment. They all answer the same. Medusa, the moment you get that antagonists, it's free MMR, it's free games. But then you add in a little bit of sauce, a little bit of salt and pepper, a little bit of Legion Commander Shard plus the Phoenix Egg for the teamfight combination, and it just looks unbeatable.
So much seasoning, so much to make it a... I mean, even just with like the three heroes, those three heroes by themselves would have been enough. And
so
Tiny,
you would play 3 versus 5 and that's it?
Yeah, that's, I mean, honestly, I could have probably won
They
again.
could have. I feel this Legion Commander is just one of the strongest, probably top 3 off-laners at the moment, because Shard just feels so good. Like, Blink Dagger is nice and all of that, but...
She did lose the lane finally, though, and that is the first time that we have seen Legion Commander lose a lane.
But that, like, hood pickups, Blink Daggers, then, like, Shards, it's just so much. Having an ability that dispels, heals, gives attack speed, and gives a free BKB. Get one out, like choose whatever, but get one out because it seems too powerful.
Too versatile. Like at every single point in the part of the game, there's a point to this hero. There's a reason why this hero works and does well.
Because you're so tanky, they can't burst you down. And they have a lot of tools to defend the egg with to start with, so if you don't focus him down, they see multiple heroes committing, there's going to be an egg, and then Medusa, Stone Gaze, Ags, you name it, like Carapace, like it's very hard to fight into lineup that TNC Predator had in this one. Also because of Storm. In the first season, he was single-handedly winning the games just by playing the Storm Spirit. You see his Storm Spirit, you're like, yeah, this is a free win for them, because he was just popping off. And in this season, something just feels off for Mikoto. I don't know what that is, but he set the bar for himself very high in the first season. He was definitely the MVP of the team, maybe even of the whole season, considering some of his plays. Him and Yopaj, you know, best mid laners, I would say. And in the second season, doesn't look. It looks like maybe 70-80% of Mikoto that we've seen from the first season.
Gabby was actually having such a blast, such a good game. He was the one blowing up Mikoto in that 1-2 Avatos combo multiple times. It's not something that you expect from Mikoto. Usually he's the one that's positioned very well or the one that knows and understands his limits, but we haven't seen that here.
That's why last game Mikoto was the MVP, and so the only man who would be capable of dethroning him would be Gabby on that Tiny.
Yeah, just very versatile, these two, Armel and Gabby, so you can switch them up, like Black said, you can put Tiny mid, Tiny safe lane, Medusa mid, Medusa safe lane, whatever matchup works better for you this time around, and obviously in every single time, Tiny will be the playmaker, and he made a ton of space for our Medusa, for our snack lady to get that Aghanims.
As if she even needs that much space.
You get
Maybe a
that-
couple of stacks in the jungle, that's it. There's a difference between mid Medusa and the safe lane Medusa, because with the mid Medusa, you get those levels a bit earlier. Then you go to jungle, while one of your supports, mostly position 4s, take over the mid lane, and then you have like high-level position 4s as well. So I don't think that's a bad idea. Black had a good point about how like some of these combos work. I think personally that Medusa plus Legion Commander is really, really strong, because like in most of the situations, Legion will have that Solar Crest, maybe some from position 4 will build it, and then you have like 2 ways of buffing her up, giving her attack speed. I like Medusa plus Puck combination as well, where you just keep them in place. Maybe it's just Medusa plus 1. That's all it takes.
Doesn't matter.
That's all you
Just
need.
Medusa plus 1.
Well, the +1 that we'll have for this panel will be an interview with Gabby, as they have beaten Boom. Congratulations, Gabby, on the 2-1 victory.
Thank you.
I have a question about the hero that you were playing most recently. So Tiny, very popular for you guys in this series. In game number 1, were you always planning on playing it as a 5 position? Because that is the flex that we rarely ever see from Tiny.
Yeah, I think whenever we pick Tiny, we always like tending to flex it like in 3 roles or maybe 4. Yeah.
Very flexible.
So yeah. So it's much easier for Boombox to drop.
Can I just ask the easiest question? What do you think? Which is more broken, Legion offlane or Medusa carry at the moment? Which is stronger?
Medusa for sure.
Medusa,
Yeah.
Would you like to see a patch? Like, how do you like this patch overall? And would you like to see like something before the major, or do you think this patch is gonna stay until the next TI? That this is gonna be a TI patch?
Yeah, I think this patch is much better than before because it always like you need to always think every minute. Like in the bounties, runes, you always need to fight. I think you cannot play like passive in this patch.
So do you feel like your hero pool is looking pretty good in this patch as well? Or are you having to adapt?
Yeah, I like my hero pool right now in this patch because my hero is like I always need to fight and you always like need to be active in every minute.
Okay.
Not like before, like you just need to farm. Yeah.
Well, I know this is a winner's interview, but I'm very curious. What happened in your series versus T1? Because you guys were undefeated. We were really encouraged, and then T1, one of the weakest teams so far, ends up being able to dethrone you. What happened in that game?
I'm not sure. I think they're pretty strong too, the T1, but I'm not sure. I think we play bad too in that series.
Yeah, fair enough. Showing that you're still... you just didn't want to go undefeated, right? Undefeated is a bad look in the region. Then you show up to the major and you're like, oh no, everyone's looking at us.
Yeah. Kuko is our friends too. We want them to give them like a chance. No, just kidding.
Very nice of you.
Well, it was a pleasure watching you take this 2-1 victory, and I guess you only have 2 more series left? 2 more opponents left in this group stage?
Yeah, Fnatic and Lilgun.
Between those 2, which one are you looking forward to playing?
Fnatic
Okay.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely on the come up as well. They picked up their victory earlier today. So looking forward to seeing how that series turns out, and yet again, congratulations on your victory versus Boom.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congrats.
It's near unanimous. Medusa always. Everyone.
Just first pick it. If
We
the
were
hero is
not
that
wrong.
broken,
You know,
yeah.
at the start of the season, we were talking about this Snake Lady, and for a reason, it feels like I think the other regions are just gonna start picking it up. You know, understanding how strong it is. Maybe it's just one of those heroes that you never know with how the meta develops. Like certain teams, they're like, this is super strong, this is busted, and you figure out, well, there's this one X hero that completely counters it. How did we not think of it before? I think the perfect example, like some of the heroes not being usable, was like 6 months, a year ago, when Omni Knight was like, this hero is not pickable, and then suddenly banned and
Position
picked
5,
every single game, pretty
Which-
much, with Sven Omni.
Which region pioneered that?
I think it was Europe.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
European.
I believe it was Secret even that started spamming it on 5, right?
Yeah.
Just 5 Omni every single game, and then everyone followed suit.
People, professional players, they think that I know for the longest time I held them in very high regard in terms of how exploratory they are.
Nah.
It takes time.
It takes time. These people are they succumb to fads.
Trust me, you just see someone in the pubs doing well with the hero, and you're like, oh, okay. And that's how you generate ideas.
Yeah.
Obviously, everyone has his own mindset when a patch hits, what's broken, what's not. But then you see that one guy just dominating with some hero in the pubs, and you're like, ah, that's the thing.
Or sometimes it's not even a hero, it's an item. You're like, oh, I should get this item first.
Oh, I'll get this shard on Earthshaker a couple of patches ago. Like, I don't even have to play Dota. Then we'll also pick Morphling with it.
Yep.
And we're going to have fun.
Yeah, that was the case in Season 1. China kind of pioneered Earthshaker while all the other regions were sleeping on it. Boom, instantly, top of the charts. But I want to see who the top of the charts is in these standings, as we have now finished off day number 1, week number 4. We are confidently past the halfway point, and TNC looking very, very pretty at that number 1 slot. Only 4-1 as they boom down to 3-3 after that series. And earlier today, we saw Smart O'Mega versus Fnatic. Fnatic only having played 3 series, they are 2-1. Smart O'Mega 2-3. And
OB Neon at the bottom, but they also played only 3 series. Same goes for Lilgun. I don't think the Lilgun will be able to bounce back. This is a team that has a bit of a higher ping, and it's a team that got promoted last season, needs some kind of cheese to be able to beat higher tier teams, and the other teams are not letting them do it.
And we're in a place in which you actually don't know which second team will be relegated.
Nope.
Like, out of all these other teams,
second team to be relegated or second team to go to a major.
Exactly, it's just a complete guess. It's such a wild region. It's very, very competitive.
And we now have an opportunity after 6 games of contention to figure out who is going to be the prediction king today. And it's a double snakes.
Double snake?
Double snake.
How did he weasel in here? I'm pretty sure.
He's a snake. You know,
he's a
snake.
snake.
He backstabs.
He was the cold-blooded one.
I'm pretty sure he went he did some
mess with the numbers. He gave Lacoste the math award while secretly he was fudging the numbers.
Yeah.
I don't trust your award anymore, Lacoste. He's been cooking the books, hasn't he?
For sure.
There was some cheat happening there. I'm certain.
Dude, we have been so rough on Bkov this entire day.
And look at
no,
him,
because
king.
he was switching it up during the last game.
That
He
is
was
true.
saying something to the production. I saw it all. I have my eye on you, Bkov, but I'm happy to share. I'm a humble, not a humble god, but a humble king. So we can share the throne. It's
humble Medusa.
Humble Medusa.
Humble snack.
A mythical creature indeed. And it's so glad that you could grace us with your presence, and so glad that all of you were able to join us for this day in the broadcast. But we have another day. We are still plenty more days. Like I said, we're only confidently past the halfway point. I'm not the math expert. 60%, maybe, give or take. We can take a look at what's coming up next time we return to Southeast Asia. It's just one BO3 on the 6th. Smart O'Mega versus OB Neon. Like we said, OB Neon, they've only played 3 series. They look like they're down there in relegation, but that's just because they need to play more Dota. And who better to play it with than Smart O'Mega after the series we saw earlier today. Yet again, would not be surprised to see another 3-game series.
It just seems to be the story of the second season, where like it goes to game 3. Same goes for European region. Like most of the games, because I think the regions right now are very competitive, and we removed 2 teams that didn't seem too strong, and it became much more competitive in terms of like equal skill and the upsets that some of these teams can cause.
Yeah, we filtered things out.
At least pretty much one team from the lower division promotion in all the regions that I've seen have been giving a run for the money for all the upper division teams. Yesterday we saw Brame in Europe. Here, I guess Smart O'Mega would be the one.
China RNG as well. Yeah.
So,
and you have one team like here and in China that's kind of struggling, Lilgun and SAG, but one team is definitely doing all right.
You know, it's important that we're keeping things well-rounded. That's the goal of the Dota Pro Circuit, which I hope you've been enjoying this Dota Pro Circuit, brought to you by PGL, HyperX, and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. We will return on May 5th with more Dota. We'll see you then.